Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the Snow Blast Zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
분위기했어. 그러면 다 ямар гурван багийг том өрсөлдөгч гэж бодож байна.
GG, Alpha 7, Alter Ego.
At least a little bit of an anchor point to play around with going forward. That's Meki. Is it going to be able to obliterate Bra here? Plays his teammate Bacon. Ego eating nades as well. It's always grenades. Couldn't have said it better myself, Jack. That is absolutely insane. It's so crazy. Contact found with a nade, hefty damage. That's a chunky one. And Tops so quick with the reactions. Hold this up. These things we've been saying. This mate, just the fact that like Nurse go deal with the guys over the 1v3 over towards Luton.
In the past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to get those this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed third in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured second place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3กระติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเดี๋ยวเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SEA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SEA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang Global Championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SEA? Well, there's only one way to find out. At the beginning of 2020 PMGC, PUBG Mobile fans from all over the world were looking forward to the clash between Nova and BTR. However, multiple teams from the South Asia region showed incredible strength and had shot up the leaderboards in the season. On the 5th anniversary of PUBG Mobile Esports, let us turn back the clock to 2020 and revisit the story of the South Asia region. The 2020 PMCL Fall Split Wildcard may have gone under the radar for many fans, but it showcased the power of one specific team. Zeus Esports successfully took first place, securing a spot in the 2020 PMGC. However, many thought they would just be a flash in the pan, But with the opening of the 2020 PMGC, Zeus became the focus of attention. They defeated many strong opponents in 4v4 battles and became the biggest underdog of the year, finishing in 3rd place.
And now he's breaking the fight head on! Zeus!
Their strength remains to this day, and they have grown into one of the strongest teams in the South Asia region. 2020 put South Asia on the map. That year, besides the unexpected success of Zeus, 3 new teams also made their world debut. They were DRS Gaming and ASL from Nepal, and A1 Esports from Bangladesh. While Zeus climbed all the way to the PMGC bronze medal, A1 Esports and ASL secured their spot in the top 16.
Zeus Esports, I would say, were the first powerhouse from Mongolia, and they came out of nowhere and shocked everyone. They did so well with the gunpowder and the tactics. No one was ready to compete with them.
As we moved into 2021, more South Asian teams continued to have their presence felt on the world stage. Stalwart Esports had a memorable 2021 PMGC, ranking 3rd in the East League and 7th in the Grand Finals, while 2 Nepali teams, DRS Gaming and Deadeye's Guys, didn't make it out of the league stage. The world at least started to take notice of the region's power. The expectations from the South Asia region were growing. The question was, could they continue to improve?
साउथ एसिया सर्किटको सबैभन्दा सक्सेसफुल टिम स्टलवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्सको पनि ग्लोबल कहानी एकदमै राम्रो रहेको छ। 2021 को PMGC को लिगमा 3rd पोजिसन अनि त्यसपछि ग्रान्ड फाइनल पनि खेलेको थियो अनि उत्तिकै शानदार उनीहरुको 2022 को PMGC पनि गएको थियो।
In esports, it's the determined, the relentless, and the driven that succeed. This was the mindset of many teams in South Asia, and that is why they continue to grow in 2022. In the 2022 PMWI, Stalwart Esports took 3rd place and Action was awarded the MVP. Later in the year, 5 South Asian teams, Stalwart Esports, DRS, Skylights Gaming, Train to Kill, and IHC earned their slot at the 2022 PMGC. DRS and IHC had a rough start and were placed in the brutal survival bracket after failing to progress in the opening matches. However, they both incredibly broke through in the last chance round and progressed into the top 16 Grand Finalists. DRS found their stride in the finals and ultimately took 2nd place.
Torn apart there, DRS now have that control on the northern side flank.
This was the highest rank ever achieved by a South Asian team in the PMGC, and alongside their success, STE took 4th place and IHC took 5th place. Furthermore, STE Player Top won both the Finals MVP and the Gunslinger Award.
Jakarta for top!
The South Asia region showed they can compete and beat the very best.
4 Grand Finalists in PMGC 2022 from South Asia region clearly means this region is one of the most dominating out there. And by providing the PUBG Mobile world with the likes of DRS Gaming, T2K, STE and Team ISC, this region has got it all. And with the upcoming teams like Team Aegon XI8, 7th Element, NB Esports and 4MV, this region might just become the most competitive region out there.
In 2023, we saw more growth and the emergence of new challengers across the region. Among them is Aegon XI8, who has won 1st place in PMPL Pakistan twice in a row and secured 3rd place in the PMPL South Asia Championship. They are about to appear again on the PMGC stage. It's 4 Miracle Vibes, a team formed in 2021 but finally making a name for themselves in 2023 by securing 1st place in the PMPL South Asia Fall Season and 2nd place in the subsequent South Asian Championships, successfully qualifying them for the 2023 PMGC. They will be joined by STE, the champions of South Asia Fall Championships, along with NB Esports and IHC, 2 more South Asian teams looking for glory. Furthermore, for their continued outstanding performance in global events, DRS Gaming earned a special invite and became the 5th South Asian team to qualify at the 2023 PMGC. This will be the 4th consecutive year for DRS Gaming to play at PMGC. The South Asia region has already achieved 2nd place last year at PMGC. Can they break through again this year and claim the ultimate title?
New challengers. What do you say about the new challengers? What do you say about the new challengers? Just new challenge, new challenge.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로. Hello, I'm Lord. Hi, I'm Freak, and we play for Enigma Galaxy.
안녕하세요. 덕산 e스포츠의 혹시 김성환입니다.
덕산 e스포츠 준희입니다. Merhaba, ben Nextrya'dan Dokunma. Ben de Nextrya'dan Frozen. Today we do power ranking for group red teams. Hadi geçelim.
잘 해보겠습니다. 일단 첫 번째로 소개할 팀은 농심 레드포스입니다.
이 팀 같은 경우는 이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 이렇게 넣겠습니다.
And then we have NB Esports. Yeah, they're from Mongolia. They have really talented young players. I would say dark horses.
Mongolian teams are really good anyway, so.
We have Red Force.
I think they're a new team.
Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before.
New challengers?
Yeah,
new challengers.
Aynen, ben de ilk defa görüyorum. O yüzden bunları...
New challengers.
Yep. 7E. I've never seen them.
I also didn't see them as new challengers.
Challengers.
Ben de ilk defa görüyorum.
Bunu da en alta yapıştır.
Nova Hyper.
Nova Hyper is the first time I think new challengers.
Yep. Next we have Morph.
New challengers.
What do you say about them?
New challengers.
What do you say about them?
New challengers.
Just new challenge.
New challenge. We haven't met them a lot, so I have nothing to say.
I'm not gonna pass it to you again, because it's all next to me. I should just put it.
Yeah.
세 번째 팀은 이제 NB e스포츠인데 이 팀은 제가 잘 몰라가지고
이 팀 저도 잘 몰라요. 그러니까 여기다 넣을게요.
그다음에 NH 팀인데 전 잘 몰라가지고
잘 모르는구나. 저도 이 팀은 잘 모르기 때문에 바코스에 야무지게 하도록 하겠습니다.
There's STE. We played against them
6 to 8 yes.
a lot or only once?
Not a lot, no. I think one or twice.
2021.
Yep, one.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
They're top guns. I would put them at top.
Yeah, top guns.
Yeah.
SP. Bence bunlar direkt top tier yani. Her PMGC'de vardı neredeyse.
중국 ST. 이제 무조건 첫 번째.
1등 팀.
Okay, we have next Trianek. Our old competitors.
That are our rivals.
We've been top guns for sure.
Yeah, they deserve top guns.
yapıştır.
이제 이 팀은
제가 제일 좋아하는 팀.
오.
맞나? 맞는 것 같습니다.
내 좋아하는 팀이라도 맞으면.
Nick Galaxy her sezonda varlar ya. Nick Galaxy okey bir takım.
이 팀은 이제 그래도 해온 경력이 있기 때문에 이제 탑 건스에
Nick Galaxy.
Nick Galaxy?
Yeah.
바로 저희 팀이네요.
와,
당연히 이제 붙여야죠. 에이? 오케이.
Duxon Esports.
Duxon is pretty good too.
They are
They're really good. I like the way they play also.
They have Juni from DWG. They all have PMGC, so I would say top guns.
Oh yeah, let's go with top guns. They deserve it.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데.
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로.
아니 이번엔 리그에서 두 번째 붙여야죠. 에이?
Okay.
That's it.
We have the Brazilians in Gaming, which I like a lot.
Yeah.
They have a big play style, but yeah.
I would say top
guns. Yeah. They had a really good result last year. So this is our power ranking for Group Red.
Güzel oldu bence. Okey yaptık. Bence bazıları belki değişebilir. Siz de katılıyorsanız yorumlarda belirtin. Katılmıyorsanız da söyleyin yani bu takım bence buraya gitmeliydi falan diye yorumlarda belirtin yani. Yani bizi
우리 이렇게 정리해놨고 이제 PMGC에서 이제 좋은 경기 하자.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkürler.
I hope you guys enjoy it and see you in PMGC. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Güle güle.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And this week, we'll be remarking the second week for the Red Group to commence their battle. Today with me, before we starting our day one of week number 2 for Red Group, we have Yudu Alliance representative, or the, I think he's the Russia, and Frega Adikluk with us to join in for the interview. How are you feeling right now, Adikluk? Apa Adikluk tengah rasa sekarang?
Rasa saya teruja sebab kita orang dapat main kat global kan.
Yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking because it's going to be a global stage, and for Yudu Alliance, it's going to be a lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure, there have been so many Malaysian fans waiting for you guys to play since last week, but we only have Malaysian teams starting this week. Do you feel the pressure, and can you tell us how you cope with the pressure with so much expectation since you're playing in your home country? Okay, to translate ya. So kita dah tahu orang-orang Malaysia ni, netizen kan, ramai lama dah cik tanya pada minggu lepas bila Malaysia nak main ni. Akhirnya Malaysia akan main. Judo Alliance start dulu di minggu kedua di rate group kita hari ni. Jadi macam mana korang cope ataupun korang adapt dengan diri korang dengan pressure, sebab ramai ni mengharap pada tim Malaysia. Macam mana korang nak agih-agihkan pressure antara korang semua?
Pasal pressure tu kita orang taruh tepi. Kita orang tak fikir pasal pressure. Kita orang tak nak letak pressure tu dekat kita orang untuk PMGC ni. And kita orang akan cuba buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia. Sebab kita orang pun first team Malaysia yang main untuk PMGC season ni. And doakan kita orang, Judo Alliance.
So basically what Adik Luke just mentioned, they don't really think about the pressure that much. Just put it aside and just keep that focus on what's in front of them, which is going to be the PMGC in week number 2 now. And speaking of which, there must be some pep talk from your coach and analysts about what's your expectations for today, right? Do you have any preparations for PMGC that's extraordinary, since it is one of the biggest event for PUBG Mobile this year? Jadi memandangkan ini PUBG Mobile Global Championship, tournament yang paling besar untuk PUBG Mobile sendiri, korang mesti ada something yang luar daripada biasa daripada persiapan korang. Jadi ada tak apa-apa yang daripada coach atau analis yang sedikit luar biasa daripada pandangan adik sendiri?
Untuk PMGC kali ni kita orang dah membuat preparation awal. Kita orang menggunakan device PMGC ni lebih awal 1 minggu. Training dekat sebelum masuk daripada venue ni, kita orang dah training dulu. And kita orang dah main banyak scrim lah, PMGC scrim semua. Dekat result PMGC scrim hari tu agak baik result kita orang. And untuk coach dengan analisis kita orang pula ada bagi gameplay and strategi yang baru untuk season ni. And kita orang pun dah ada pengalaman daripada season lepas.
So basically what Luke just mentioned, that they've been preparing quite a long time and it been took them some a bit more longer for their trainings and their scrims for PMGC. Not just that, they've been involved with a lot of behind the scene with the analysts and the coaches. And if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned about you prepared yourself a bit more longer for the devices. So speaking of devices, adaptation for the devices will be one of the biggest challenge for pro players as well. Now that's going to be one of the remarkable challenges the players have to face themselves. Now, I think we can have more questions. Yeah. Now, if we give you the options, right? I don't ask this to a lot of players, but if you have the option that you can choose yourself to be in certain group, which group do you prefer to be yourself in? Is it going to be the red group this week? Is it last week's screen, or will it be like yellow group for next week? Kalau adik Luke sendirilah, korang punya team Judo Alliance diberi pilihan untuk memilih grup korang masing-masing kalau nak ikutkan, adakah korang nak stay dengan grup merah ni atau korang nak kepada grup yellow ke, atau minggu lepas mi hijau?
Bagi saya, kita orang akan stay dalam grup red kita orang ni. Sebab di antara 3 grup red ni bagi saya antara yang paling tak adalah senang, tapi paling mudah lah daripada 3 grup ni.
Senang dan mudah sama tu. Sebab mudah.
Lebih mudah lah kot daripada 3 grup tu.
Dan kalau yang 3-3 tu mana yang paling susah?
Paling susah bagi saya dekat grup green. Sebab dekat grup green tu banyak yang berpengalaman.
Oh, interesting. So what he just mentioned, that he do prefer to stay in the red group because he's not saying it's easy, but it is slightly easier than the others. That's what he literally just mentioned, quote unquote. And speaking of which, of all the grouping that he mentioned before, it feels like for Adik Luke and Judo Alliance, it's going to be the green group's going to be the toughest so far. That's going to be interesting because from what I know, some teams do kind of fear the yellow group than the others. Depends on who's in the group as well. Now, one last question for you. Last week, Green Group Stalwart Esports managed to set the most individual eliminations and the most team eliminations in one singular map. And that was in day 1, match number 5, the first Miramar in week 1. So that was 18 eliminations by team, Stalwart Esports, and for the individual player, Stalwart's top managed to get 8 eliminations by himself. Now, speaking of week 2, do you think that you can outbest or outperform Stalwart Esport, or do you think that's pretty much like that's going to be a bit too high of a bar for the standard. Jadi untuk adik Luke sendirilah kan, untuk Youth Alliance, memandangkan grup STE atau Star Esports minggu lepas dapat mata singkiran paling tertinggi untuk pasukan dan juga untuk sebagai satu individu 18 mata singkiran dalam satu map, iaitu hari pertama Miramar yang pertama juga, dan untuk individu 8 mata singkiran oleh top. Jadi untuk Youth Alliance, korang rasa korang boleh match tak performance tu, ataupun korang rasa itu dah agak susah, tinggi juga bar tu?
Untuk saing dengan STE bagi kita orang agak susah and berbeza sebab gameplay STE lebih kepada agresif sebab mereka punya firepower memang power lah. And berbanding dengan kita orang dekat PMGC ni kita orang tak agresif macam main PMPL kita orang, and kita orang akan buat gameplay lain lah.
InsyaAllah menjadi. So, Adik Luke just mentioned it's kind of hard to actually match up with what Star Esports actually has to offer last week. They set the bar pretty high up there, but when it comes to Youth Alliance, they try their best to meet up with the expectation of the fans, even their own expectation when it comes to this week's PMGC in Red Group. Thank you so much, Adik Luke. I wish you all the best later on, and we all Malaysians will looking, and there'll be a lot of pressure on you, but good luck, all the best, and thank you so much. Now, we did mention about week 1 in the PMGC when it comes to Green Group last week. They set the standards bar pretty high up there. Now, there's going to be the only top 3 when it comes to the second week in the Red Group. We'll have the privilege to sit and stay in the throne and just wait it out for the rest to battle it out to get themselves the slot for survival stage or straight towards the Grand Finals. Are you guys ready for week 2 Red Group performance of the 2023 PMGC? Let's head straight into it. Back to the casters.
Let's go, everybody. Welcome on back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So great to see Choo Choo on the stage, getting us hyped up here. Awesome interview with Youth Alliance as well. Of course, beside me, I got 2 legends in the business, the 7WG and Cameron Davis. 7, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm excited for this group. Anybody can take it. Seeing what happened last week with Group Green, I can't wait. Okay, I've been waiting for this moment the whole year.
What about you, Cameron?
Yeah, dude, listen. As you said, week 1 was fantastic. Week 2 is going to be even better. We've already had a bunch. Personal bias, we all have it on this desk. We just got to come out with it at the very beginning. We've had a bunch of the Americas teams already be super successful, and I'm hoping to see that continue even further, especially with Inco and IG here this week.
100%. So for those of you guys just tuning in for the first time, it's top 3. That's what everybody's hunting down right here. Those 3 teams are going to be moving straight on over to the finals. We already have 5 teams there already, and it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger as time goes on here. And top 3 is where you want to be. Bottom 5 is where you don't want to be here, Cameron.
Yeah, and because there is such a wide berth of, not qualifying to the next stage immediately, you got to go to the survival in that middle. I'm curious if we're going to see towards the end of this week, if you're in like that 6th place, 7th place, if you're going to go for some very dramatic plays, because, I mean, trying to make it into top 3 is worth the risk of potentially, as long as you're not in the bottom 5, as you say. So we might see some really wild moves because of that, I guess, birth of flexibility that this format gives.
100%. 7, you got to catch a glimpse of some of the games we saw yesterday, in the last week, right? So when it comes to this grouping in general, right? Group Red. I wonder, what do you think the strategies are going to be for some of these squads? You think they're going to go in a little bit hard right here off the start? Because we saw one team not make it due to 1 point in Group Green last week.
See, now that you mentioned that, there's a team that automatically comes to mind, and it has to be Inco. because that team last year, I mean, they barely qualified to the Grand Finals. They had to go into last chance, and they were qualifying by just 1 point. So when you're talking about being aggressive, being able to get the first chicken dinner, I'm going to be looking at Inco very closely because this team usually tends to struggle too on day one of tournaments. If I look back at Brazil, PMPL fall split, if we look back at Americas, this team was never able to get a chicken dinner on the day one. So if they can get a chicken dinner here on day one, boy, that's going to be massive for them.
I think so too, man. It's so crazy because you have Inco pop it off, but you know what? We got to, of course, talk about our sponsor here, the official smartphone for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro. If you guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, check out that GT10 Pro. It was created for esports players specifically. I know these guys are super excited. I know you are as well. And while you're at it, go check out the TikTok. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023 so you guys can keep up to date with everything that's going on, as well as get a good little sneak peek behind the scenes. One thing I really liked before we even got started here today is that awesome recap we saw at the start, right? And we got a little bit of a glimpse of what happened before, and we had some really cool, we saw some power rankings for some squads. What do you think about that, Cameron?
I think they were being too nice on a lot of them. Granted, the only the bottom option was new challengers, which could mean anything. I just, I like the format. I like that video. I just wish that it gave the teams opportunities to really throw some dirt on each other because that's what I'm here for.
7.
I'm just thinking of which teams that would, if they told them like these teams don't matter to us, which teams they would be putting on that list. And there's definitely some up there that come to mind that I'm not gonna throw under the bus just yet. We'll see how day one goes.
Not for us to say.
That's right. We'll wait to see how it goes here off the start. Then we'll definitely pick out, we'll show our picks for sure. So this is that format, guys, we were talking about a little bit earlier here. That survival stage that's coming up in the 22nd to the 24th. We already have some monsters in there. One team in particular, right, Cameron? Is the good old Luxy and Zuxy. They are there waiting for these squads to get there.
Yeah, listen, I think if anything, just looking at the teams that are already in the survival that didn't make it in their top 3 from the first group, just shows that, oh God, I'm back. I'm actually about to say the sentence, anything can happen. But really, it's the fact that you're looking at limited rounds that we have here. I mean, it's 24 rounds, right? That's a good number of rounds to really make sure that you're at the top. But these are the best teams from around the world. That opens up the birth of quality of just strong teams that are going to be coming in. You could be the best team in your region. You're just in the middle of the pack potentially here at PMGC. You have to come up with your best foot forward and really come out of the gate swinging.
100%. These are the teams that we're going to be seeing here in week number 2. 7, I know some teams are definitely standing out to you, but I want you to talk about one in particular because we got a little bit of talk about Inco, right? But the other Brazilian team, intense game, they're here and ready to go, right?
They are. I mean, this team was actually able to perform so well, too, that they were able to perform better than Inco Gaming when it came down to America's Championship. They ended up in 2nd place. I wonder how they're going to be starting here. As I was mentioning with Inco, I want to see a chicken dinner out of them. For IG, I don't know what to expect out of them. And you know what? I'm actually going to flip it and look at some of the teams there towards the top. Because FaZe Clan is a team that I'm going to be looking at very closely. This is a team that, you know what? They already have a lot of reps here. They've been here before. They haven't been able to perform to what they want to be. And I feel like since last year, whenever they lost Tony K at the beginning of the year, they've been trying to find the group. They've been trying to figure out how they're going to end up playing. Towards the end here, as we get closer to PMGC, as we are now, I feel like they finally started finding that group, and I'm hoping that we see it here out of them on this group, because if they don't, it can spiral down very, very quickly.
Oh, that is right. Now, one thing I love that we saw a little bit earlier was those little power rankings, right, that we saw from some of the top dogs in the lobby. But, speaking of top dogs, Cameron, we saw a little mix between different teams, different decisions of where some squads should go. But one team in particular that nobody hesitated on, right, was none other than STE. Every single team put them with top dogs right off the bat. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they're coming from PEL, right? That's considered one of the best regions just in the world. And they're a little bit, a little more isolated, I suppose, in terms of the overall international competition outside of PMGC. So that makes it a little difficult to 100% confirm whether you think that they're a good team or not compared to all the rest that they played against each other a lot more. But it's still PEL. It's still one of the best teams in the world, one of the best regions in the world. So even just qualifying from that region doesn't even have to be in the top spot. Qualifying from that region puts so much weight behind you.
And to add some more on that 6-8, actually, I feel like a lot of teams are looking at the performance that this team had on PMWI, which was a second place finish. It was a very, very impressive finish in a global aspect event. And I feel like that's the last memory that a lot of these teams are having, and that's why they were putting them there towards the top. And this is another team. I mean, we're kind of talking about this, right, Hot Jigs and Cam, at the beginning of the day, before we even got started here. Who do we think is going to win this group? Ooh. I personally cannot pinpoint one. I have 6-8 up there, but I cannot say for certain, okay, yeah, that's the team that's going to be for sure in the top 3, because anything can happen with this group. It's not a group of death. It's wide open.
100%.
It's a group of opportunity.
Yep.
Yeah. It's all about opportunity here. And I think that teams starting off really need to push the envelope off the rip, because, some of these newcomers, new squads that are coming in here, they might have a little bit more nerves than some of the teams more experienced. At the start of the last group, we kind of had that storyline of the old versus the new, because there was some newcomers that were coming in hot here. Of course, it was the veterans that dominated that lobby completely. Sure. And I understand why, Cameron. So I wonder, if some of these vet teams, at least more experienced squads, are going to come off the rip starting off strong.
I mean, yeah, experience is always going to net you positive, especially with a stage like this. It is only group stage right now. It's not the same thing as being on like the main stage grand finals, but there is still a level of pressure, and especially if you struggle on the first couple of rounds, it's experience that generally is what's able to get you to get your team back together, get your nerves back together, to stop slipping, to stop sort of struggling and tilting. However, don't discount the new guns. I mean, they're at PMGC to begin with. They're here. They're qualified here already. They could be an unexpected threat. So you really want to be prepared for everyone. But I do generally, all other things being equal, give it to the veteran players to be able to pull it out in the end, to be able to make sure that they confirm the qualification, whether it's the top 3 or even just making sure that they stay above bottom 5.
Well, you know what? I got to mention something before we get started here today, right? At all the teams I'm looking at, there's one name, Seven, that stands out to us Americans the most, right? It's good old Ed Hyper, baby. The only North American representative that is here. Now, I will say there are some other teams in this group that have some North American players, right? But they're the team coming in. But I did notice something huge, Seven. And you want to talk about it?
100%. I mean, this is a team that at one point, right, I'm gonna have to bring it back, Hot Juice. You had a hot take whenever we were doing our PMPLs, and you were like, I feel like this team, with the way they're playing, they can definitely make it to grand finals. And boy, you were cooking, and I was eating what you were cooking. But sadly, after the news that have unfolded recently, I'm not liking the flavor of what you were cooking anymore, because this team is going to be losing 2 big players that were part of the squad during their build-up to PMGC, and that's going to be Kindness and Rin. They weren't able to make it. They are going to have a big backup, which I'm really glad to see that he's going to be playing, which is FS. But the big question mark for me comes down to that 4th player, and it's going to be Shifan. Shifan is going to be back into the squad. We haven't really seen Shifan at all, whether it was in North America PMPL or America's PMPL. We haven't been able to see how he's been able to perform with the way Hyper has been playing recently, and I feel like that is a big question mark, and I'm not as confident anymore saying, okay, you know what, this team could be a dark horse. This team could definitely surprise a lot of people, because losing 2 big players, especially Kindness, one of the main fraggers for your roster, that's going to hurt them big time.
Yeah, I don't think this puts them default into last place by any means. Like, Shifan and FS are great players. I mean, Seven especially really likes FS and wanted him to play more as the sub player. We saw him a couple of times throughout the year, even though he wasn't on the main 4 roster, right? Like, these are okay substitutions, but it is still Rin, and it is still the powerhouse damage dealer Kindness that is not going to be here. And how much that's going to hurt them, we're going to have to see. But it's going to hurt them at least a little bit. I'm still excited to see GK First deliver. It's his turn right now to just cement himself as the #1 player on this team and carry NHB towards victory. But it's an even stronger uphill battle now.
Man, that's wild. You talked about you liked what I was cooking a little bit earlier, right? With this roster change, it's like the ingredients are completely changed. And not just ingredients. Speedos are gone. You know what I'm saying? GK first is the sauce, so we still got that, you know?
Yeah.
But man, it's completely different here. You can see some of these historic performances here. So what we have for the record holders, winner chickens in a day. Look at these top 3 finishes. I wonder if we'll see any of these change over to day 7 or even in this group in general. It's going to be hard because the bar is set pretty high.
We're going to be looking at that eliminations in one match, sitting at 20. I think that's doable.
Okay.
I think we can definitely break that here day 1. Come on, Red, you guys got to bring it. I'm not saying it's going to happen in Sandhawk, but I'm hoping it's going to happen in Erangel or Miramar.
Oh boy, this is going to be crazy here. I mean, this group is going to be interesting because, yeah, we were talking about at the start saying, hey, which team do we think is going to win? And we obviously had, you know, some guesses, but I'm hoping to see one of those dark horses come out strong off the rip, Cameron.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think even though this team doesn't have the super strong squads like we see in green and yellow, like red is, as we even heard from the interview at the top of the show, red is considered the group that is the least brutal for the teams that are really trying to make a name for themselves. However, I am still putting a bunch of my weight behind FaZe, behind STE, behind Nigma and ASR. Like, though, I think those are the ones that come out. Inco and IG as well, of course.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get it done, though, as we're getting today started, guys. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters for the first time, Zute and John Allen.
We are going hot into this first match of Group Red, as they said over on the desk. We are looking at teams trying to build that name and build their path towards those grand finals. And for a lot of these teams, towards that last chance stage as well, Zute.
Oh, this is going to be a great week. The Dust said earlier, this may not be the most deadliest group, but that kind of ramps up the action. We won't get like the big dogs, you know, soaking up all the action. In my opinion, it's going to be more of a battle for like the top 3 positions.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to try and get that direct qualification like Loops, Alpha 7 and Stalwart were able to do last week with some pretty banging games, as I think Choo Choo said first as well. They set that bar high.
Very high
last week. So this week we're hoping for a repeat performance, even though it's a little bit less potentially bombastic. I'm hoping for some interesting, exciting games as well.
Yeah, you said set the bar high. I think the Brazil region set the bar extremely high, and we do have 2 Brazilian squads playing in this group as well. I don't know how you feel, but I feel like with these 2 Brazilian teams playing Inco and Intense, right? They saw how their brethrens did in week 1, and I think it's going to hype them up. It's going to give them the confidence to come out strong this week, and at least one of them, in my opinion, is going to make the top 3, if not both of them.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think Inco certainly is more likely in my mind. I've seen a lot more of these players, but Intense, as you say, very rightly so. This is a team that has got that potential, so we'll be looking at them to try and keep up. But the thing, as you said before, that we do know is that the Brazilian playstyle works against this international lobby in a way that maybe a lot of teams in Group Green didn't expect, but they managed to pull through. They did so with style, and we're looking to repeat that here.
And we're going to start it off on Sandhawk, John. Of all maps, the most deadly of maps. And what a better map to start it off, right? Get the blood pumping for all the players as we head into the very first game of week number 2.
Dropping on in the plane path, north to south here, splitting right down the middle. So not too much to worry about there for most of the teams, but in general, Sandhawk, a small enough map that you can pretty much get anywhere on almost all plane paths. So we'll have to wait and see where these drop spots coalesce. Are we going to see any of these hot drops around places like Painan, like Boot Camp as well?
Most likely, I think so. We saw last week teams are not scared to hot drop to fight for their claim of the territory, because it's not just this group, right? They've got, even if they continue on, they're still going to have to fight for their territory in future groups, so you may as well just start the fighting now. And looking at the map, no immediate hot drops, but definitely some scattered players here and there that is overlapping with one another. You can see right there on the bottom left of your screen, 2 teams going towards that northwestern island. Potential sightlines, maybe a knockout the sky. It's going to be difficult though, but they're going for it, and he's got the 4X in hand. Can he hit a shot? I think he's safe.
Not quite able to tag it. Did he have to go down in the water? I think he just found land there, but not ideal. A little bit of a scrap as well going on through. This is down on the southeast east side, just west of Kampong. It's a juke back and forth between these two teams. They're trying to hold down a position which falls now on the east side of the circle. A pretty definitive zone shift towards that southwest island. So a lot of teams going to be looking to move through there, but at the moment, Morph trying to hold off against Nacer.
Yeah. Morph and Nacer deadlocked right here. It's a full-out 4v4. I think I see all the players involved in on that mini-map on the top right. Morph does have a player on the off angle. It is spotted out. A headshot with the Uzi does a little bit of damage, just enough to deter him from doing a flanking off angle on the backside. Does almost get knocked, and I think he did get knocked. Star will get the first knock as other Morph members come in. A quick trade, a 1-for-1 right now.
Morph trying to hold it down. Boboho a little bit isolated, but as you say, there is a trade coming through there. This slows the fight down. This puts a little bit of a stopper on things, and Spec doesn't try and cut the cross, so allows the team to move across this road, allows them to get closer here, but Star has moved up, and they still haven't got control of this res. Now Rocky pushing in, has got backup as well. Morph still trying to hold down this wall line, allow themselves to strafe through it, but in hops Star. He's looking for this flush, he's looking to control. That's the cross control that we were looking for from Spec. He finds Cleon, and now Nacer down to 2. The flushes have come in, and it looks like Morph are really starting to flag, but Nacer have eaten a bullet or two in their time in this fight as well. It's not looking good for either of these two rosters.
Oh man, it's definitely looking better for Nacer though, as they brought it back. It was a 2v3 with a 4th potential revive, but Morph just dropped the ball completely, all down to Rocky, and he's only got that shotgun. He ran out of ammo and his other weapon, and Rocky goes down. That's a win for Nacer, but losing 2 immediately off the bat may not be the best feeling. However, they contested the drop, and they came out on top, so that's a good starting point for them.
Nacer coming through from the MEA Championship. A good start to their tournament, but they are down to 2. No big scraps over in Painan. I think there was some potential for a hot drop around that area, but it all sort of sorted itself out. No casualties to be found. I'm pretty interested around this ruins area, though. We've got about 3 teams on the north coast of this southwest island. So either they've all moved in there in just a moment after, obviously, that hard southwest shift, or there's been a lot of elbow-to-elbow play from these teams on the drop.
Oh, yeah, you can see these players are not expecting this many people close by. The DBS misses. Quick trade from the distance. That's a good supporting sightline from the 7th Element player.
Able to get across. I don't know how he was able to escape the DBS there. The chunk not quite doing the entire job, but manages to cross the opening, get the trade, but that knock should be rezzed. And yeah, so Hale looking to just lose that player.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of these players with not a lot of loot. That region of the ruins that you mentioned, because there's so many players there, and they definitely looted whatever they can, but that's not much. The first circle is on that southwestern side, like you mentioned. Teams from the north, northeast all have to start closing in, and the north side, that ruins area, is going to get very congested as the match goes on.
Yeah, 7th Element did, in fact, drop on that northwestern island on the mountaintop near Camp Alpha. And they have moved down to provide that crunch. In the meantime, looks like we've got a little bit of a holdout on Hale, who have been suffering. They tried to move back down south after they were pushed away by 7th Element with that knock, with that flush. And Hale fleeing for their lives, and a lovely nade comes through from QX to find a knock, and almost the second as well. Tiger cowering behind the rock now as Junie with the oversight coming through. But not able to find a Tiger. Makes the break and gets across to cover.
Yeah, safe for now, but down to 1. 15 teams left alive. Only placement points is what they can really look for, and that's going to be difficult. Enigma Galaxy, this is on the far southern side as they're coming in now. A little bit of third party from distance. They got a knock earlier, no thirst. So Duskin will be able to get that reset, and Enigma Galaxy is pretty much looking towards dead center of the circle. That is where Duskin Esports, right there on your screen, are positioned.
Just trying to get away from the hail of fire from Enigma Galaxy right now on that south edge. Fairly central position. We're waiting on this next shift. When it comes through, it's going to dictate if it is actually going to fully commit to that southwestern island, or if it's going to lurch back over to the mainland and cause a whole heap of problems. I think I'm most worried about the teams on this northwestern island right now.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of pressure sat on them, and there's not a lot of space. You can hold around them out of that west bridge or on the compounds, but trying to get across with the congestion around ruins is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. And I think teams are already realizing with a zone like this, there's a lot of choke points that's do or die. And I know we're only in circle 1, but this is Sandhawk. Do or die could come very early in a map as brutal as this one.
Definitely faster than you'd like, faster than you'd think as well. You Alliance, we heard from them at the start. They're looking to rise up for the Malaysian teams, playing on that east coast right now, near Nasser, the remnants thereof rather, as they had that early scrap coming on through, coming out on top, but losing 2 of their players in the process. East side struggling with that one. We'll see if they're able to push through. Stage 1 just about to close off, and Stage 2 circle centers right on top of Hainan. FaZe on the north, and you've got Daksan as well on that south side.
That's a huge shift in my opinion. It kind of, it centered up, but it keeps things in a limbo. It's a 50-50 between the west and east side of that river. Duskin in a great spot. FaZe with that circle also in a very phenomenal spot. And I think with a circle like this, I think the teams on the northwest side are happy. It kind of relieves that pressure of having them to just go straight south. They could loop back into the blue now if they wish so.
Next, Ruya have rolled down the hill as well, taking the southeast corner of Painan. Daksan not able to hold them out from that southwestern side. FaZe on the northwest, kind of missing a beat here, not able to get into Painan to control that area. But then again, maybe they don't want to commit here. Have the opportunity to get across the bridge if it shifts back down southwest side. But FaZe Clan's position in that walled compound, probably a little bit too strong to give up at this stage, given the centrality of it.
Other teams trying to break in now towards the edge of the zone. We have Intense Game against STE 628 here. Intense Game hailing from the Brazilian region. We saw what a show they put out for the first week. Can the other Brazilian teams this week do the same? A lot of shots ringing through, none connecting actually. That would have been a huge knock for the side of Intense Game, but not able to find it. And with those shots, yeah, you could see he's looking all around, that he is very exposed to many sightlines from not just 628, but other teams potentially looking their way now.
This is the congestion I was talking about around this ruins area on the northwestern island. These crosses are now mandated. You have to get across this river at this point. You have to figure out your path. Looks like Intense Game going to roll straight on up into the Lion's Den here, but maybe they've bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. Diego trying to send out wide, but the DPS is just not connecting here. Not for Intense either way, because Sunan is able to swivel on the spot and fool them in the face there. That is unideal, and Intense Game will be the casualty on that northwestern shore. But can 628 make this crossing?
Yeah, 628 picking up those points, picking up the loot. You can tell they're just biding their time. They're taking whatever points they could get already, not in a big rush because they know this push is going to be difficult regardless. Sunan pushing through with the buggy, and I think they realized that compound was free. With all those shots and no return fire from that area, surely it means no one is positioned there, and they make a nice rotation in. 7th Element looking their way, looking like they will have to give up that fight, realizing 628 will get a nice rotation in, and they're also on the edge of zone, 7th Element, so they need to prep for the next circle shift as well, and they are starting to realize that.
Those boot camp, the trifecta compounds there on that river confluence, so powerful right now to be able to choose very effectively which side of the river you want to be on. Very important for a split circle like this. So 628 having that position, really, really great news. And it feels like 7th Element maybe wasted a bit too much time, or they were just a little bit too worried about Inco on their west.
7th Element tries to see if they could get any points from distance, but the position from 6 to 8, too strong. Very aware of what they're exposed to as we head into stage 3, and the limbo continues, John. It is still a 50-50 between the west or east side of that river, but the central spot of the zone, man, that is looking very congested right now.
liking FaZe's position. And you can see at this point, 628's control of the boot camp compounds on that confluence, on the trifecta, really important. They can get across. Seventh Element, they've been pressured down into a little bit of a a sticky spot.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force made a great rotation from the northeast, cutting right in between multiple teams and finding a spot in Painan.
Wow.
4 up as well. That is great for them. And I don't know, maybe one more team could be housed in this area, but there's definitely going to be more casualties if another team tries to crash in on this location.
I mean, next Ruya crashed into this position a lot earlier on against Duxan, holding a split on Painan. Next Ruya now moved up to that north edge, and you're right, I just looked back at the rotation that that they made to get here to the south side. Crazy to be able to just get straight on through. I don't know how they didn't get taken down, but there you go. That's how you do it.
Yeah, they drove past FaZe, NB Esports, Yala on top of the hill. I mean, sometimes on Sandhawk, you just got to make those quick decisions, and if it pays off huge, but we've seen a lot of rotations on Sandhawk go the complete opposite way. So well-timed, well done for that team. But we still have 14 teams up, so even if they hunker down and survive, they're nowhere close to any placement points just yet. One of the players does get knocked. Should be an easy... Oh, a finish, actually, onto Nasser. Nasser now down to just one player, and they are all the way in the southeast in the blue.
Yeah, they are looking at, I think, just Spec left over towards completely on the south side. Kanina Power just passing Cave now. They've been playing out in the blue up to this point, but they're going to have to find their way in. And playing on that edge on the southeast side, there's a lot of teams there looking to be in the way of that traffic jam. In the meantime, on the opposite side of that circle, you've got Inco looking to put pressure through as we hop back over to Kanina Power. You can see they are just looking to get those heals on board. They have been tickled by the blue all the way through up to stage 3, but they're looking to stay ahead of the game. Where do they go from here, though?
Kanina Power, I can tell you, they're looking to take that hillside. They know that's a strong position, but more than likely occupied. So UD Alliance is there, and a very wide split, controlling it. Olio prone behind the rock, does spot movement. Not going to take shots, doesn't want to give away his position just yet. His teammates, though, definitely raining in shots, and now they are going to fire. They're going to find one, but that is another team. That's Hyper from the low ground shooting up at Kanina Power, and you said it. This is going to be really difficult for them to find a way in, and they are not going to have a clean way in at all, losing 1, 2, maybe even more players already.
Slap bang on Painan with the next circle as well. It's going to be great for next Ruya on the northwest side, but they have lost a player. FaZe, maybe with a bit of control. As UD Alliance wanting to hold out Kanina Power further, but they have got their work cut out for them now because they are up close and personal. A nice push out comes through for Kanina Power, but there is a 1-2 punch for UD Alliance, and they're able to hold on this east side as Becca falls now. Palucci looking to hold the fort, but with players and one of them on the knee, it's going to be real tough going. Unfortunately, UD Alliance, though, they've lost a player. And who's this? They're rocking up into the fight.
Ooh, NB Esports with a great third-party timing. They hear all the commotion. They know they're not in the zone, and they do drive right up. Tiger, last player up for Hale. He's been in this shed for quite a while, and he's going to get taken down by Inco. Surely 1v4. He gets a knock, but that's about it. Inco slowly working their way in, keeping 4 up. They're going to have to drive straight in as that blue zone is right on top of them. And here's that third-party attempt by NB Esports, working out really well for them. UD Alliance now down to 2. More importantly, for the side of NB Esports, so they get control of the top hill.
There's another knock coming through. Hyper being a really difficult backstop for these teams trying to rotate on this southeast side, trying to move up this coastline. But Hyper just shutting the door time and time again. Not a crack left open. Excellent stuff from the lone representatives from the NA region. Trying to have a little bit of regional pride on board. It looks like they got a bit of chip on their shoulder for it. It's working out for the time being. No eliminations found, though. They haven't been able to add those to the tally, despite their efficacy on that coast.
Yeah, and Hyper just really struggles to pick up those elimination points early on. We saw it through the Americas and the League stage, but hopefully they'll turn things around. They have 4 up, which is good for them. Nanabete snaking up. Oh, wait, that was the last player from Inco?
Yeah.
Wow, we saw them as 4 just seconds ago, but This is Sandhawk after all, taken down to just one, and they're out.
Brazil where, man? What's going on? Both of our Brazilian teams getting taken out early with very little points gained. Inco 2 points. Intense game 0. They went down pretty early on as well. And yeah, I mean, Inco just tried to rotate past Enigma Galaxy and 7th Element, got caught in the crossfire, and just didn't have the strength to pull through. This Pinon circle is brutal.
Oh, yeah, this is probably one of the more brutal Sandhawk circles, especially with the way it constantly shifted. Pinon is the focal point, and Hyper does have a great position on the edge. They doing that split across both riverways. I'm pretty sure they're hoping it swings to one side so they could stack, but man, it's still that 50-50, and no one's going to break into Pinon for free at this point.
It is very heavily fortified. Those hills that sit just to the north side may be able to house a little bit more for NV Esports, but FaZe have got their own problems. You see that in the picture-in-picture on the left-hand side of your screen. 628 trying to get through. They've been playing pretty well. I liked their rotation from that northwest island, playing up to that trifecta compound, but here it looks like they might really start to struggle. FaZe have got ahead of them, and getting around this headland is very, very tricky.
Yeah. I'm thinking 6-8, it looks like they're going to try and just not engage that fight. It doesn't give them much cover, you know, playing down at those rocks. There are sightlines that will spot them out. They have 4 up. I'm surprised they're giving up that fight. It is a difficult fight, though. Instead, they're going to try and sneak into Pinon. And we have Nexruya right here. It is spotted. Nade in hand. That's going to be deadly if he could connect. He will back up for now. Maybe bait out some util from the side of STE before he returns.
Dokuma backing off the door frame. Looks like they feared the ordnance, but you've got that crossfire from Zeb Wolf. You've got 7th Element as well across the way. This is exactly what you were talking about, right? So you push up, you just don't have cover.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and engage a 4v4 against FaZe. FaZe is in a great spot, or not great spot on top of that hill, but a better spot than staying down on the riverside. And NB Esports playing this so well, starting from the hill, third party, and now sweeping down, catching the side of FaZe. Ben Torres, last one up, trying to get at least 1 point for the team. The DB can fourth. He does find a knock, and he gets the confirmation too. But I think, yep, that's as far as he will go. NB Esports will lose 1 player. Very unfortunate for them. Next circle comes in, and it is still right on to Pinon.
Oh, we're kicking it off nice and spicy today in Sanhok. Everybody rags and tags, except for Duxan in the middle of Pinon. You've got Enigma Galaxy who've been able to hold it down on the south side as well, playing as 4, but everybody else a little bit less lucky than that. And we'll be seeing if Enigma Galaxy can push in here, because Duxan at the moment are quite split on that south side. There is a potential opening here if they crash right.
Definitely so, and they're split, but they're doing a great job with their split. They're up to 6 eliminations. Playing split from in there. It's not all the time you see teams at the compound able to pick up eliminations, as that tree is going to be the death of those 2 players. Oh man, keep your eyes, well, not on the road, but what's right in front of you, and that tree does cost them very dearly. Last player up, NB Esports. Can he snake it out? Maybe get some placement points. Top 8 is not much placement points whatsoever, as Nexruya now firing shots. Nades come in, NB Esports taken out.
It is so tough to approach Pinon at this point. 3 teams have been locking it down for ages. Nexruya on that northwest point, looking to try and hold out 628. Sunan is still going for 628, despite their open ground push that got them torn to pieces there. N-Hyper going down with no eliminations as well. And a lot of teams trying to make that push. Here comes Enigma Galaxy, and they have actually found a way into Pinon on the southwest point.
Yep. Yeah, that split from Duskan, not able to stop any of the players from Enigma Galaxy coming in. Enigma Galaxy in a really great position, but will this 50-50 limbo continue? A 6-8 actually managed to get Sunan into the zone. I don't know how you managed to do that, and the circle goes right on to Nongshim Red Force, but both sides of the river still in the next circle.
It actually kind of favors Enigma Galaxy on the rotation here, because Duxan are going to have to regroup further south, right? Nexruya should be able to watch those crosses, watch those shifts, but if you're going to open up onto groups, if you're going to find these knocks, that is an excellent signal for Duxan to try and regroup south. And that is a split knock as well, meaning they can't go for that instant res.
Yeah, they're going to have to cross over, and that player watching that cross very keenly. They do make the crossover. The revive will come through. Duxon does make more leeway into this zone, though, and you can see they're getting ahead of Enigma Galaxy off just that knock alone. So even though no confirmation, that knock was huge. It might have given them positional power to win this match if they can make it across. The spray of Nextruya, one of their players will go down.
That's what I was talking about, those crossfires through the streets. It's so hard to move south, and now we have no teams with all 4 players alive, except for Enigma Galaxy, who have been just slowly marching forwards. This is great stuff from this roster, from this team. Starting out well. Dimkan with the angle down the alleyway, but he's got a wall right next to him. Can't really do much than just try and fade away from this one. As they try and cross the river, they need to get across, but the time is running out. Nextruya still on this crossfire as they continue their pressure from that north side. As Duxan clash in the streets of Painan, and nobody is looking good. Nobody's looking hot for it. The nades pour through, so many knocks on this southwest side, and it is curtains for Duxan, who have held out for so long, and Ralph not long for it either.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy does manage that 3rd place position, though, so that was good for them. That's the best they can hope for, because neither of those teams are making it across this river, not with Nongshim and Nextruya looking dead at them. Now it's down to the final 2 teams. A 3v4 scenario. Nongshim with the man advantage. Center zone does fall in favor of Nongshim as well, because there is no more circles here, but they have clear visions right down the middle. Nextruya definitely with their backs up against the wall.
The circle finishes inside of that warehouse, out to the east, out to the right-hand side of Tizzy as you look at it. So it's a lot of open ground here. That wall might come into play quite importantly. How many nades do they have left? That Molotov from Tizzy could be pivotal. If he launches it through now, may be able to use it a little bit later to control more space, but might not have that opportunity. Might be taken away from you. Nextruya.
Oh,
powerful. But in goes the Molotov. That is brilliant to find the burn onto Dokkanma, and he is going to fall to it. So another man up in the advantage now for Nongshim Red Force. As Tizzy holds the wall, playing back and forth. Can they step out? Can Nextruya pull it back together? They got 4 players to handle. Tizzy doesn't manage to land the first shot, and a Blazo will find that first flush, but Frozen is there. They cut them down. It is Nongshim to be able to take home this first chicken dinner. It was the burnout, the bleed out for Nextruya. And what a way to kick things off here for Group Red. The Painan finish over on that north side. Nongshim Red Force with an incredible rotation into their position that eventually won them the game.
Yeah, you could say Nongshim Red Force definitely got circle blessed, but that rotation they made from the north, cutting past 3 different teams, I mean, that was a great rotation, and they were heavily rewarded for it. You can see the smiles on their face. They know that one rotation is literally what won them the match, and it's not often on Sandhawk you win a game off of a rotation, but a Painan ending and you get the prime position, that is definitely one way to do it.
I mean, to be fair, that one rotation was a little bit of a hedge, right? Like
yeah, it was.
You just send it into the middle, that's what they were looking to do, and you hope that the circle goes to you. And in the end, it did. It very much did. And they were able to keep all 4 of their players alive in that southeast side. They were able to guard out a lot of teams with the help of N-Hyper on that southeast edge as well. So not a lot of competition pushed them from that direction.
Yeah, MVP of the Nongshim Red Force team, XZY. 2 eliminations, 479 damage. Them as a team picked up a lot of points as well. They were firing so much suppressive fire all 360 degrees around them, and they worked out great for them. You can see the distance traveled. Yeah, they didn't just get there and get circle blessed the whole entire game. They made those rotations. They traveled. If I'm not mistaken, they were probably one of the far northern teams that just cut their way in and got the chicken dinner.
They were really, really heads up on their position. Dropping, yeah, they were all the way up in Cow on the drop. So they did very much have their work cut out for them. But that's the power of it. I mean, you get these early points, you get these early chicken dinners, it sets you up in a really good spot. You've got 4 days to play, right? So you don't have super long. Getting an early strong performance gives you a little bit more breathing room. The question is momentum. Can this Korean roster, can this Korean team keep it going?
Yeah, and another team that I want to congratulate for doing well, Enigma Galaxy. They came in from the far south side. It could have been a completely different story, with that circle instead of on the east side of the river at the very end shifted to the west side. So both teams getting a lot of points coming from polar opposite sides of the map, and I think that just goes to show the skill it takes. You know, in Sandhawk, people complain it's a very RNG related map, but if you're coming in from the opposite sides of the map and both teams, you know, pick up a lot of points, those rotations, the teamwork, the prowess does come into play.
I think that the RNG favored Duxan and Nextruya here. If we're being honest, they went into Pioneer very early.
Very early.
And they were able to get into the top 4 just by virtue of having that position and being able to hold it down, which is not easy. It's definitely not easy, but it is certainly easier than trying to push in from the outside. So I think you're right to highlight Nick the Galaxy as well as Nongshim Red Force in this scenario. I think it's very, very interesting to see that dichotomy of playstyle, both of which were rewarded here.
What a game. And that was our very first match of the day, starting out and ending in Painan. Can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this one.
Good old Painan finish. Don't we love to see it right there? Nongshim Red Force being the first team to get a chicken dinner for Group Red. Guys, what a way to start things off. I'm going to start off with you, Seven, right? And before we get into, you know, all the, of course, the teams that won, all the other stuff, I have a major question for you. Ready for it?
Uh-huh.
Brazil?
Brazil? Yeah, question mark? Because, first of all, IG, one of their players got knocked by 628, and they just went full on. And 628 was able to counter that push by IG by just throwing his smoke, and the player was just hiding the smoke, being patient. Use that aggressiveness in their favor, I guess you could say that. And then for Inko, I kind of go back to what Sute was saying, that at one point we saw them with 4, we blinked our eyes, and there was just one player left, and he wasn't shooting, and then he got caught, and he started shooting. But I mean, can we talk about how they get blessed a little bit by the circle? You know what? The team that won, NSR. But the way they were able to finish there, that was amazing.
Unbelievable right there.
Yeah, just looking at that final fight against Nongshim Red Force and Next is the way that Nongshim were holding that final angle. They had all of their pieces in position. They knew exactly the angles they needed to take care of. And yeah, there were a couple of missed DBS shots in the end. That player really wasn't threatened at all, despite the wide open wall on his left side, because his teammates were covering that angle, and they just made sure that the grasp they had on the game, it was going to maintain theirs. They weren't one of the first ones in Painan. John Allen was talking about that. They weren't one of the first ones there, but they wedged themselves in. And yeah, the final shift towards their side of the river was really, really valuable in order for them to play proper defense. But getting the eliminations that they got and making sure that they confirmed the chicken dinner, really well done.
What was impressive too out of them is the way that they were actually able to rotate doors, where ultimately they did end up getting a little bit of a bless. They ended up rotating from North Paradise Resort and just find their way in. It's something, I mean, come on, you know, we covered North America. We got to mention it just a tiny bit. And Hyper not being able to get any eliminations, man, that really hurt. But I did enjoy how proactive they were to kind of defend the compound that they were on. Usually, we were wondering, are we going to see the N Hyper that we saw in NA at least being able to try to be more aggressive? They weren't able to convert into any elims. But you know what? I like it. I like it considering that they have 2 subs and my dreams are crushed.
Yeah, they're playing active. It was good to see them trying to defend that position. It's unfortunate that they didn't get any elimination points. I don't even know if they got any placement points. But the fact that they weren't just like trying to cower in and play Super Turtle does give me some hope that they're going to continue to swing.
I agree, 100%. It was good to be able to see and Hyper just recognize that situation. Like, hey, you know what? Let's make sure this backside's clear first, and then we'll worry about what's coming up later. Unfortunately, they were never even able to even get into that finish circle, but still, you know, it's good to see a little bit of sign of life from them. At the end of the day, though, it is Sandhawk, right? If you're able to get that zone towards the end, you're able to really benefit from them. I love the fact that we saw Nongshim Red Force actually be able to do that. They capitalized, right? But now we're going to start heading into Erangel, right? So, Seven, any team in particular that you saw that really stood out to you other than the ones we talked about?
Nextruya. I thought we were gonna have enough time to maybe cover them a little bit on the beginning of the show, and that's kind of why I was yelling there. And I was like, "Don't forget about Nextruya." Even though they did end up getting the most points out of the region via PMGC, they still won their championship, and we didn't actually get to see that a lot out of teams that ended up with the most PMGC points. Usually, they took their championship as a way to throw in a way. But next year I was like, no, we want to come in hot into PMGC, and I feel like they did end up rotating super early. They were one of the teams that were first towards where the game ultimately ended up finishing off. But it worked out great for them, and I can't wait to see what they're gonna do here in Erangel.
Erangel's going to be insane. Everybody else will be ready because we're playing 3 today, 2 Miramars at the end of the day here. So, other than next Rhea, and Hyper, one thing I will say when it comes to them, right, that I have, and I'm going to theorize a little bit, okay? The advantage I will say that we seeing Shifan on the roster, okay? When it comes to interviews, right?
Yes.
Kindness refuses to do any, right? Because he says he's too shy, all right? Shifan clutches up every interview, hand steady, not shaken, right? So the fact that we're at a LAN, I will say this, right? Being able to not be so nervous on camera, I think is an advantage he's going to have opposed to a lot of other players.
What, interviews?
Okay. Yeah, no. I see. It's a bit of a stretch. Duke. I see where you're getting that. It's not a one-to-one crossover of skill set in terms of being nervous in the camera and performing in the game, but I see. There's something there. I get you.
Shifan, don't prove me wrong. Let's go ahead and head on over into Erangel. Let's go ahead and bring it back on over to John Allen and Zoo.
What a way to kick things off. A great first match coming in for Group Red. Pretty disastrous circle, pretty malicious, I'd say, on the fronts for most of the teams playing there. But we did see some pretty solid plays. We liked quite a lot of what was going on there. But now we're over to Erangel, which may be a little bit more calming for the nerves.
Oh yeah, that last Sandhawk match was brutal. I feel like all the teams coming in from the edge just really did not play out well. Like Nongshim, they made work of that rotation. Enigma Galaxy as well from the south side. But every other team, they just had to fight for scraps, for points. Everyone else who was centered up, definitely got the better end of the stick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it was Painan all the way, right? You get into Painan, you get handed a top 4 position, pretty much just right off the bat. But getting there in the first place was the tricky barrier. And I think Enigma Galaxy, as we highlighted before, were the stars of making that happen in a position where maybe we wouldn't have expected them to be able to do so. For my money, Duxan kept that split a little bit too long. But we're going to put the past behind us now, and we're going to head over to Erangel. As we said before, it is a little bit crazy over on Sandhawk, so hopefully this triple billing of Erangel will be a little bit more sensible. Let's put it that way, a little bit more reserved.
Yeah. And it's funny that usually when circles center up, you get the more technically non-RNG sided maps, but with the way that Sandhawk kept centering, I mean, teams just couldn't do anything from the edge. But on Erangel, rotations, definitely a lot more flexible. See a lot more strategy come out on this Erangel match, and teams, even if they don't get the circle, they have a lot more of angles to work with, fighting their way in. We saw a lot of teams try and fight their way in on Sandhawk, and I don't think any team was really successful fighting their way in, being the way the circle shifted. But Erangel, we'll see more of that strategical prowess coming out from many of these teams.
We are going to be dropping into the first of 3 Erangels today. Plane path going down from Milta Power up towards Georgia Pole, up towards Zaki in the northwest side. So we're going to have a pretty clean plane path to start things off. Nothing too dramatic. You can grab vehicles and get pretty much anywhere you want at this stage. A lot of teams out fairly early, actually. Maybe some people heading over to Novo. Milta Power potentially also a drop spot here, but there is quite a few teams on this east side.
Yeah, a lot of teams are dropping out indeed. We'll see where they end up rotating. I don't expect hot drops here. We saw in Sandhawk some scraps, some fights coming out for sure, being the size of the map. But Erangel, so much loot to be had, so much at play here. Just keeping my eye out, seeing if there is any committed hot drops, and I don't think so. And you mentioned it, this plane path is very fair for all of the teams. A lot of rotations, the vehicles that they can pick up to get to their loot location. And it really comes down to the first circle. Is it going to be a very static one or dynamic one? Maybe like straight onto military base, hard to the northwest side? We'll see very shortly.
Are going to try and fly all the way over the water on the south side for Inco. Playing at the circle. Not going to be kind to the military drops this time around. heads up a little bit northwest, but still got a lot of that mainland inside. The river split down the middle, as always is. It's going to be a little bit of a tribulation for a lot of these teams moving forwards, but the circle will have to decide at some point. Or then again, maybe not. We saw it. We had the craziest circles over in the European Championship. If you didn't see that, then check some of those circles out. We finished on the central island at least once in that river, so sometimes it just doesn't make a decision, as we saw with Painan.
Yeah, that river just kept staying in play, and it could happen in this one as well. We'll see in Circle 2 if that river will be in play. But for now, I would say definitely favors south of that river more than the north side. And I think we'll see more teams pretty much set up on that south side. And no hot drops. Everyone's pretty much dropped where they want. All the teams are looking good for loot. That congestion on the southeast side might come into play, though, depending on how the circle shifts.
I think Inco, with the number of parachutes that they should have seen, they drop over to Novo. More than likely, they're just going to want to head over to that west bridge instead of trying to take the crossing from that east bridge. With the number of teams that will be on that side, as you say, that congestion will not be super inviting for them. That western side may be a little bit more of a tempting prospect in their mind. And given the fact that both of the Brazilian teams had a little bit of a flat falling over on that first map, they're going to want to just put some points up, keep themselves in the running early on, because as you can see right at the top of the tables, you got Nongshim Red Force, 21 points off that first match.
Yeah, huge game for Nongshim Red Force, and I like that you brought it up. I was actually just about to ask you, how do you feel about the Brazilians? You know, we had a lot of high expectations coming in for them coming into this weekend. With that first Sandhawk map, what do you think went wrong, or was it just the zones and they couldn't do much about it?
It was a very tricky set of shifts. As we know, it centered up right onto Painan. I think Inco was the team that I was more focused on than Intense Game in that match. They were constantly being corralled by 7th Element, in the end having to try and punch through Nick the Galaxy, and that was just a hurdle too far with that third-party off-angle. Speaking of the off-angle there, Morph able to find Dokuma pretty cleanly here for next Ruya. That is going to be real tricky. This is on the southeast side, near that Milta area between there and Milta Power. And they're just going to be able to pick up a point. No contest.
Yeah, what a spray down. Red Dot from long range prone. Got him on the last bullet right before he can make it to cover. And oh man, that one player getting caught out there from Nexruya. Not sure what he was doing that far out. The rest of his team was in Milta, maybe separating off for a little more loot, but separated too far into Morph's territory. And that will be the first casualty coming into the second match of the day. Nexruya, though, did get a decent game on game number 1. 9 points on Sandhawk. Definitely something to be happy about. But starting off, Erangel with 3 might end up hurting them a lot more.
It's not ideal, not a great way to start it off, especially with Nexruya wanting to try and convert off their 9-point performance. Still, plenty of potential in this roster, coming through as the winners of the European Championship, playing technically as the points qualifier from the European region, with S2G getting that direct invite. They came second place on the Türkiye points tables, and they were able to win the European Championship. Definitely a fearsome team, but playing on with 3. Pretty rough stuff. The other Brazilian team that we've been keeping our eye on, or will be keeping our eye on in this map, because we didn't manage to get to see too much of them in the previous. We've got Intense Game trying to move in on the north side. It looks like they're going to try and cut north of the river and play on that northern side. Go for one of these bridge crossings should the need arise, but the first circle still in effect, still has a lot of north side in.
I'm seeing a potential bridge camp setup from Duxon. I know they just got there on that southwest side. They're mostly looking like they're split looting, not camping the bridge. But if another minute passes or so and no real movement comes out of them, they might be bridge camping Inco on that southwestern side of military base. So I'm going to keep an eye out for that. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Hyper, in a very nice position. This is, I know we're only on Circle 1, and Erangel Circle 1, I mean, you could be in the greatest of positions in Circle 2. It's just completely thrown out of the window. But this position right here, if I had to pick best spot Circle 1, this would be it. Controls the north side, controls an easy passing into the south side as well. And if the Circle start shifting towards Hyper spot. I mean, we've seen so many huge PMGC games where a team holding that spot comes out with a lot of points. So could happen that way. We'll have to find out in quite a few more circles, though.
Yeah, difficult compound to crash, but it is possible. It has been done before. I think from the north side, a little bit better prospects than trying to just roll across the river. It's very, very tricky stuff, but we'll see if the circle ends up favoring Hyper. Kanina Power might actually challenge this position very, very early. Moving from North George, Kanina Power looking to shimmy their way down the bank of the river. Looks like they're going to divert into the shooting range hills. Try and play a little bit more high ground there. A couple of rowdy neighbors, though, will be less than pleased with that, I'm sure. But teams starting to make their way up towards that central open area, the headshot hills, I like to call them, north of Pachinki, to the east of Ruins, to the west of School and Rosso.
Yeah, there's so many hills there. A lot of strong positions, a lot of strong defilates as well to play around. And if any team's going to crash at Hyper compound, it's going to be intense game, actually. Intense game. Getting extremely close. And game one, they went out very early, but we saw the style they went out in. They straight up just took the fight with STE, crashed straight on in. So if they're going to keep that aggressive energy up, it might be looking like an Hyper fight that will be following soon. And Hyper splitting up a little bit, looking at the mini-map, doing a bit of a split. 2 on the north side of the river, 2 on the south side of the river. Duxon is leaving that bridge on the southwest, so there will be no bridge camp. And luckily for Inco, they're still on military base, as you can see down there on the far south. They're going to have to make their rotation in. Next circle about to pop out here. Where is it going to go?
Have to wait and see just a little bit. But that southwestern side now starting to heat up. A lot of players diverting their way around. It still keeps a lot of that northern shore in here, which is great news for Hyper.
Great news indeed, but I feel like they got to group up a little bit here. There's 2 on the Ruins hilltop. That strong position. There's no way they're keeping a 2-2. Yeah, Hyper is going to group up. They're going to center right up, give up the northern side, which is a good call because a lot of the playable terrain is on the south side. And you can see right here, Nongshim Red Forest in a spectacular position. Once again, this team really on top of their rotations. And Hyper, you can see them going on that top of Ruins. And Mount Everest getting slightly contested here between FaZe and 628.
Yeah, on the western side of this circle, it still is in action. So definitely a valuable position for the time being. FaZe wanted to hold it down. Onzen under threat as Jing crests that ridgeline with the Bison in hand, able to rattle off the right shots there. Vintora's trying to hold face with the DBS, but he eats too much damage for his liking, goes for the flush instead of the challenge, and now it's all up to the backline coming on through from FaZe. Mela needs to stand up for the roster in a 1 versus 2, I believe, on this position, versus Sunan, versus 33Z as well. The nade forwards, and Mela brought very, very low. Looking to move in with that auto shotgun. 33Z with the UMP close range. Wants to get the challenge spot to Helmet. Goes for the spray and the healer's through for Mela. And he's able to cut one down. Sunan launching the nade to the back line. And the spray is good. He takes FaZe out, and STE will stay alive on the top of Everest, but only as 3.
Yeah, that's a great fight, though, for 628, losing only 1 member for 4 points. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but I'm sure they're okay with that in a strong position as well. Luckily for them, no one third party. That would have been a disastrous occurrence as, you know, just down to the last player. And here we're back onto Nongshim Red Force, dead center. So many teams surrounding here. Hyper holding a 2-2. That's not a terrible one. It can get exploited, but seeing how other teams are positioned around them, it's almost like a buffer zone for them. So Hyper should be sitting quite comfortable now.
They just looking to control the areas around them. That high ground, they'll want to try and keep those sight lines available, but it is a risk. It is a risk at this stage. Enigma Galaxy playing really, really well. Slowly marching in from that southwest side over on Sandhawk. Looks like they're going to get a little bit more in the thick of it right now, as they are much closer to the central areas of the circle. Some decent compounds under their control. A lot of cover that they've got. The south side, though, under threat. Tucson maybe looking to poke their noses in.
We're about to head into the next circle. Will this river be kept in play? I'm hoping it just shifts down hard to the south, and we're going to see a lot of potentials into it. As it does give me exactly that intense game is going to come in hot now. There is no real open spots for intense game to come into. I do expect to crash. Inko on the southwest should be getting into some scrap potentially now with Duxen, and we do have Morph and Udo Alliance on the northeast having to make their way in as well.
Enigma Galaxy up good right now in the center of this circle. Inko looking to beat the shot on them from STE as they try and push their way in, hoping for a little bit more success. Getting to the compound that they've got a good start, but they're right on the... They're going to need a little bit further. There is that compound down to the east side of Everest, a really solid spot if you can get there, but it's getting there that's the tricky part.
Yeah, it was occupied by Enigma Galaxy, but very smartly of them, they're going to give that up as Mount Everest, a huge weak point for them. So they're grouping as 4 at the 2 square compounds. That position is open now for STE or anyone else to take if they can find their way in.
Inko goading themselves for what is to come. Wanting to put some numbers up on the board here. Morph looking to cross this river behind Udo Alliance now. They send their first 2 through. Yoro and Rocky leading the charge. Initiating that maneuver. Looks like they're going to try and divert quite far out.
Oh.
We're still in stage 3, so you can survive quite well in the blue, but what's this? Need a power, rocking up on Inko. Squash with the challenge. Agori goes down first. Now Becca with the shots, with the spray. The DPS is there as well. To try and put the final nail in the coffin, and Inko are getting their dome rattle once again. They are giving us what they get with 2 knocks sent back to give you power, but they are losing players they won't be happy with. In through the window, but Vitar too quick for that. Nenobete needs to get rest here if Inko want a chance to move forward. Like need power needs to be dealt with swiftly. Want to find the shot with Becca, but that is disastrous to lose so much. And there's a third party, STE descent from on high.
Yeah, all the commotion. STE is third party. Inko, I'm surprised they managed to keep 3 up. Konina Power got the opening knock and went straight in. Inko really holding their own right there as else rotations coming in. Teams losing players left and right on these rotations. Here's one of those defilades that I was mentioning earlier on Headshot Hills. They will get into zone just barely as Morph takes Hale. Hale's getting cut down. Teams are still in the blue on the eastern side. As more teams are going to have their way in, more points will be given to the whichever teams could hold things zone.
Spray down around the side there. Tiger looking to stay alive against Morph, but the DPS is good for the first. There's a couple more Morph players waiting in the wings. We're in stage 3 into stage 4, which means you can still get these reses, Zute. He'll be able to pick up his teammate, but getting through from here is still a very order. Similar situation. Morph. Boho is going to get that res pickup as well.
I don't think the teammates are going to go for it. The blue zone is starting to chunk right there. If anything, they're going to confirm the point. They get the point. Tiger is still up. That nade not doing enough damage. He has meds, and there is the finish. Morph will finish that fight up to 6 elimination points. Lost 2. That's not terrible. The circle has shifted all the way to the west side into the open fields. Western shift. Inko is still like in zone at that compound. That's how big of a western shift it was.
We're right on the edge before. How to go? The decisions that they need to make now are pretty crucial. There's some compounds on the south side as well, nearer to Gatka, that could provide sanctuary for east. It looks like next Ruya going to be they'll take that position up. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy, they've been chilling here for a while. They're a little bit closer to the edge now. This north side going to start to come to a head. This intense game right up and in Hyper's face.
Low toss Molly coming out from GK first. A nice connection does take for a lot of burn damage. Them out into open. He gets one, though. Gets knocked right back. So 1-for-1 shot. The util come first. Finally does go down. Koi, he's going to have to do a double knock at the very least. He goes for 1. Tries to get the second. Gets knocked. And Hyper down to just 1. But this area open sightlines to the high ground. And they worry about that as well.
Inko in the meantime starts to move forwards towards Duxan's west position that they regrouped on towards. And Hyper with Shifan looking to put in the performance. to the roster strong. Lead from the front and a lovely challenge over the top of the ridgeline. Shifan keeps it together and he's looking for the reses as well. Cielo not close enough to res. Diego most likely bleeding out here. And Hyper, are they going to get all four of themselves back up to 8? May have other ideas. Cielo.
Oh, that looks good.
Is it on target? Is he going to find the shots? It just bubbles short, but it gets a lot
Oh! It took down all the players that were not rezzed, and the one that was rezzed gets re-knocked. Cielo with the nades, ending chances of Hyper to get that full reset. And right on cue, a third party once again by STE. They're looking everywhere for these third parties. STE could be sitting comfortably in zone at a strong compound, but they want the points. I like the aggression, but can he get the finish? That looks scary, and he does almost go down. I think zone. Well, that is a huge loss for STE.
That is really unfortunate. You can't be using 3 slugs there from the DBS. You need to be hitting that a little bit earlier. 33Z far too exposed. Shifan wants more. Okay, Coin gets knocked in the meantime. Soon still out there, but Shifan's just sending it. He's straight on into 7th element though, and I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. Just has that hillside to stay in cover. He's right on the edge.
Shifan doing a great job right now for Hyper. Shifan actually did not get to play during the league stage or the Americas final, so he's coming in here a little bit rusty, in my opinion, but he's doing a great job. Clutched that 1v1, got the res off, and found another point. Circle shifts once again. Hard shift to the northeast is, oh man, I think they just got taken out. Enigma Galaxy, that compound, they're still just chilling right there.
They have been there for a long, long time. That compound, it's been their sanctuary, and they get that shift again. Good news, certainly. Long Shim Red, full time, having a little bit tougher of a time with it against NB Esports. Said why over the top, gets a good spray with the Tommy gun, finds his second knock, but is put. They can go for the goes pretty long and right on target as well. Wide brought almost to the bleed out fully. Another nade might just do it, but it goes a little bit long. However, it's not you just can't get back into position as Freak rolls up into this fight. NB are getting cut to pieces. They leave their compound sanctuary.
Beautiful.
And they move on out for a third party, cleaning out their eastern flank.
Beautifully. I feel like a few years back, teams be able to recognize, just because you have the zone, just because you have a safe compound does not have to sit in it. Nowadays, this is what I like. Teams leaving the safety compounds to go for these third parties. Enigma Galaxy recognizes it immediately with all the fire and all the commotion. Enigma Galaxy putting a lot of pressure, pretty much cleaning out the eastern side. Does get knocked though, looks like from distance. But look at all the smokes. It's already down, covering their backsides very well.
That's what I like to call a 4-dimensional play, right? It now isn't the safest spot for you, but you're playing phone and the zone after that, where you don't have that pressure from inside. That allows so much more to go for Duxan with another challenge now. They were pushed off, and they were leapfrogged by it as well. This time Nasa looking maybe like they're just a little bit too much for Duxan to handle. 2 players go down. He's going to fall in retribution. Biddy on the high ground wants to put a nade. Then you've got Junie as well, all the way split from the rest of the zone to deal with by the looks of things. It's going to be a tough time for Duxan to try and pull this one through. QX low, bleeding out. His teammate going to be feeding that forwards as the challenge comes through. 1 player left for Nasa to move on forwards. Then he doesn't quite connect. Sails right past the ear, but that one's going to do a little bit more. So that's going to sting, and Nasa eliminated.
Just in time to get the revive too on their third play. Nacer goes out. Beautiful defense out of Duxan. And Junie from around, just confident, supportive from the high ground, not needing to come close. It did get very dicey. Look at this from Enigma Galaxy. They're able to look at every which direction that they can because that eastern pressure completely relieved. There is Sporta still alive, but there used to be 7 to 8 players on their east side. Enigma Galaxy cleaned out a lot of them. They didn't get the confirmation points themselves, but the point is they relieved that pressure. Now they have free reign on the south side onto Nexuria.
I'll tell you who has been getting the confirmation. 628. They've got elimination so far, Zute. They've been really dominant from that high ground. They have been cut down to 2 players now, though, so they'll want to get a little bit more value extracted for placement points, stay alive a little bit longer, and this will be a really solid result coming through for the Chinese team. 628 on that northwestern side with the hard shift that we see. If they can regroup on that compound, very likely they can survive a lot longer.
Yeah, it is so scary. There are 2 players doing, and they're still playing very split up, controlling each zone on their own. Of course, you know, given the positional power, that is exactly what you should do, even if they're down to 2. Sporta, don't know what he can do here, and you can see Enigma Galaxy rolling around here. They know there's still a straggler somewhere around here, but the Bush Wookie, it's good. Sporta will get that point confirmation. Enigma Galaxy, I thought they knew, but Freak out there on his own will go.
That is real tough to lose a player like that. I mean, it's just a little bit not what we expected from Enigma Galaxy based on what they just did, right? It's unfortunate they didn't have their wits about them. You just got to check those bushes sometimes, man, or way reveal themselves, because you know they're going to have to move. Below there as well has a high price to pay for that information.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge mistake. Enigma Galaxy is such a veteran team. They knew that third party got really chaotic, really messy. You always want to make sure if there's like a team that's completely eliminated on that side or if there's stragglers. And that's a tough lesson to be had right now in the PMGC. And it's huge because with 4 players in Enigma Galaxy's position on the east side, they could very well win the match. But now with 3, it does cut down their chances of that happening by quite a lot.
It will be a lot harder. Inco have been making some pretty solid moves on the western side. We asked where Brazil were. Right now they got 5 eliminations. They're in a pretty prime location with the circle likely to shift away from 628. Maybe even not having to worry about that, as looks like you got Duxan taking on that fight, playing as 3 for Duxan to play on that western side. But I like Inco's position here. They're a lot further down the hill. They're on that low ground position, but I feel like they've got a lot of control over this fight as long as they don't get spotted from across the way.
Yeah, Inco with a beautiful rotation to that spot too. They cut ahead of Nasser, and I believe it was Duxan, right? And they just moved right ahead. That's not a very, favorable spot to be in, but the little dips, the hay bales, does provide just enough cover for them to survive. Enigma Galaxy turning their eyes back down to Nextruya. Nextruya not catching a break whatsoever, constantly being shot at by the Enigma Galaxy team.
Bombarded there. We saw Enigma Galaxy get their own back out to the eastern side. They did find the Lone Ranger, but it's too little too late. They could have just waited for that originally. They would have had the same elimination and still 1 more player, but that's just not how the cookie crumbled in this circumstance. The next circle just about to pop, and it does land southwest right on top of Inco.
Wow. I feel like Duxan has just enough of the zone where they don't have to take shots at Inco, but for now they will. And they do get 1 knock. That res is not going to come out. That player behind the tree does need to survive because there is very low chances of anyone getting rezzed on the Inco side if you get knocked now.
Heavy smoke cover needed. QX, I mean, being suppressed a little bit by Becca's position. He's probably more wary of it now. Nenebete hesitant to go for Vitali to get that res for the time being. Enigma Galaxy rocking right on up to Nextruya. Not a pause to be seen. A nade in response, but that's not going to do much when you're already dead from beyond the grave. Not much of an impact to be had. Becca spotted. This is Duxan opening up the bidding over to Becca. That's what was keeping their position together. And now it's just the res needed to come through from Nenebete. Can he keep his team together? Can that duo now down the hill for Inco see Brazil to a higher placing here than 4th?
Duxan getting aggressive here and try and go for that confirmation onto Becker. Duxan, they're impressing me quite a bit. Hopefully they don't overstep too much as that player does almost get knocked, but they're really trying to take things into control here and get full coverage of this zone.
This is where Enigma Galaxy needed all 4 of their players. They could establish that line of fire way more effectively. Take down Inco, roll up to Duxan from the southeast side, but as it stands now, they want to try and extract a third-party situation from this circle, from this scenario. They're in a great position to do so as well. They have led the charge, in fact. Ralph moving forwards, Duxan eats a bullet or two from Nenebete. There's a nade in response over to Vitali. QX on the floor will be able to get that spray down, with the rest of the team not looking so healthy right now.
Enigma Galaxy just biding their time right now. Teams are going down left and right. Enigma Galaxy still stay alive with 3. It comes down to 7th Element and Enigma Galaxy and the likes of Duxan down to 2. Junie will get confirmed here. And I was just going to say, the manpower advantage Enigma Galaxy, but they lose a big one. Ralph in the front lines does get knocked. Gets the information, though, of where these players are. And Coops maybe can land a nade. That is quite a far distance throw. Almost.
The second to follow it up, goes a little bit down the hill. A third nade, everything's bouncing, it's taking damage, it's forcing him out of cover. There's another one to go for, and Coops, he just sat through that. That was a really ballsy play coming through. To be able to hold behind that tree, somehow doesn't get tagged up by that nade. 3 more still, and Ralph gets flushed away. Enigma Galaxy, not in the circle, but then again, nobody else is either. That's what you need. Coops finally hits the mark.
Coops threw at least 5 nades that way. He's still got 2 more to play with. Coops with 4 eliminations, however, so definitely want to hand him that util because he's making work of it. Now it's down to a 2v1 circle, favoring more the side of Duxan, and they've got trees to play with. Enigma Galaxy not in the zone, and I think they will have to cross over a little bit into the open. Coops goes for a nade, will not find the last player of 7th Element.
24 OP, crawling his way, elbows in the dirt, wanting survival, wanting to live this one out, but will be denied that opportunity. Now 2 versus 2. Duxan versus Enigma Galaxy. We've had this lobby in a chokehold for a while, and Lord, he gets into an open position, but
nice trade.
Has the response. So important for Coops to be able to find that. It was all over if he didn't. Takes a little bit of damage, but it's both ways, and both of them stop immediately to heal.
The 1v1. I didn't think we'd see it so early into the tournament this week, but we will have a 1v1 wide open crossing for both players. Coops smartly has a wherewithal to confirm the point while in safety. Every point matters here, so he will take the patience to do that. But Blue Zone is closing in, John. Who's going to win this 1v1?
Coops right now has 2 first aids. QX doesn't have any. These trades do go the way of Coops if he's able to just get 1 or 2 tags on, but he steps out wide. He's hard peeking the challenge. He's daring QX to step for it, and he's getting the winning shots in through as well. QX is winning out this trade for the time being, but can there be an answer? Coops eats 1 more, swaps out to the Bison. So low. QX hiding behind the tree. Coops, can he find cover? Can he make it to this next tree? If he can get this first aid off, he has a massive advantage. But QX cuts him down just in the nick of time, and it will go their way. What a way to close it down. A deserving celebration coming through as Duxan find the chicken dinner they were denied over in Painan.
Wow. That last stretch, that was like a mirage in the desert where you see that pool of water, right? It's right there within reach for Coops. Just a couple of steps, and that baited him enough to just go for it. He knew he had the first aids. He was playing to it, just like you mentioned. He could get that full HP reset. But man, what a way. This is only match number 2 of the week, John, and we are already seeing some great, phenomenal play out of these players. What a way for the second game to end.
It has been a great start so far. I mean, the first week set the bar high, but we're pushing up there as well now in Group Red. After these first 2 matches, pretty happy. Binny, 9 eliminations coming through from Binny. 1,183 damage as well. Duxan with a massive result. And remember, they finished pretty highly over on that first map. This is almost certainly going to put them in that top spot.
Wow, look at that.
That match. 9 eliminations. Incredible stuff. Pretty much, actually, to be fair, the Lone Ranger for Duxan right now is big.
Yes. Yeah, 376, 1,200 pretty much, and then 134. Those are the damages coming out of Duxan. Duxan might have that star player that they're looking for in the form of Benny already, but I will say overall, the way the team played, the way the team positioned with whatever numbers they had up was also well done. The team synergy is there. It's not reflected in the numbers per se right now, but it is working for Doxen. I do want to give a shout out to Coops, though. He played that 1v1 at a huge disadvantage, running out in the open, but his pre-fires were timed so well that he almost won that 1v1 in the end, but it ultimately went to the way of Doxen.
I mean, that final peak, that final break that he had, right? He was just trying to get to that tree cover. He could have launched, I think he still had a nade, if I'm not mistaken.
He had bullets.
He had a first aid, he had a nade. If he gets to that tree, I think it's Coops all the way. But Nigma Galaxy denied. However, I do want to say that Nigma Galaxy made some really, really good plays. The one glaring mistake, of course, is losing that player out on the eastern side.
Yes.
And with an extra player, this game goes so differently. What a way to close it down, though. An exciting 1v1. The Korean team stepping up. It's going to be good news coming through for them. We'll see if they can do more. Over to the desk.
That's how you get started in Air Gale. Goodness gracious, that got my heart pumping. It was so crazy to see that finish. Doxen with the pop-off at the end. I kid you not, they popped off harder than Loops did last week, and Loops won the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So that is how close that one was right there. Coops, got to give it up to the man, though. That was a close 1-7.
Yeah, totally non-biased here, but I was really hoping he would clutch it. Dude, that was so well played. Going with what Sute was saying, he was at a huge disadvantage, and for him to keep the other player, the last player from Doxen, just behind that tree, not even letting him shoot, and almost getting behind cover himself for Coops, that was just wow. But
yeah,
I mean, overall, Doxen, wow.
the amount of 50-50s that Coops had to take with trying to pre-fire the peak from the final player, like he did like 7 times, and at some point you gotta wonder, like, why don't you just make it to the tree? But this, you know, it's trying to fake out, like, surely he's gonna peek this time, surely he's gonna peek this time. He got his enemy down to like 10 HP, so close. Oh, just right before he could hit the tree. And I agree with John. If he made it to the tree, I think Coops would have been able to really secure that one. But man, what a great finish for Doxen. For Benny, the one-man army, the numbers coming out from just that one solo individual player, absolutely insane.
I was about to say, should we say Doxen or Benny 7?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, he was carrying them pretty much all the way until the end. He had 6 elims out of 6 elims from the team, and then at the end, I mean, as Cameron just said, he ended up with 9 out of the 11 eliminations that they ended up getting, and that's currently putting them there in first place. And good to see that these two teams that have been consistent, at least in the first 2 matches, are the ones that are going to be towards the top. Doxen, with the amount of elims, that's really impressive. By the way, 6-8, I kind of feel like we have to talk about it. I did enjoy how they were able to just push onto FaZe Clan in Everest. They didn't think about it twice. They sent it, and they actually ended up winning that big fight.
Yeah.
And only lost 1 player, which was really impressive to me.
I think it's only been 2 rounds, so we don't want to read too much into it, but I think on Sanhok as well, STE is the team that took care of FaZe. They were at least in a similar area on the map in the mid game. So I think FaZe being at the bottom at the moment is purely because they keep running into the PEL representative in this lobby, which, you know, if there's one team that like isn't going to hurt your ego as much if you lose to them, it's going to be that. I do still expect FaZe to pick it up. I'm not too worried about them, just considering the circumstances of running into STE so many times. That it's still not a good start for FaZe, though. One of the favorites in this group.
Confirm. FaZe Kryptonite is 6-8.
And if it's going to be any Kryptonite, I don't think that's a bad one to be, because I mean, 6-8 definitely are coming in hot here off the rip. But speaking of coming out hot, another player I got to talk about is my boy Shifan there with a nice clutch there towards the end. That was beautiful. But if you guys want to clutch it up, of course, go check out the Infinix GT10 Pro, the official smartphone here for PMGC, created for esports players. You guys want to dominate the lobby, go check out that Infinix GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, of course, go check out the TikTok as well. You know, hashtag PMGC 2023. Get a glimpse of what's going on behind the screens and all of those goodies. But man, that was so crazy. Intense game and hyper just going back at it right there. And Shifan had that clutch 1v1, but I'm so shocked, Cameron, to see Koi go for that buggy rather than just getting on it, right? Didn't that hurt?
Yeah, like I'm a bit of a Koi apologist. I know he does some crazy wild maneuvers sometimes, and I think you want to have a player like that on your team, but running back for that buggy is an example of sometimes you got to just know how to tell another player no. That I don't know if they would have been able to make it much further because there wasn't a lot of space for anyone to take. Like, G5 just got blown up when he tried to make it into the zone. I don't know if it would have made that much of a difference. But yeah, I don't see the value of trying to run out into the blue. Even though it wasn't like super deep into the game, it was still only phase 4 blue damage. That's still a lot and not really worth it.
Well, you know what? We're going to go ahead and talk about this a little bit more right after we get after this break. Don't go nowhere. And we are back. All right, so before we get started to the next match, I gotta talk about one thing, Seven, okay? And I know you remember this one, okay? Good old Nongshim Red Force, Sporta, in the bush, taking out one of the players from Nigma Galaxy. How could this happen, Seven? Especially after what happened to Coops and Pittsburgh Knights so long ago with that player in the bush. How did Coops not teach his team this lesson?
You can't expect it, man. There's so much stuff going on that you could tell Freak had no idea. He was like, all right, maybe there's a player over here, but I don't think there's a player over here. And all of a sudden, the other player was like, hey, surprise. Let me just eliminate you and get that extra point. But we were looking at Inco Gaming, and I actually wanted a chance to talk about them a little bit more because they did have a bit of a bounce back there from the first match that we saw out of them. Then being able to get 6 points, being able to secure, I think it was 4 placement points as well. Good to see out of them. We're wondering where's Brazil. Well, guess what? They're starting to show up. Not in the way that we've seen right from week 1, but it's a little bit.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Will it be right now? About to find out. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Zute.
The Erangel filling of an Erangel sandwich now coming on up. The second of 3 Erangels that we're going to be seeing today on the cards. We've had some great finishes, some really intense and exciting matches so far. A difficult start to the day, but I feel like that last match was a little bit more fair. I liked how it all fell out.
Yeah, the last match we really got to see a lot of teams shine through in difficult positions, right? We saw STE, they lost a player early on top of that fight with FaZe, but they continued to be very aggressive, take advantage of that high ground, and spread out in third party as much as they could. And sure, they didn't get the chicken or close to, high placement points, but they picked up a lot of elim points. Inco did a great job with a sick rotation, cutting past 2 different teams and hunkering down, doing the most they can. And I think, that is why Erangel was one of the tried and true maps. Every team gets a chance to do, what they've been practicing the whole entire year and gets to showcase that. And we are heading into, once again, another Erangel match. And that last one was so good, John. I can't wait to see what teams will do with this one.
We had a pretty fair playing path last time around. Let's take a look at where we're going to fall this time. Just to the west side of Severny, heading down towards Milton Power. It's kind of similar, actually, to the previous map in terms of accessibility. Nowhere really cut out here. Are we going to see that same congestion on the southeast side?
I think it will be very different here, just simply due to the playing path, right? A lot of teams have alternate drop spots, and at this stage in the tournament, with so much research and VOD review beforehand that's done by the teams, even with alternate drop spots, I think teams will know not to drop in certain locations. I won't be too surprised if there's no hot drops here again, even with the plane path this drastically different. And yeah, with a plane path like this, should be smooth sailing for all of the teams. It just comes down to, once again, that first circle. Sometimes it can be very dynamic in the form of a military base or all the way up to the northeast, northwest, wherever it could go.
Everybody looking to touch down here. Nothing really going on in terms of those hot drops, as you say. You weren't expecting it. Thought it's very unlikely that it goes through, but this is a hard northwestern shift.
Yes.
We saw a mild northwestern shift on the previous match, but this very much harder up to that Zaki corner of the map. Canina Power going to be happy about that. I think it was Hyper that we saw take the strong compound on the bridge to the east of Georgia Pole before, so maybe they'll make that move again.
Definitely so. You can see that right in Watertown, next to the west side of Razak. One player, FS, already rotating to that square cube compound. Might be looking to just hold it down early for the team and wait for the rest of the team to get there. We'll see how this one plays out. Of course, you could still get a hard shift north, hard shift south, where it completely changes things on the second circle. This circle, though, you know, a little bit familiar for all the teams because it was pretty far in the north side in the previous match, so teams should have a good understanding of where teams might be.
And Hyper just getting some of that loot on board. Getting across early, see if they can maintain. Hale on Rozhok. Have got Nasa to worry about on the south side of them. Potential for a little argy-bargy on the South Rozhok Hill, if they want to go for it, but it looks like Nasa just going to regroup over towards those apartments instead. Just pick through this loot. Really strong place to loot, of course. We know it's just littered with the stuff. Almost immediately hopping on through. Level 3 backpack. Easy does it.
Yeah, level 3 backpack, always nice. Definitely would rather have that level 3 vest or level 3 helmet. Maybe you'll find it later. Rotations coming through, or actually, I don't think this is rotation. Teams are still trying to get to certain looting locations. I do imagine this this match of Erangel is going to be a little bit more faster paced in that first circle. A lot of priority positions with a circle like this one that you want to take a hold of. And Hyper finishing up looting here. We already have 2 players now at that cube compound, so they know how important it is to hold that position in the very first circle of this match.
Yeah, they've moved up nice and heads up rotation. I'm looking at Junie from Daksan, who have sent actually 2 players from Daksan who have gone south of the bridge yet again. As we hop on over to them, they are actually now moving back up north. So they did just scout out towards the south side, but they did that previously, looking for Inko potentially. But they do just go over to that compound. They get back, though, pretty fast.
I feel like that's almost like just a protocol thing. We didn't really highlight it in match number 1, but they had 3 players loot on the north side of the island, and 1 player go down to the military base. And the plane path was very far off in a way where it was purposeful that 1 player went to military island. So maybe it's just in case, you know, they get a military circle, they already have 1 player across no matter what. This time, you know, it doesn't really come into effect. It didn't matter too much for them last match because they won the last match. So sticking to whatever worked from the previous match coming in here. And I actually do have a question for you. Do you think Benny wouldn't have won that last 1v1 if he had a first aid kit? Because if he had one, he wouldn't have held the angle to shoot, right? He would have been first aiding at that point, allowing Coops to get behind that tree.
I think, was it QX in the final clutch? I think it might have been. I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
it might have been.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that is interesting, actually. I feel like if you are going to go for that first aid, Coops does have more free time, but maybe you have that advantage. I don't actually know how many nades were in the back pocket for QX, so it could potentially, as much as Coops could have got that heal and launched some util, it could have been the same story the other way around. So I do think getting to the tree would have been a massive benefit for Coops, given the exact state of play, but I feel like you just can't read into it as much, because Coops would have been higher HP by that tree, but he might have not taken shots back out towards him as much as well. So for me, I think I couldn't call it. I don't think. I'll
tell you this
much. What are you
thinking?
thinking?
If the player QX, if he had a first aid, he definitely would have gone for that first aid at 1 HP, and you're getting out-peaked by someone running in the open, nerves are definitely kicking in, right? You have that first aid, you're 1 HP. There's no way you peak that player again. He's been out-trading you hard at a huge disadvantage. So he would have gone for that first aid, and both players, Koops would have made it to tree, and both players would have reset. And I'm just throwing this out there because I really do feel him not having the first aid helped him out a lot.
Maybe. I mean, maybe it just gave him that little push, but you take those shots when the enemy player is very close to cover, it's likely they're gonna more prioritize getting to that cover rather than taking return shots. So I mean, even on low HP,
That's true too.
Potential that peak is valuable, even if you have that first aid, because they're more preoccupied with position rather than return fire, especially when it's last player standing on both teams. It's tricky, it's tricky.
Definitely so. And we got a little bit of engagement here. Long range. I don't think it's going to come into a full fight fruition. And as I said earlier, right, this game's going to speed up a little more than the first one because a lot of priority positions here. And that is why these teams probably shouldn't engage in a full-out fight. A lot of teams are rotating in right here, and they don't want to be caught in a third party.
Sports are wanting to smoke on the vehicle, allow them a little bit more of an opportunity to cross top of Everest now for the Galaxy. They beat FaZe and SDE as well to the punch here, the two teams who were up at the top of Everest in the previous Erangel. It was 628 who were able to claim control of it, but they did lose a player or two for their trouble. A nice early maneuver for Enigma Galaxy. The team denied at the last moments there. Koops going down in that fraught 1v1 that we were highlighting just before. And I've liked Enigma Galaxy's play so far. I feel like they have made a couple of missteps and there is maybe still more to work on, but it feels like they've got a little bit of a chokehold on a lot of the plays, a lot of the rotations of this lobby.
I definitely have to agree with that one. Seventh Element rotating in. Next Ruya coming in on the far southeast side. We are going to head into the second circle. This is going to be a huge one for a lot of the teams to figure out exactly what is in plan for them on the second Erangel match of the day. North or south, we'll see where it goes. It centers right on up. Beautiful.
I mean, why not? We had it with Pioneer. Let's go for another one around George Cole. Still a little bit more north-leaning, so a lot of the teams on the north side unlikely to look for that fast cross, that crash, but still, everybody needed to clump up around those shooting range hills. A very treacherous bit of terrain, that. And so everybody's going to try and place their feet carefully, move through it as safely as possible, but that's so much easier said than done.
Another team losing a player right there. I do believe that was Seventh Element getting a little bit too close to MB Esports. MB Esports in a nice spot, controlling the plane, just a little bit south of shooting range. This is a great position if the circle does head north on the next shift, or could just keep centering right up. And Hyper doing a 2-2 split on the map feed. They might be looking to group up here, but in Hyper team known for their splits. Surprised they're keeping that up here in the PMGC. A lot of teams that do splits do end up condensing a lot more often in PMGC just because of the caliber of the teams involved. But in Hyper, sticking true to it. Nongsham, north of the river. FaZe, south of the river. Same with Enigma Galaxy. Everything around the riverside is getting taken up right now.
It is getting very, very shoulder to shoulder. Close by positions, and it's going to be Akaze to find the first and knock, and the flush looks for more. NB hop out, but they're already shredded to pieces. Two players already down, one low HP. He looks for the flush. What a thirst coming up through, and he controls this. 1 versus 4, but no, he's finally shut out, but in comes the cavalry. The roll down is there, and NB dispatch of the enemy rolling on up to them. Intense game for them. What a hold from NB.
Let me just say this real quick. The critical side of me wants to say he definitely did not have to go down and get thirsted, but I can't blame him at all. That 1v4 was right there within his grasp. He was really feeling it. And oh my, this is the second time that we've seen Intense Game do this maneuver One of their players gets knocked, and they just brunt force try to overwhelm the opposition, and now that's twice in a row where it's failed miserably. First against STE on Sanhok, now once again against NB Esports. An intense game. Their strategy may have worked at the earlier stages, but not in PMGC.
It's just unfortunate there for intense game to fall down, but what a hole from Akaze. I mean, the biggest factor there, I don't think is the opening knock, it's the amount of damage he got on the follow-up players. Both of those players were torqued so low, immediately one of them gets knocked, and he just doesn't have the confidence to go for that next peak with the low HP on that third player. The fourth player is a little bit too late to the party. Sure, he gets that return knock, and they do actually end up getting the flush onto NB, but even so, like, you give them time to regroup, and what a regroup it was, by the way, for NB Esports. Immediate, effective as well, and that's exactly what you want to see in these PMGC stages.
It is not easy to get that much damage in a vehicle coming straight at you at a small, like, incline. The hood of the car is, like, providing extra cover. So those are some really nasty shots he laid out right before he got crashed upon. So very well done. The circle, once again, you know, it shifted, but it's centered right up onto that riverside. We're going to see a lot of river shenanigans, some bridge trolls, people sending their vehicles into the water and then just try and stay alive as long as possible. We're going to see all the tricks come out of the playbook for this one.
Next, Ruya on the eastern side, wanting to move down this coastline, but a couple of teams in their way. And Hyper still playing around the area that they rotated to very early. And a nice position it will be. I like Hale's spot on the north side of this river. I feel like it's going to be very difficult to contest that position with the fact that there are 3 teams in the shooting range hills. I don't think any of them are going to be able to have a clear shot at Hale. And from the south side, I think you'll be lucky to even get up towards them. So a really decent spot for Hale in my eyes.
Another team that I'm looking at, I do believe that's Nongshim Red Force, already set up just on, or should I say underneath the bridge side. So they recognize where this is potentially going, and everything occupied around the river, the only spot open in the river itself. So that team's already set up there. More on the northeast, might get into a scuffle here with next Ruya, as both of these teams looking to control the eastern side.
I have spotted something. I know mysteries afoot. Morph have the high ground over next Ruya, but Frozen's being nice and careful for them. Keeping that mini 14 trained deadly on the angle as both of these teams start to push their way forwards, slowly creeping in with the blue zone. Not too much impetus for conflict right now. There isn't really that big drive to go for the fight at this point. Morph has still left Boboho all the way down there, right in the danger zone, though.
Yeah, teams are just exploring their options right now. It's going to be the next circle that really pops things off. And I was saying it was Nongshim Red Force, my mistake. It's actually NASA right there, right next to Hyper. They're the team that's taking that river, and it is a hard shift down to the south. North of the river is still in play, so we'll see what these teams do. Now it is do or die for everyone on the north side.
I mean, Enigma Galaxy just got the shift of a lifetime there.
Oh, yeah, they did.
They had one in that last match as well, but they were able to play it out well, nearly taking that chicken dinner. If they hadn't lost a player early, it might have been a different story. 6-8 are back on top of Everest. They certainly do like that position, but they've taken a knock. They'll have to get that one back up. Try and find the reses to come on through. Sunan will do the honors, getting Hero back on his feet. They'll have to move a little bit further south. You've got 33Z down in the foothills. Inco moving in from Ruins, and they are the sole proprietors right now over in Ruins.
I think Inco is setting up for potential teams to try and take the Riverside down to the south. Because taking the road, definitely not a good decision. You can see already, yeah, teams using the river. They know there's not much left in play. NB Esports rotating from the plane straight into the water side, seeing what is open. Luckily for them, the bridge is open on the west side. And here comes next Ruya. right into the water. Yeah, you do not want to be fighting on land, but this spot's already occupied by Nasser.
There is far too much to be going on healthily here. Nextruya might have just put themselves in the losing spot on this scenario. Already the rocks controlled. A nade over the top from Xenox. That's pretty cruel. But hang on a minute. Nasa, they're taking damage. There's Coops coming on through. Is this a bit of cover for Nextruya? Can they find landfall? These nades from Xenox going a little bit behind the progression. They might find Yekta. Sure, they get that flush, but the rest of Nextruya can start to emerge. And Nasa now are struggling on this northern side. I don't think I would have predicted this, but what a turn of events. It looks like Nextruya might just be able to hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Nextruya definitely getting a lucky break there. The knock from Nigma Galaxy helping them out a lot. Now on the western side, Kanina Power trying to do the same thing. The water, the river play. And here comes Morph coming in the distance. While this fight between Nasser and Nextruya is still continuing. So Nextruya have 3 up. I do believe Nasser is down to just 1. And it's Xenox. Xenox gets a nice knock though on the other side of things. Gets the confirmation, almost goes down to the nade.
Just about sidestepped there. Ralph has moved forwards. But in the meantime, there's another bridge to fight over. Kanina Power and NB. NB been on the warpath so far. 6 eliminations on their tally. Kanina Power struggling in the face of it. Sek wanted to get that spray down, get those flushes. They'll try and hold the bridge out for now. But in the meantime, Hale, displaced from their central strong position by a hard shift down to the south, have now got Yudu Alliance to deal with. They did manage to find a knock, but it did get picked back up. There's the re-knock coming on through, and now Tiger can move a little bit further forwards, but maybe not that far forwards. Does get pushed back there, has to realign his stripes.
Yeah, standing on top of that hill, definitely open sightlines from multiple angles. Yudu Alliance might just have to send it in with the vehicle. And oh, he actually gets taken out right there, stopping the car short. Yudu Alliance down to 1. And we're about to get that next circle shift. Blue zone covering the last player up for Yudu Alliance. Can he do anything here? Get a knock? No. And this should be it. Oh, he gets that knock and gets the point confirmation. Hale eating a lot of casualties. That's because Nongshim Red Force, you can see right there on the minimap, they're here to third party.
They do take those shots and the backlines get exposed. Yudu Alliance, though, similarly taken down. 2 teams eliminated on the northern side. We knew it was going to be brutal. Here it is, laid out, all to play for. As the river has started to quiet down a little bit, but it is still going. Inco tried to dip their toe in, but don't have the best of times with it. The Piranhas of Morph snap that one right up. They won't be able to continue here. Nigma Galaxy still holding in their compound on the south side.
This is definitely one of the more challenging circles of Erangel to deal with. Not very common. You have to play in this area along the riverside. What sparse cover you have can be huge, but players are getting cut down. And Hyper's still here with 4 players. They're biding their time. This could be a huge game for them to bounce back up on the leaderboards. They just need to make sure they don't lose any players here. They're heading into Inco. Inco down to 2. Good nade from Becker. Will it connect? Throws it. Falls just short.
Splits the middle there between the N-Hyper players. Nextruya, remember, they've been under this bridge for a while, and all of them are out of the zone. Inco guarding them through. In the meantime, Duxan, all 4 of their players alive in the crates of South George. Wanting to get the reses over onto Binny, keep all 4 of them alive. No eliminations so far, but FaZe are right next to them. 628 make a mad dash in front of them, trying to strafe through this open ground, but 33Z is left in the dust. He's knocked on the back lines, and Vittorius nearly finds another. Not quite going to be able to do so, and it still seems like Duxan going to continue to be pressed against this blue zone.
3 teams now at the crates. STE, great rotation. They did lose 1, like you mentioned. 33Z left in the backlines, knocked. He was in the zone too. If he just stayed alive, that would have been a crucial position for them. But the battle rages on. 3-way fight, FaZe, Duxan, and STE. Is STE going to pressure them from the north side? They could third party this as FaZe is in a full out engagement.
STE definitely had to make that rotate with 3 players. Can they hold this one down? FaZe, Duxan back and forth now. 2 players on the sideline. And Zipyan tears through them with the DBS. FaZe fall, and Duxan have to move on with 3 players alive. Junie, very difficult to get the res here. He might just be able to crawl towards the zone if they've got the time to make it work, but STE have other ideas. They might be looking to push.
STE just a little bit too slow. The fight's already over. That res will come out 3 players will be up for the side of Ducks and 3 for STE. I think they have the zone to worry about more so, though, because, man, this circle probably not going to go on to them in the next shift. Meanwhile, on the Riverside, what has happened? So many teams have gone out. Inco's still alive. Konina Power was here, but they are long gone, and now it's 7th Element looking to take the fight. In the double nade, it is good. 2 down for the side of NB Esports.
They're not in the water, but they get sunk anyway. 2 players fall. NB, they've been holding around this area for quite a while now. But 7th Element, you're right, they are just going to put that pressure on. Over on the Eastern Bridge in the meantime, Inco trying to stay alive in the face of N-Hyper, trying to cross the bridge. The first knock goes well for N-Hyper, playing as 3 players. They've been crossing this bridge now for a while. They've been on the top side of it. And Becca will no longer be able to hold them out. Just Vitali on this angle at this point. 5 eliminations found for N-Hyper. They're looking to rack up the points here, looking to put themselves in the middle of these tables.
Yeah, and Hyper doing a really great job. I'd say working through that mess of Inco, and Nassar was still there too, I believe, and only losing 1. That's a win in my book. And they still get that zone. The zone is still in play for them on that little sloping ridge leading into the water. And, well, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, we have to mention them too. They're looking like they might just take this game through position alone.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for everybody else, but Nigma Galaxy, you're right, definitely in that central position, in a lot of control. Very unlikely anyone approaches from the south. Everest got cleared a long time ago, and swinging through that area at this point, pretty much a death sentence. So Nigma Galaxy have got a very limited cone of fire to handle. But if Vitali lands shots like that, and Lord keeps going down, if Nigma Galaxy get picked apart, there's potential for a crash coming through from a team like maybe even 628.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. The whole entire lobby has to team up against Nigma Galaxy at this point to really crack that fortress open. Yeah, you can see STE running out in the open. They're out of smokes. They make it to the ridgeline with 2. They could get that reset with 3, but there is a lead coming out for the 7th Element. I think that's going to hit them here. Shing picks up a knock. Where did that nade go? I think it flew too far. They're going to get that reset. 7th Element really needs to land this one. Alian. Nade primed, in hand, throws it over. I don't think that's going to connect. It might be close, and it didn't.
A little bit of damage.
That one did, though.
Much better from Suna. Now has to go a little bit deeper over onto Alian's position, but Divine steps out of the water. Alian falls, and it is just Divine left. Shing is still alive, looking for that heal.
Wow.
And 628 have made this crossing, but can they hold on to it? Divine falls as well. It is 628 to keep going.
Over the bridge top.
Hang on a minute, no, Divine's been swimming all the way through, and Benny's here to play. 4 Ducksound will finally fall to Coops from Nigma Galaxy with the high ground. We knew they were going to be so brutal here, and it is Ducksound to fall first.
I'm surprised the player of STE was pushing over the top of the bridge. That was extremely risky and didn't work in his favor. You can see Nigma Galaxy trying to get a third-party angle now, and they did this last match. You know, they left the safety of their compound to try and get some third-partying in, so they're still sticking true to that. STE Shing will go down here. I think he could crawl down for a revive. Sunan, last one up. 7th Element still alive. Divine is still there. You mentioned it. He just kept swimming. If he could time a nice peek from underneath the water, he could eliminate the 6-2-8 team.
Shifan on the off angle. 3 players from N-Hyper. They've been encroaching nice and slowly, nice and effectively as well. Picking up a lot of points, but the shift goes away from them. This is so Nigma Galaxy sided. I mean, you called it previously. I think this is the death sentence circle. It is very much locked in at this point. 3 eliminations, but that's all you need. I wonder how their ammo reserves are doing. I just caught that there, and it doesn't look like there's much left in the DP for, I think it was Lord we were on board with. So potential dry ammo supplies here for Nigma Galaxy, and that might come back to bite them if the teams outside can hold off long enough.
Yeah, maybe, but teams really is up. So N-Hyper will provide the biggest challenge, but can N-Hyper make it through the zone with all 3? It looks like it. They have firm control of the land. Everyone else pretty much just trying to survive in the water. You do have E on the other side with 2, but even them, you see right there, trying to pick up whatever loot they can, whatever util they can. Inco finally goes down, losing that zone in the tower. Enigma Galaxy They're getting antsy. They want to get more elimination points right now.
Ralph just able to light that one up, get that shot down. Divine swam all the way past. 628 looking to keep that pressure on though along this coastline. The nade doesn't quite connect. Divine has one of his own. Thinks that the rock are more dangerous, but another nade from Sunan looks pretty good, and that will close the bidding. Xing able to find that final nade. Now, can EnHyper keep this roll going along this coastline, ladder up a little bit further, because there's only a couple of players left from 628, as now Enigma Galaxy look to extend their influence. But with 10 eliminations, EnHyper have done a lot of work so far.
Oh, one of EnHyper goes down here. The 2v3, another player goes down. SDE looking to win this 2v3. GK first taking a lot of damage through the smoke, and well, Enigma Galaxy is here to clean things up. They identified the weak side. EnHyper goes out. Now it's a 2v4 situation. Surely, not EnHyper, Enigma Galaxy takes this one. One of them goes down though, John. So I'm gonna hold that for now.
They might have been looking to get a little bit of a resupply on some of these bodies here, but Coops looking for that res. Xing actually takes away a lot of that utility. The bird is there, there's still a vehicle. They give Coops up as well, and they are just going to let that one lie. Ralph crashing back to the compound. I mean, they know they have the walls as cover. I feel like they probably could have committed for the res there and brought Coops back into the fold, but it's just not quite going to work for them this time around. They don't pick him back up at a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, that res would have been very risky. We saw Xing just pick up 4 nades, a couple of mollies. If the res continued there, it would have been another player down. Coops is going to crawl all the way back. Is he going to make it? I don't even think it really matters, though, because this next zone is going to go to nothing, and the center is right on top of the compound. So SDE will have to push in the wide open, and Coops is even going to get revived potentially.
Coops
I think he is.
Looking to get through on the smoke train. Ralph dashes out. I said they needed to pick him up before, and they are just going to try and keep that one going. And Coops will be picked up indeed. The smokes give them the cover that they needed. Now 628 with it all to go for, with 2 players alive. 8 eliminations so far. I said this was potentially a team that could make it all the way. I didn't really expect to be close to right here, but either way, they make it this far. But with only 2 players standing, in the face of 4, in the face of the utility that it looks like Enigma Galaxy are likely to still have in the back pocket. They have been expending a lot of nades. They haven't been using a lot of smokes. They've just been holding these sightlines. And they can look to just shut this one down. Coops swings out, looks to go wide. Ralph crossing the road as well. They're putting the pressure on. They're not letting this come to them. They are taking this into their own hands. A break wide, and Coops is still forwards, rolls down for 1, swings out, pops out the buggy, doesn't find the second, but there's the backup from Ralph. And a clean finish from Enigma Galaxy on their compound position. They're able to capitalize, and a great finish coming through from this roster. A really, really solid finish coming on through. They were gifted with the circle time and time again, but I like that flex out coming through. I like that position that they were able to take towards the end. I think they could have got Coops back up earlier, but they've regrouped, they got it back. 4 players is just too much to handle.
Yeah, even though they got the circle pretty much the entire game, we saw earlier on, they sent players out, they tried to do third parties, they were still proactive, they didn't just sit still the entire time. Definitely a gifted winner chicken dinner by all means, but hey, this Enigma Galaxy team, even when they don't get the circles, we've seen what they can do, so deserved in my book, and it is a battle royale after all, John. RNG does come into play, and sometimes you're just on the better end of it.
Absolutely. I mean, Enigma Galaxy for sure going to be looking to get into first place after that one. They did have to go a little bit far as well for it. Not quite as far as STE and Morph, but still. Plenty of nades used as well. Towards the end, a lot of smokes thrown on out. I liked EnHyper's play as well. I was talking about it quite a lot. It feels like they are very solid in the positions that they're able to take. They have a lot of control. I feel they're quite methodical as well. A good representative for the NA region.
Yeah, EnHyper have been playing correct. I will give them that much. They haven't made any like huge throws or mishaps, which we've seen happen with EnHyper. I think that is their pitfall. They sometimes get in their own heads. But another team I want to mention though, as before we go to the desk, is just STE. They played a phenomenal game there, John, and I think they're showing us a lot. And I want to see what the desk has to say about that one.
6-8 popping off. Man, that last game was like a movie. Watching Coops with the miracle crawl all the way back to his team. Ugh. Gets picked up and then decides to run them over for knocking him. That's how you get it done there, Seven.
Yeah, I think at one point all of us were wondering, okay, what are they doing here? Are they, I think Cameron said it best too, are they trying to prevent maybe 6-2 not giving them the points, maybe backing off into the blue and just dying to the blue? Interesting play by them, okay? I'm surprised that we're able to do that. Good for them, they end up getting the chicken dinner. They did end up getting that miracle crop from Coops. But 6-8, I'm really impressed at the way that they were able to play this. They were able to go from the rotation. I mean, at one point we saw them being able to be in Everest, then go down to George Crates, and then work their way up, fighting everybody, and for them to even make it second place, just an amazing performance out of them.
100%. Look at that. Nima Galaxy in first with second, but you mentioned it. Second place and Hyper with 10 eliminations. Yep. Is it NA's time to shine here, Cameron?
I mean, it's one round, but it was a really well-played round. Zute said it himself that Hyper, they're playing correct. Previous round, the last Erangel, you know, a little bit of mishaps here and there, but they had to push through this game. A lot of rough positions, starting off with that bridge, water, river situation, not clean for any of the teams involved. And for Hyper to come out on top as healthy as they were with 10 eliminations means that their communication, their team shooting, everything, their chemistry must have been on point. We'll see if it can continue further on, but this is definitely a good sign for a team that we still maintain a lot of questions about them considering the roster situation.
And to add on that too, I mean, I gotta give FS the flowers, okay? I think at one point when they had 8 ilms and I was able to see who had the ilms there for the team, FS had 4 out of those 8 ilms. So good to see that he's currently having a good performance here as we're looking at the overall.
Look at the overall right now. Nima Galaxy up on top with 44 points. You know, 6-2-8 in third with 31. And we do see Hyper on the board in 6th with 19. Just a reminder for anybody just tuning in, possibly, you know, it's top 3 that move on to the grand finals. Bottom 5 are the teams that are going to get the boot. And 2 teams in particular, I'm still kind of surprised. I know we've only had 3 games so far, but man, FaZe and Intense Game all the way at the bottom, Cameron.
Listen, for FaZe's credit, STE were in the area where they died. So, you know, if we really want to extend that narrative, the kryptonite, the presence of STE allowed Dexon to take FaZe out. But no, the real answer is this is really concerning for FaZe. I expected, you know, first round, whatever. Second round, okay, not looking great, but it's STE. Now it's just like, okay, when are FaZe going to show up? This team they should be a lot better than what we're seeing so far. There's a reason we're playing, 24 or so rounds. There's definitely room for them to get up on the leaderboard. This isn't nearly close to being over just yet, but only 3 points is not a good look.
We're talking about FaZe, and I actually want to get a chance to talk about Euro Alliance, because that team, remember, we had the interview earlier at the beginning of the day too. We heard Chuchu asking, is the pressure, how are you guys feeling, right, being finally the team that's currently going to be playing at home, because they are playing in Malaysia. I got to start seeing something out of them. If not, that pressure, regardless of how much experience they do have, it's going to start getting to them. And for them to be able to have to be within the top 3 to even make it straight to the grand finals, that's going to be a tough climb. Even though it's just 3 games.
Yeah, just 3 games, you know, and out of those 3 so far, I'll talk about one more team in particular that's down there at the bottom. It's Nazar, right? They got a full, pretty much NA roster right now. They're pretty low on the leaderboards. They have 8 points. All of those are on the side of elimination 7. How do you feel about that? With 8 elims so far, no placement points.
I think especially this match, we saw it perfectly. They got a little bit too complacent with the area that they had in. They were super focused on the team that was swimming. If I'm not mistaken, that was next Ruya. And then they just started getting third party from everywhere. I'm not sure what they're going to be doing different. I know Sixless is currently looking at it and be like, are they going to be the 16th place team? Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, indeed. Oh, goodness. That's not a place you want to be in here. We got one more Aaron Gale left for the day, you know? We saw Enigma Galaxy really take advantage of that zone blessing in a great way. That's what this game's about, I think. Right, Cameron? Is when you get those good zones, you put up those big points, and when you don't, you still put up some points on the board. But I don't think we're seeing too many teams consistently do that here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the teams at the top are the ones that have performed consistently the best so far, and so Enigma Galaxy, Duxon got to be in the equation. And STE, they're getting to the late game a lot of times. They're not winning them, but they're still in the mix. It's Next Ruya is the team that's calling my attention of where are these guys? This is a team that a lot of people expected better work than this. They're not as low on the leaderboard as FaZe are, but I need to see more from them on these last few games today.
Let's see it. Let's see it as we go ahead and take it back to our casters for the final time in Aaron Gale, John Allen, and Zute.
The third of the triple billing of Aaron Gale's now out to play. We've seen the two previous matches. I think it's fair to say the finishing on the last one, a little bit less exciting. It was sure action movie style, the crawl back through for Coops, but there was never really any doubt that Enigma Galaxy were going to be able to take that one home in the position that they were afforded, and rightly so. I mean, they were able to hold it down. They were able to do exactly what they needed to do. They didn't run dry on ammo. There's not much you can do about that. But 6-8, like you said at the end of that last game, really put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, I think 6-8 has shown us a lot over the course of the last two Aaron Gale matches. They play this kind of style where they will third party from distance, close range, long range, wherever it might be. And they're really going for all those elimination points. They're really kind of setting themselves apart. And well, I like to see more of that coming out of 6-8. And oh man, it's such a shame that we're already on the last Aaron Gale match of the day. I feel like these Aaron Gale matches, I mean, sure, we've only had two, but they've been so exciting in different ways. That last one was an easy win for Enigma Galaxy, but all the action, all the tribulations were happening just north of them. And we saw so many teams scrap for that Riverside, and Hyper came in from the east. We had STE come in from the west, and it just crunched everyone in. And at the end of the day, the zone, of course, favored Enigma Galaxy. What's going to happen in this one, though?
Ooh.
We're flying over military base. Is that an omen for a potential military base on the last Aaron Gale of the day? You always love to see something like that happen, John.
I mean, you said you were a little bit disappointed, right? That you weren't going to see any more Aaron Gale today. You really enjoyed it. But I'll tell you what, Zute, if you tune in tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that, there is going to be plenty more Aaron Gale for you to watch. So make sure you're tuning in for that one. There is so much more to play here. We're into match 4 of the 24-match set that these teams will be facing off in for their chance to qualify deeper into this tournament. The top 3 going directly to the Grand Finals. And then we're going to be looking down towards the cutoff in 11th place on these 16 teams to go to that last chance stage. It'll be very hard fought for. This plane path quite lent out to the southwest side. Potential for a lot of early scraps around vehicles.
Yeah, that is definitely a potential that I am keeping an eye out on. The northwest or the northeast side, not a lot of vehicle spawns. You can see there's only like a couple of roads, which is where the vehicles are, and we're gonna get the polar opposite circle of the plane path. Not just that, this type of circle does lead to some very interesting things, John. We know Stalber, a potential Stalber ending, and even if not, the foothills around Stalber with the scattered compounds always makes for a lot of exciting gameplay.
You've also still got Yasnai Fields involved. And here's those hot drops towards the vehicles. Yep. Can Nasa survive? Oh, did he do that? Goodness me. The legs on him. Ralph sends underneath, and that is unfortunate, but you don't want to stick around too long. You know the rest of the team are going to grab a weapon, run straight on through. But a hot drop over in South Georgia. Actually, there's a little bit of heat over in North Georgia as well, but I think next Ruya are going to head further up towards Zaki, away from Kanina Power. But in the meantime, FaZe, an intense game, both close by. FaZe are trapped in the middle of a 2-2 split right now, but that might work to their favor.
Yeah, both FaZe an intense game. Only 3 points. Definitely not the way they're expecting to start off today. And there's only going to be one winner coming out of this fight. And I think it's going to come down to just who gets the first opening. Intense game, hyper aggressive. We've seen them, just do head-on fights, driving straight into the opposition. Are they going to elect to still do a similar strategy, just, overwhelm FaZe? FaZe very grouped up, though. It's going to be hard to break them open. And these fights are always so complicated, too, in these large apartments. So many angles you have to worry about as you're running up the stairs. Which floor are they on? It's going to be a slow grind, in my opinion. But FaZe looks like they're going to be the aggressive ones here, making some grounds through the stairways.
I like this. In a fight on two fronts, it's often more profitable to just take one of the fights, take control of the engagement, and just push out one direction. You're going to have the numbers advantage. But I like this response also from Intense Gaming. They are crunching back in and actually starting to maneuver themselves to the south side of this fight, forcing a regroup and actually putting FaZe with their back to the water. So not a lot of route out, but a lovely nade out through the window. Finds a lot of damage there. Gonna force Adrian to heal up just a little bit. Another nade to follow it up, doesn't quite get the tag. That was such a timely first aid as well. Maximum value found for it. Excellent first aid coming through from Adrian, and damage back to Mela.
Yeah, they really want to get this first opening, and this might be it. Ventorez with the nade, and it bounces right onto Adrian. And that's the opening. That might be the downfall of Intense Game. FaZe will get that point. There's no way Adrian could get revived here unless FaZe gets like 2 members knocked right now, but I don't think that's going to happen. FaZe should just, slow it down a little bit, let Adrian bleed out, and then figure out their next step.
Magdalene looking to try and stop this run out from Mormon, who himself wants to get the flush onto Adrian. FaZe have slowed right down. They know there's threats very close by, but there's that flush coming on through. Adrian gives up the ghost there. And again, it's going to be a player down for Intense Game. And it looks like they might just want to retreat fully here. They are backing off quite far, and they're not in this next zone, so they don't have super long to stick around here.
Yeah, they know FaZe is not going to make the mistake of just going out in the open. So instead, Intense Game are going to back off. And they're at the huge disadvantage, right? If they try and keep this fight going, if they try and, catch one of the FaZe members and then one of Intense Game gets knocked again, that is just pretty much done for the side of Intense Game. So they're very smartly, in my opinion, going to take their chances elsewhere. At least loot up a little bit more, right? They just dropped. They're probably missing meds, ammo, a lot of things. And this northeastern circle is going to be a hard one for many teams to rotate into as well, because this is a very hard northeastern circle.
It's going to be quite a trial, you're right, to get these rotations through. Duxan over past Potato Hill now. They roll straight on over it. Morph picking up a point right on the northern shore. This is north of Stalber, and looks like they'll find that first. Cleon able to pick up the point. NB losing that player very inopportune right now. Playing on the north side, especially with Morph in such a wide split. Severny and this north position in Stalber.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's expecting anybody to be up here. Keep in mind, the plane path was hard south to the southwest. Stalber, north of Stalber, John, like you mentioned, is the complete opposite of that plane path. And there's already 2 teams up there. So that is, just surprising. Intense Game losing another player, trying to disengage that fight. STE, I think this team, it's pretty evident what their playstyle is. They're keeping track of the elimination feed, and they're going to take these little third-party opportunity fights wherever they can, even if it's just, one little point here and there. SE, they will go out of their way to look for these.
Hyper looking to move up past Hale on this northern side, just breaking to the east of Severny into the warehouses. They're fairly nice and central here, though, so there's no massive pressure on them to move just yet, but could be pretty tricky with Hale surrounding them. The run out from those warehouses, always dangerous. Maybe needing a smoke train to get out of the front door if you've got some players looking your way, but Hale maintain a split. The question for me, especially in newer lobbies, is how long do teams look to hold these splits for?
Yeah, the splits are, it's such a risk versus reward, right? Sometimes these splits can really come in handy, gives you a lot of options. And we've seen nHyper do these splits, and then they group up at some point. It seems like the common trend is by circle 3 or 4 is when you kind of want to just really group up together. You don't want to risk a full team smashing into a split team. Koi takes a little bit of damage here. You got to be careful, though, peeking that, because he does have that bolt action. One headshot, and that's a knock. nHyper, though, I'd say not an aggressive team. Even if they get that knock, I don't think we'll see nHyper push.
Not just yet. They'll bide their time for the time being. It looks like we'll have Nextruya trying to move their way forwards. And I agree with Cameron, right? This is a team that should be doing more right now. They have been denied so far, but that is such a hard north shift. We're going north coast. We're getting a little bit wacky with it, Zute. I'm loving the start of this group, Red.
I have not seen a Stallburst circle. So I actually think the last Stallburst circle was like years ago at PMGC. So the fact we might see it, we are seeing one already by Circle 2. Once again, during PMGC, this is great. I'm going to be honest with you, John. I don't have much experience with a circle like this. All I can tell you is that it's going to get very hectic very fast.
It is certainly chaos waiting in the wings, and both of those wings are descending. You can see those teams coalescing to the north side of this mountain, trying to find their footing now as EnHyper make that break, swinging around past the forwards position of that hail split, but the regroup comes through and they close that gap nice and timely as well. A couple of seconds longer and maybe there was an opening for EnHyper to find some sort of crack in the armor, some opening that they could exploit, but denied that opportunity. However, EnHyper in the circle, and that can't be said for too many of these other teams as well. Inco bringing up the rear on that east side flank on the north side, and it is just really, really tough stuff. The top of the mountain, not safe either.
Yeah, the top of the mountain is occupied by quite a few teams as well. And this area of the map's so tricky because there's so many sight lines that you have to be aware of, and most of your cover is by elevation difference, right? The hills leading up towards Stallburst, not a lot of hard cover, but teams near the top, they literally can't see you because of how much it slopes and drops off just like this, as you can see from the camera side. So the angles, the lines of sight is going to get very tricky here, and it's going to be a lot of fragmented pocket of actions, like each level almost like its own zone, so to say.
Take the Galaxy wanting to maintain control of these hillsides, but Ducksand close by, skirting danger, teasing one another with their presence. They know they should be aware of the presence of teams nearby. They're using these vehicles, they'll be able to hear that, but there's another step up coming through, and Yudo Alliance are going to move closer to this Ducksand position and actually leapfrog it on that forward part of the 2-2 split that Binny and Junie currently occupy. Onto the foot they go, and it looks like two players are going to try and descend onto Ducksand. Not in the sightlines of Enigma Galaxy either, so potential for a little bit of a forced regroup for this Ducksand position.
Yeah, you can see on the minimap, right? You'd think a lot of these teams will be taking shots at each other. They're so close to each other, shoulder to shoulder. It's just the elevation drop off, the ridges just completely blocking the line of sight for so many teams. Next circle just pulls away from the water pretty much. Everyone more or less in the zone. North side does have to scooch in just a tad bit as we do get some shots ringing off, and EnHyper have to move in, morph along with NB Esports.
No prizes for guessing who's slap bang in the middle of this circle though. So,
oh yeah.
Very much Enigma Galaxy yet again. Goodness me, second time in a row. They have moved for this position. They have claimed it as their own. So that is going to play to their advantage. And controlling terrain, I think, is a little bit harder than controlling the compound they were in. So a taller order this time around for Enigma Galaxy to prove that when given these circles, they do deserve these chicken dinners. Still, all 16 teams remain. Only a couple of teams losing a player. Ducksand down to 3, NB losing 1. Power maybe just about to lose a little bit more than that, or maybe it will go to Morph. They are quite split right now. Look at Rocky on the off angle there. Manages to get to cover. Can Bobo hold off on this push? Going very, very low. And Becca wins out the challenge. A nice start for Kanina Power. The backline that may be looking to try and third party onto them. Also having attention turned out its way. And you can't ignore it. Rocky still very, very low. Can't go for this fight.
Head on a swivel right now. There's no hard cover to really be had, and teams could just easily backstab you from the low ground. You could get shot from the high ground, so players in a rush right now to clear out these fights, to finish the opposition that's close to them. You can see they're just nading whatever they can, trying to get into a more comfortable position, but not a lot of comfortable spots to be had here. Rocky, last one up. No, not the last one up from Morph, but definitely split far away from the rest of his team. You can see right there CMZ out in the distance. And Hyper still slowly working their way in. Not as chaotic of a fight as we saw earlier. They're just dealing with that one team of Hail FaZe. And then meanwhile on the west side, just getting cut down from distance.
Tricky maneuvers, exiting Severny this late. Next Ruya ahead of them. Frozen under a little bit of pressure from Mormon, but that backline is going to have to move. They're going to have to readjust that angle. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy and NB are going to clash, but it seems like Ralph and Coops will be sentinels on this south side for them. Mondo now the last to stand, and in the face of Lord, will he be able to triumph? It's looking pretty hairy, and it will be shaved away as well. That is NB falling, and a clean engagement from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, beautiful defense. Clean that right up. Not even a single player knocked. And you saw that crossfire from Coops. They're in sight lines of one another. They look like they've even played this spot quite a few times with that setup. Beautifully done. North side fight is continuing now. And Hyper, knowing it's a difficult task to get into the rest of zone, will go for the elimination points. But it is not working out for them. They're getting cut down here. Hale still have 2 players up.
Oh, the DPS around the side, swaps the M4 as well. The knocks are coming through thick and fast. Hale are not going to escape unscathed either. Now just the backline exists for Hyper. They are down to 1. Hale trimmed as well. They're going to have a tough time moving south still, as it is a hard shift. U2 Alliance may be pretty happy about this, as you see in the picture, there's still scraps going over. This is Nasa and Inko in the meantime. Flash getting torn apart. Is that Hyper cleaning out Hale? I think it might be. And this is the scrap I was talking about before. Inko needing to keep themselves alive. Nenebeti and Vitali down on the outside. Nasa looking for that challenge. 2 players alive. They move onto the inn and will look for the reses now to try and keep themselves nice and healthy, but a lovely spray now from Xenox to get the high ground position, wrestle it away from Inko, spots the drop, but a lovely nade through the window, finds one and the flush as well, and Becca on the warpath, back in response, Spec hopping, jumping, trying to survive. We saw him hop a buggy earlier in the match, but now it's bullets flying his way, and they're a little bit tougher to control. A Spec keeps it together for Nasa for the time being.
What a nade by the side of Becker. Becker dropped down with the nade and flew it right in. Goes aggressive, goes for the push, gets the confirmation points. Xenox forced to back off, but the blue zone is closing in on both. Becker, is he going to try and disengage this? Spec will have clear lines of sight on him if he just drives away here. This surely has to be a fight to the death for both of these teams, and they do realize it. Spec will confirm a point. Becker on the push, DBS in hand. Who's going to win out this one?
He's waiting. He doesn't have any first aids left, though, and in stage 4, closing in on stage 5, you are going to have to force this fight. Becca looking for first aids as well, I think. He's going to have to enact that heal. Bandages only for Spec. Is it a heal off coming on through? I'm not entirely sure this is worth it for either of these 2 players, but Spec gives it up.
Oh!
Down right on top of Becca. Can he get out of there? Can he get into the buggy and get through? He's looking for first aids, and 3 of them are found. Does he have time? Will it tick? There's no stims. It's close. It's down to the wire, but I think he just about has it. Just about managing to tag it back up, but it's stage 4. You've got to get on your buggy as soon as possible.
Man, and I hate to break the news, but there's still 12 teams up, John. He's not going to get any placement points, even if he first aids for like another minute, potentially. What a fight. But, I mean, valiant effort, and that is the correct play. Getting into the buggy later on, I mean, that blue zone is going to be chunking. So, first aid as much as you can. Maybe you can ink out some points, because now from 12, we're down to 10. This hard zone shift down south has taken a lot of casualty from teams. And looking at the minimap, we still have many teams up with 4 players, however, so it will be a very strong ending coming into the late game for one of these teams.
A lot of stragglers being picked up now. A lot of solo dolos getting rolled over as Coops finds one of them. And Hyper eliminated. They did get 5 elims. Their north side aggression, their fight there just pulled them too far apart, and they weren't able to move on through. Enigma Galaxy on this northern side are going to have to move as well, get a little bit further down south. Did they lose a player? I think Enigma Galaxy might be playing with 3 now on this northern side. Morph are going to be ahead of them. U2 Alliance on the south side looking pretty happy, but the next zone shifts down south. U2 Alliance 6-8 in the money.
6-8, finally not having to chase the circles coming in on the south side. And we're going to see a 4-man team of 6-8 into the late game. So this might be their chance to potentially win the match. Udo Alliance, of course, with a strong compound, could be sieged by 6 to 8. Meanwhile, everyone else not in the zone, and that just means we're going to see more teams get broken apart, not able, or more than likely not able to keep all 4 up. We'll see how it goes. Here comes Duxan coming in with 3-0 elimination points, sliding right into the side of 6 to 8.
Trying to move through QX there. There's only one player in this position, 33Z, right in the open as well, but lovely backup from Sunan to be able to stop Duxan from being able to take that angle. Really, really important for 33Z to be able to maintain this position is that angle that Sunan held. On that side, stopping any position, pushing down the side. Next Ruya, on the out of this though, might have a say in this engagement as they push in from the west.
Nongshim Red Force fighting with 7th Element here. It's a 4v4 fight. It's a brawl. Back and forth. Divine goes down. Nongshim Red Force looking like they are definitely coming out on top. Still 4 players up. 7th Element. Where did they go? They're down to just 1 player, and he is forced to drive off and just find whatever he can in the zone. And looking at the minimap feed, there's actually quite a lot of open terrain in the zone, unoccupied. But the sight lines, the angles, they have to be wary.
Certainly do. Just Alien remains for 7th Element. He's going to try and survive for as long as possible. Cable cars being abandoned there by Enigma Galaxy as they roll on with 3 from the north side. They're going to have to push past Morph. Next Ruya have got themselves tucked in close to Benny though. A nade, 6 in the back pocket. He is spotted. Really nice pickup. Next Ruya, not going to let that rock surprise them. Zip Yan a little bit further down. They're wary of it. They see the smoke. They know what's up. A nade resupply as well for Yekta.
Next Ruya coming in very strong here with a squad of 4. They should clean that one out, right out. Nade's coming in. Enigma Galaxy on their end, getting cut down to 2. Good nade. Doesn't get the knock though. Does force that player down. And Enigma Galaxy not even in the zone yet. They still have to fight their way in. And Nongshim Red Force coming out over the top with 4 players. They're probably going to look to clean out the entire northern side from their position.
With Duxan eliminated, with Enigma Galaxy starting to flag now, with Ralph down and Coops on the high ground isolated, this is a chance for STE to launch themselves further up the tables if they can play from this west side effectively. Can they pick up these points where they need to? Because right now they've got 3 eliminations that we wanted to put a lot more. They were sat 13 points behind Enigma Galaxy at the start of this match. That's extended with the eliminations that both teams has got to 15 points between them. So STE looking to extract value here. But it is still a tricky spot. The next zone just about to close.
Well, let's shift to the west where most of the teams are, or maybe even to the east. Alien might catch a lucky break here, and it does. I think he's in the zone, and he's so barely in the zone that I don't think Nongshim is going to bother him. Nongshim's probably going to stay on the high ground and control the west of the map from that position. Coops did go down, I believe. Yeah, Enigma Galaxy is out. Next Ruya have to make their next big play. And Nongshim Red Force, they're backing off a little bit. They lose a player. That is very detrimental coming into the late game.
I want to see what Udo Alliance can do. In this position, they haven't really had too many opportunities to shine so far. 6 points total. They've had 2 eliminations this match, bringing them up to 8. But they have got the shift of a lifetime here. If they can control Nongshim Red Force on this eastern side, they might have a better time. Nongshim losing a player. Alien steps out into the buggy. He's just going to vacate.
He's going to run.
He's just going to get out of there. Try and survive for as long as possible. I mean, you know that you're not going to win a scrap against that many players. Get spun out by the tire, and there's the down shot. You're not going to win against that either. So I think, realistically, maybe you could have just gone for a little bit of a scrap, tried to get a flush, maybe an extra placement point, but either way, he's down.
Yeah, I actually thought Nongshim, I guess if Nongshim had 4, they would be a little bit more aggressive in their positioning and leave that side alone. But then again, they have the understanding to clear out the sides of the circle, right? You can never be too safe. So good job by Nongshim for checking everything, taking out that last straggler. Here comes next Ruya with 4, and over the top, Morph with 2 is going to cause a lot of damage onto that team. And you said, what is Udo Alliance going to be able to do? They're getting knocked right now from the side of STE.
Trying to hold themselves together from the top rope. It's Rocky. Looking for the bounce rate. And Yoru has his back as well. Morph playing as 2. They've been as 2 for quite a while, but they're up to 9 eliminations. And they are putting on a workshop on the north side. Unfortunately, they have been spotted. Nongshim be doing a lot of work themselves, be able to spot it. Dokkenma still bleeding out. Frozen nearly goes down. Sliver of HP keeps him in this one. There's Judo Alliance chiming in and moving Morph down to 1.
Nextria just doing whatever they can to stay alive as 4. Zone is slowly pressuring in onto Rocky. Rocky, last one up for Morph. If they could deal with Rocky, they got a good chance of winning this game. You have to make sure they keep 4 up though, but Udo Alliance looking like they're going to be the aggressors now, getting a little bit closer, pushing towards that northern side. STE has completely given up the west side, and they've just moved down to the south, so this is an isolated fight for Udo Alliance.
Right over the top, right into the middle of it, but it's not finding any knocks here. This can have the healing walk moving on forwards for Nextruya. Rocky is still up there, the thorn in their side as the nades start to pour back over. Health bars looking way, way better for Udo than they are for Nextruya at this point. The blue zone pushing in as well. I'll be surprised if they're able to get through this one. But Zebwolf moves up into a position to potentially handle Rocky as Dokkenma gets lit up, gets sideswiped, but finally Yekta handles it. Can Dokkenma get picked up? Can he get through to this plateau before Udo are able to crest this ridgeline and get control of this sightline? A lovely long nade from Olio, but it's deep into the blue, and it's not going to find what they're looking for.
Udo Alliance, this is their chance. They have Nextruya backed up against the wall, but Nongshim Red Force from distance still causing damage to every single team on the map right now. Udo Alliance will have to go back for that res, giving Nextruya a little bit of time to regroup. They're not in that next circle. They're very close to it, but they will have to crest that little hillside that's giving them cover and fight into Udo Alliance. And the nades are raining in. Udo Alliance, it's still slowly slipping away. Like, the control they had is just getting dismantled right now. Nongshim Red Force with 2. STE being very quiet now with 4, but they're looking for the right opportune time to do what they do best, which I guess is to third party a team once the fighting breaks out.
Udo Alliance, they put all of their eggs into controlling this northern side, stopping Nextruya from getting in, and they just haven't done that. They haven't been able to get value for their position. They gave up south side control, and STE have taken advantage, as you know they're going to do. A little bit of a lack of effectiveness here from Udo Alliance, but I'm glad to see Nextruya starting to stand up. They knew that they had to move forwards, take that fight with the solo player.
Oh, here it comes.
They needed cover for the ridgeline. A light up from the side. Olio needs to find value here. Udo might just be able to get the value that they've been seeking all along. 3 knocks for them, and they will be able to bring them down to 1. That is exactly what they needed to happen, and it could not have come at a closer time to the death bell.
Yeah, Nextruya did the best they can. That was a very disadvantaged fight, and they're still in the match. I think he could maybe snake into the zone on the north side and still be in cover. Nongshim Red Force down to 2, almost down to just 1. 1 HP for XZY. Can he get that first aid off? It looks like he can. STE starting to spring into action, getting the angles, and it looks like they're going to take that high ground away potentially from the side of Nongshim Red Force.
This should be an STE game. Look at the utility they've still got on board. 15 smokes available, 14 nades. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to stand up. I mean, Nongshim, sure, they've got some utility, but everybody else is just getting picked apart. Even Udo Alliance, very, very low on that util, despite staying alive as 4. Those sightlines can be denied to them.
Next zone does, I would say, favor Udo Alliance here. So STE, they're going to go aggressive. They're pressing this ridge side, taking some shots, not any strong connections. Udo Alliance with 4. They have to make sure they don't get knocked by Nongshim Red Force. So Nongshim Red Force, I think, is really going to determine which team gets the advantage here. And yep, just as I say that, Nongshim Red Force will find a pivotal knock onto the side of Udo Alliance.
They're going to slow that one down. Going to be forced to lose that as well with the blue zone crushing in. Udo Alliance can't afford the time nor the damage from the blue zone to go for that res. But there's an answer coming through from Udo Alliance. Flax able to spin 1, and XZY full second. STE now in a full 4 versus 4, although the knock did go through and it's most likely going to be confirmed. They actually commit for the res here for Udo Alliance. They really need all the players they can get, to be fair.
Both teams in the circle. 2 of the players, though, not in the circle for Udo Alliance. The one getting that res. Will they have cover moving in just so slightly? I don't think so. They might lose both of those players, yeah. You called it out. You're surprised they went for the res, and this is exactly why. They get the res off, but it is still death for them trying to move into the zone, and STE knows this. It's going to come down to a 4v2, it seems like.
Committing for things, not getting the maximum value out of them seems to be the story from Udo Alliance this match, but still, they are into the final two, despite getting knocked down quite a bunch. They have had quite the run here. Getting a second place, still really quite a strong result if they're able to stay alive, maybe get a point or two more. STE being relatively quiet, just being such a menacing presence as they swung around through the south side, but now they're going to start to gnash their teeth just that little bit louder. 5 eliminations, 6 eliminations. They are chewing it up here as Udo Alliance are down to 2.
Down to 2. Center zone in the middle of both teams, and just like that, STE will get cover. Pushing right up. They have control of the center of the zone now. Udo Alliance really backed up into the corner. They get a knock onto Hero. That's good. Will the nade come in for Shing? Looking for it. 3v2 now. He really needs to hit this one and does not connect.
Doesn't catch it on the reposition. The high ground pick onto Hero is actually really important. It gives them an opening, but it's still so unlikely. You step out like that, you're going to get chewed up, and that will be the spit out as well. No utility left for Udo Alliance. STE had it all the way under their control. Discipline coming through from this roster, and you love to see it. A great set of players coming through, and a deserving chicken dinner for STE.
Yeah, I like you use the word discipline. I'd like to throw on maturity on top of that. You know, STE, the previous 2 games on Erangel, we saw them just play so aggressive, third-partying everything, taking every fight they can. I'm so surprised that wasn't the case here. They had so many opportunities to push up into Udo Alliance earlier on, but they played a completely different style. They remained quiet. They swung down to the low ground, the south side, and they waited and bided their time and very strategically finished the game off with a chicken dinner with a couple of eliminations to boot. I think this STE team is a lot more developed than I originally thought, right? I thought their playstyle was going to be more aggressive, just fighting teams, but they switched it at the very end, and very surprisingly too, with 4 players up. They didn't play aggressive with 4 players. They played more passive, John.
Yeah, they knew that it would all come to them if they waited. They made the right call. I think Udo Alliance, there were a couple of things I would have fixed there, but they still managed to get second place off the shifts that they were given, and they did quite well to hold out next Ruya and finally get the value for committing to that northern side position for Udo Alliance. So I'm happy for the Malaysian team to be able to get that far into the game and start to put some numbers up on the board. But it was STE to close things down for this match in disciplined style.
They sure did. It's about that time. 6-8 getting their first chicken dinner on the tournament. It was only a matter of time, Seven, and they did it right here now.
And it was the way they did it too, especially towards the end. I mean, they were on towards the west of the circle, and they figure out that they were going to have to fight Udo Alliance. They didn't want to take that fight, so they decided to rotate on the south and go towards the east. I know we're talking about the compounds that were there towards the east. The way that 6-8 was able to play this, it was actually really, really well. And I'll have to go back, because I was kind of pointing this out to you guys too. That player that was all the way to the right, that I cannot tell what was his name, they seemed like they had a picture, a printed out picture of the zoomed in map of that area. Yeah, right there. Dude, that is so awesome. GG's 6-8. That was pretty well played by you guys.
True indeed. I mean, look at this. 18 points. Udo Alliance in 14th. Cameron, how do you feel about these guys performing this way? Especially, you know, since 6-8, they dropped all the way in Primorsk. We finally had that Stalber-ish circle, but they had a long way to go. And then, you know, Udo Alliance dropping, I believe it was near Apartments. Yeah, they still were able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good defense by Alliance so far to get 8 eliminations from that point, but just 6-8, I gotta continue to celebrate them, right? They've been in like the top 4, top 5 of each round up until now. This is the first time that they've been able to win it, but so far today, every single round, they are playing it very proactively, but very intelligently as well. Just what Seven was saying with trying to wrap around the low side to really maintain that control, get multiple lines of sight, get the crossfire angles. Rarely do we see them have no option but to send it. They had to send it the previous Erangel because of the river, the Nigma's like God compound situation, but just these guys have been playing out of their mind so far. Only 1 point behind Enigma after that win. And honestly, I think they're going to overtake them on Miramar at the rate that they're going right now. They're just so consistently good every single round by round.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. Another team, of course, I gotta give a big shout out to is Morph GPX, right?
Yes.
They moved up all the way to 5th place after that one. Real fortunate circle for them, Seven, especially since this team that goes and lands all the way up north.
Yeah, and the way they've been playing, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I've been looking at the way they've been able to play. They've been getting a lot of eliminations. You can see it right there. It's reflecting. Most of their points are from those elims, 23 and only 7 placement points. And this is kind of a pattern that I was seeing out of this team. Yeah, they do get those elims early on, and then they just completely disappear. The last 2 Erangels, though, they've been able to at least get within the top 5 or within the top and still being able to frag out, which is massive for them. And if they continue to do that, they're going to put themselves in contention there within at least maintaining a top 5.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, Cameron, one fight in particular I really liked watching. I think it was the highlight fight of the match, right? It was none other than Inko versus Nazar right there. You saw Spec with that crazy jump down shot onto Becker. How'd you feel about that one?
Oh, man, that was... both of those players had so limited resources. I think Becker was trying to use his last first aid kit. Specs dropped down, I think cut it off, which allowed him to then pick up that first aid kit and use it and try and stay alive for just a little bit longer. But it was down to the wire. Again, just fighting in the blue, it just shows how chaotic it is. But neither of those teams loved the situation that they ended up in, especially when it went down to the 1 versus 1. But having just the killer instinct of knowing how to finish that off, like Spec dropping down. Granted, Spec had no other option. He ran out of bandages. That was his only play, but he was able to execute it and get it done.
Yeah, big nade from Becker to be able to go ahead and clutch that there onto Zenix. But of course, we got to give a big thank you to the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created directly for esports players. Guys, you want to dominate the lobby, check out that GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, of course, go ahead and take a look at the TikTok as well. Hashtag PMGC 2023, so you can get a look at everything that's going on behind the scenes. Now, unfortunate for Inko, unfortunate for Nazar. Another unfortunate, team as well was Hyper 7, right? They were all the way up in the north there, but man, they got taken out just there at the end. But we'll talk more a bit about it as we get back right after this break. And we're back, folks. Here we go. We're about to head into none other than Miramar coming up. So that's it for Aaron Gale, Sandhawk for the day. One team in particular, Seven, that I know you really want to see pop off in Miramar is none other than Intense Game. How do you think they're going to do here?
I hope that we see an intense game that we kind of saw, especially in Americas, right, where they were able to take advantage of the Miramars. Currently, with their position, we were expecting Brazil, especially with what we saw last week in Group Green, okay, maybe Brazil's gonna dominate this week as well. That's not the case. Right now, IG only has 4 points, and all of those points are from eliminations. They have been very aggressive, something that we've been kind of pointed out. They've been super aggressive when it comes to the car crashes and getting a little bit too hyper aggressive. Slow that down. Give it a break. And I feel like Miramar might be able to do that for them, and they might be able to take full advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're going to be able to do it here as we head into Miramar, guys. About time we take it on back over to our casters, Zute and John Allen.
Well, I know it's going to be intense, but we'll have to wait and see if it's an intense game for intense game. As we are going to be going into the first of today's Miramar. We got our sand boots on. We're ready for the dusty dunes.
And Brazil, they haven't really showed up yet, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just this lobby is a little bit different. Maybe it's more challenging even. But I'll tell you who has been showing up. The Korean teams. They're 3rd and 4th right now, respectively. I think they've been very consistent, and it's a region that we don't really talk about too often. We'll see how much more they can keep this up as we do head into Miramar, which I think is definitely the most difficult map out of all the ones that we are playing today.
I think it's certainly the most rotation focused, and maybe it'll help teams start to get a little bit of a mental reset coming through. I mean, obviously intense game, one of those teams that's looking to try and push their way further up the tables. But you're right, Brazil, where have they been? They have just not been in the mix so far. I'm waiting for them to show me why Group Green was so impactful when it came to Loops, when it came to Alpha 7. I feel like those two names are a little bit more prevalent when you think about Brazil at a global stage. Those are the two teams I think you would come out with first, but Inco certainly has a legacy at the global stage, and right now they're not living up to that hype. You can see they're not letting that get them down. Smiles in the Inco camp. They are ready for Miramar.
Yeah, both Brazilian teams on the camera just now looking pretty composed, pretty relaxed. That's always great to see. Let's see if they can start turning things around. Miramar, of course, like I mentioned, one of the tougher maps, very rotational focused, and it could help them out because they've been more or less on the aggressive side, right? And it is not working out. Maybe this map will slow down the pace of action for them just enough to get them like a footing on things, and then give them a chance, you know, to make it into that late game, to make those execution plays later on, rather than losing those fights earlier.
Just trying to keep themselves together, keeping 4 alive. Paramount importance here. As you can see, they are starting to get locked and loaded into the lobby. Ready for the final 2 matches of the day. They've only got 2 left to play in 30 seconds. They will be dropping in. Getting that plane path going already. Looking at that planning going forwards. Enigma Galaxy, they had a little bit of a stumble in this last match. I feel like on that northern side, controlling that terrain, I think was always going to be very, very tricky. The sides of the Stalba Mountain are notoriously treacherous, so I feel like I can't quite blame them fully for not being able to come out of that one unscathed. But they weren't able to outlive 628, who now are biting right at their heels, 1 point behind on the overalls.
1 point behind. Cameron said STE is probably going to overtake Enigma Galaxy with the way, you know, how STE has been performing, very consistent. Enigma Galaxy getting a lot of those zone blesses in the form of their points. So I'm very curious to see how this one goes, but I'd have to agree with Cameron. I feel like STE, they've been challenged way more often today so far, and they're showing us they can really navigate things and change pace too when needed, not just be aggressive and third party all the time, but slow things down and go for a chicken dinner win too.
They managed to take it in that last of the Erangels for day number 1 of Group Red. So we are going to keep on dropping in. We'll see if we get any hot drops, if we get any close fort positions around those vehicles that are so important on this map to get out, because it is the largest map that we play. A lot of teams dropping out near Impala, near Los Leones as well. People kind of start to spread out. El Azahar claimed by Nexruya. Over in Campo Militar, you've actually got Nesa over on that northeastern side, so they are really isolating themselves into that position. They'll be having to play on from there, and we'll see where everybody else starts to fall.
Looking for hot drops right now. No teams dropping right on top of each other just yet. Another really polar opposite circle. Playing path on the east, circle on the west. Could open some doors up for some teams to make those quick rotations.
Just get out, get looted as fast as you can. Get on the bike. That seems to be on the cards for NB as they start to mount up and get across the way. El Pozo, Montenuevo, very valuable looting spots in this circle.
I think with a circle like this, with Miramar being so difficult to do those rotations, I really want to see teams that, you know, got the favorable zone, so to say, on the south side, just haul it into more central and, you know, cut down the loot time and just loot more in the circle. Maybe go to Valle de Mar, Chumacera. Those are also really good spots to hold down in a zone like this. I don't see a lot of movement just yet from teams, and we do have a knock coming in. Couldn't really make out which two teams it was, but some casualties definitely happening. Oh, ooh. That's a confirmation actually, and Hyper, I believe, got one onto FaZe.
Yeah, I think it was that south point of Hyper, Koi, able to pick up a player from FaZe.
Yeah.
In the middle of it, yeah, he's got that point on board. Looks like there's more knocks coming on through. Is that Winchester in action as well? I love it. I love to see it. A cheeky little headshot coming on through. Aesthetically, my favorite gun in the game. No
From
way.
that distance?
What? Adrian, you madman. Oh, go on. Do it again. Give us some more. No, he's not going to take the shot. He's going to wait. He's got to wait for the res.
He doesn't have the angle.
He's waiting for them to peek. There's a Winchester in hand for both of these two players. It's the Wild West out here.
Oh, he's like, get in the vehicle, man. This guy's got some nasty aim. Doesn't even give him chance to finish that first aid off. Taking more shots. Can he hit it? Oh, what a shot. Maybe we could get a replay of that. Maybe one of the observers caught it, but no point conversion. Nice little shot for the morale, though.
I wonder if that was on a moving target as well.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
I feel like the vehicle might have come back in for the backup, but imagine hitting a headshot at that range with the Winnie on a moving target. That would be my highlight of the tournament, for sure. But I think he would have been standing still and the backup came in the vehicle. So we'll have to wait and see, though. See if we do get a replay on that. But in the meantime, Nisa have got a little bit of trouble brewing in the sidelines with Boboho stepping close to spec right now. Actually, he's been taken low already. A couple of shots popped off there. A couple more over towards the buggy. Wait for these
here
angles,
comes the rest, though.
The rest of Nisa are there, and Boboho's got to get out of dodge pretty fast.
Yeah, just within earshot of that vehicle moving in, so he repositions. But I think he's surrounded on all sides. I think if he took a look to his left, there was another player in Nasser at his left angle. Morph really just, I mean, it looks like Boboho is in control of this situation. I'm surprised he hasn't got taken down yet by J7. Yeah, J7 should have clear lines of sight onto him, but no shots landing on him yet. And he will reposition enough to... Yeah, this is a very scrappy fight for all the teams involved, and it looks like Nacer is just trying to get out of this alive with all four.
Seems like it might be working, though, to be able to keep all four alive. In the meantime, across the map, you've got Nongshim, Red Force moving over to Chumacera. You do have a team moving over towards Bahia de Mar, like you said you wanted to see. It's Enigma Galaxy who have made that push around on the south coast. And over into El Pozo, you've got NB Esports who have taken up residency there. No one quite in Montenuevo just yet. I imagine all of these teams are going to be fully looted at this point, though, even just through picking through the compounds that they move past. But STE potentially moving into Montenuevo, but Inco also on that road, potentially moving in there as well on the south side.
Yeah, rotations are coming in heavy now. With a circle this far off the plane path, all these teams know even if the rotation's a little bit slow, they can still get in time due to how treacherous the terrain is. FaZe did lose that one player very early on to Hyper. It's going to hurt them for sure, as Hyper, the team to look out for coming in for the North American side. The North American representative, they've had a terrible finish to the America's Championship, but I will say they are looking to have bounced back fairly nice. They're not too high up in the leaderboards, but definitely high up enough that there is a good shot of them potentially making the top three.
Top three already in the hands of STE. They have their split moved through by Daksan. Looking to get a little bit further in around the mountains that border the north side of this circle. Oh, QX out in the open a little bit there. Tag. There's a headshot, but Hero doesn't quite find the last shot. Just about getting away for QX. But now Zipian has a challenge to cross this open ground. QX very lucky to escape with his head there.
Yeah, nice priority of targeting there. I thought for sure he was going to spray the buggy when he went for the laydown, but his eyes were looking like everywhere on the screen and spotted the player out in the open standing still, almost getting that knock. Yeah, level 2 helmet, so that was a double headshot, not just one headshot. Yeah.
Wow.
Almost. So close. That knock could have been a point conversion as well, because we know STE is a very, you know, aggressive team. They're not scared to take these fights, especially at long distances. But no point conversion there. Duxon barely getting out of that alive. And just as I say that, one of the STE members does get caught trying to go for a vehicle.
Trying to keep that one together. I don't think that's going to fare too well. Diego rams the party bus out of the way. Doesn't even see the player down there. But to be fair, Hero is fully isolated here and will not be picked back up by STE. He stays a little bit too long and overstays his welcome. Hey, good news as well for Intense Game, right? They have managed to find this early point, the first point on this Miramar. Can they keep this train rolling, though? Will they be able to keep it through where they haven't so far in today's matches? Only 4 points, and this is their 5th in as many matches, so they definitely need to pick things up, pick up the pace a little bit. Is he just pinched a vehicle from behind? Nasa, what are you doing? Cheeky.
Yeah. Wow. And there's a lot of teams.
You deserve that. You deserve that. You can't be doing that. That's not allowed.
Oh, you try to get away with things, but at this stage, very hard to get away with some shenanigans right there. Next circle does come out. Oh, a lot of high ground on that south side. This is going to get very tricky. Enigma Galaxy in a great spot to get center zone if they do so to go for it. Nongshim Red Force also with great rotations, pretty much close to center, and Hyper as well. So it is not, you know, by luck that the teams that are rotational focused find center zones. This is like maybe 3 times in a row where we see Nongshim and Hyper and Enigma Galaxy in great positions on the map. So definitely getting those rotational priorities, very rotational focused, is going to reward them.
I don't think for Enigma Galaxy, I don't think I'd go directly center. I think maintaining control in the south side as they maintain control on the eastern side, or tried to rather, back on, I think it was the second Erangel of the day, or was it the first Erangel of the day? Yes, it was the first Erangel of the day, where we finished in the 1v1. Controlling one side of the circle, I think, almost has more value than having the middle of it in these earlier stages, certainly. So stage 2 of Miramar, the largest shrink in terms of circle percentage we see in competitive PUBG Mobile. So making sure that they have got a strong foothold when all of these teams are going to be looking for pretty wild rotates and pretty fast maneuvers, I think is going to have more value in the long run.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, especially on Miramar, right? Being center zone, if it goes away from you, it's circle 2. It could go anywhere still. And if it goes away from you, all of a sudden, you're just surrounded by teams. Hard to rotate on the high ground, you know, with all the hills. You don't want to find yourself sandwiched in there. Of course, it does just depend pretty much on where the circle goes. If it centers up, it could be the complete opposite story. Duxon coming in on that northern edge now, coming into the city. A couple of teams taking positions in the city, and right further south is that high ground mountain, which is even more difficult to rotate down south into.
Chumasera starting to become very populated, but everybody looking to be up in the mountains. Duxan holding on to their corner of it. They are right on the edge of the next zone. Hale a little bit more centralized, but they're still on a little bit of a split as well. Controlling a lot of ground on the north side of these hills, close to Chumasera. Not too many teams super close by, and I don't think that Hale will go for a direct push onto this one. Not for the time being.
It is only circle 2. Teams are just positioning to see where the next zone goes. They do have some battle plans in mind. Should it be a hard shift away from them, I'm sure. But everyone just coming in here and, ooh, things are going to condense even more onto that high ground. And I don't think we'll see full-out fights just yet. We'll see scraps as teams try to navigate this one, but things are starting to heat up.
I think we could see a scuffle on the south side here. If Enigma Galaxy and NB Esports both come into contact, it could be a really important position on the map as well. I wonder who's going to break for it first. The north side condenses further. Inco in a pretty decent spot. They regroup as 4. Nasa, they've been sneaking around the edges here, and finally they get cut back. Xenox will get knocked, will get flushed. And Nasa really haven't had a say in this match.
Not at all. They've just been trying to rotate their way in, and they're just getting caught one by one, little by little. And it's difficult. We said Miramar, one of the more difficult maps to rotate around on, very rotational focus. And you can see, if you don't get those rotations timed in well, you do not have a fighting chance whatsoever. Here on the west side, every ridgeline almost taken up, sightlines everywhere, north, east, southwest. You got to be careful. Peek your head up over the hill just a little bit too much, and you'll get knocked. STE finding a knock onto Inco. Now, STE are starting off this match very early on as a 3-man. Will we see that aggression, you know, out of STE that we saw in the previous games with only 3?
Yeah, getting that knock up towards the north.
Oh,
and
they got the
flush
confirmation
as well. They get the flush, and that's going to force Intense Game to try and look for a crash. It kind of, I think, baits them into making a move that just isn't favorable. They aren't going to be able to make this one work. They might extract a value, a point or two, but in the long run, they just aren't going to get too much value here. Trying to push into Chumacera. You've now also got FaZe on the backstop, and SDE have sort of forced this fight to happen in this way, just from playing on this position. Maybe not actively, but certainly just their presence there has sent these teams into the blender with one another. A lot of damage from a nade, but doesn't quite find the knock here. Magrelin is going to try and fall back just a little bit. Quite a lot of damage done to this Duxan position, which is really important for these teams on the north, because Duxan was a major factor.
Yeah, Duxan playing very split up here. Very slow to group up to get that revive. The DBS is good. This is 2 different teams they're fighting. As Nassar come in and chime here with a point. And yeah, Duxan just way too split up, I feel like, on this northern edge. They had 4 up on the defense, and now they're being cut down to 2.
SDE biding their time, still on the outside here. Wasn't too long ago we would have said they'd just go straight for this third party, but they're playing a little bit slower. Now Xing may be starting to step forwards after hearing a bit of a cacophony start to pop off down towards Chumacera. Mormon for FaZe is giving Venturas a backstop as the rest of the team looking to continue this scrap. A northern shift goes up towards the teams on the northern side, giving them a little bit more time to play with, keeping a bit of Chumacera still in the mix.
Nongshim Red Force now has the Enigma Galaxy position, which is dead center zone. So Enigma Galaxy not getting blessed this time around. They will have to fight in north. A lot of teams on the south side will have to fight through that treacherous terrain. A lot of open ground, gullies, dips. Not too many hard cover, though. So we'll see who comes out on top on the south side. It will get messy. Inco in a great spot, though, on the west. Right there at the hard compounds.
Torres steps up for a spray. Binny back on inside, and there's the DPS popping up. Zipyan able to find a crucial knock to keep 3 of them alive, but they do not have a lot of time to play with here. Now 628 have established that perimeter. Xing on the high ground soon and flanks down to the west, cutting off their escape route here, but there's 3 players. They pick a direction, they go all as one. Very easy to find a pick. Over towards STE, but if you give Sunan the opportunity, he's going to take the shots, but Zipiad is still on the swivel. It really heads up play, and Zipiad is so important for this hold, for this survival, coming through for Duxan.
Wow, what a turnaround right there. Just whiffed right onto his head. They're not going to be able to get the point confirmation, but the Blue Zone might just do it for them. Blue Zone is closing. They are going for that revive. Xing really needs to not get knocked. If he gets knocked, this defense is cracked wide open, firing a lot of suppressive fire. And another knock, actually. Onto 33's head. That's 2 members down. Everything is falling apart for STE.
Zipian has been brutal to STE on this northern side. Unfortunate turn of events there. Morph finding a similar result. But that is going to be Sun actually taken down. I'm not too sure who found the final blow. Morph on the other side, 2 eliminations found. All trying to extricate themselves from one another. You've got 4 teams in this vicinity, Zute. Next, Ruya, close by. Yakta will get knocked. But in the meantime, Morph have more to worry about on the northern flank as Kanina Power have just extricated themselves from Udo Alliance and their scrap.
Kanina Power at the hard compound. Might time a third party. Most likely not. Those compounds feel too safe. The 2 teams on the outside, though, are getting into it. Next, Ruya and Morph. Good nade. That's an opening nog. Zedwolf, another nade, follow up. Maybe going for the point confirmation, get some damage in, and Molly thrown. Is next Ruya going to go aggressive? It's going to be a little bit hard for them because they're only working with 3 players, and they have an Hyper on their backsides with lines of sight onto the fight as well.
Moving the buggy, but eats a nade. A little bit of damage found there. Nigma Galaxy, they've taken a knock, and it's NB on the south side to look for this clash that has been brewing for a while. Nigma Galaxy didn't move forwards early enough to take control of this ground. They lose Ralph for it, and now NB with the advantage, with that position already in this next zone. They've got a lot of control on the south side. A pretty important hill position as well. The south area on this zone certainly has a little bit of value. There's one more ridge beyond where NB sits that maybe you could push up to, but you can't do it just yet. And in fact, Inco might leapfrog it.
Yeah, Inco is just going to come in here on the west side with so much territory control. I do believe they're on the highest of the high grounds on the west, and with 4 players up, they could definitely maneuver teams how well they like. Circle does center up. It shifts a little bit north. STE, the last player, Shing, I think he will go for that shack position. Might be able to ink out some placement points there. Meanwhile, teams on the south forced to move up just a little bit more. Nigma Galaxy right there on the south making their move. Might be Hail Mary Sin to one of the shacks that are left open in the zone. And as well as Nigma Galaxy are playing, I'm seeing a reoccurring pattern where they just lose a player here and there early on. Too often, in my opinion.
That was a difficult scrap with NB. Now they're trying to play this central area against Shing, but he gets turned away. Okay, Coops doesn't want the trouble for that, and will fall away. I mean, Nongshim Red Force right now in a pretty prime location. The compound that they hold on the northern side will have quite a decent bit of oversight. Maybe from that western edge they could struggle just a little bit. It's going to be maybe tough to fend off the teams once they conclude Chumacera, but a lot of those teams in Chumacera have been cut down quite a lot. Hale are super split on this northern side, and they haven't got the foothold to launch themselves into a take of that compound.
Yeah, Hale, I think, just looking for some potential long-range third-party elimination steals from distance. And Hyper with 4, slowly, and once again, this is like the N Hyper that we're so used to seeing, just slowly, methodically working in towards the zone. No fast, sudden pushes or moves. Sometimes that does, come to bite them in the butt where that aggression is needed. This time, however, it looks like they can buy their time, work the terrain in their favor, which they are so good at doing.
Shot so towards 7th Element. Both of these 2 positions are outside the zone, but N-Hyper have a position they can regroup on towards the north with Koi and GK First both on that forward area in the next zone. It looks like 7th Element instead going to turn their attention to NB, and right up to Sek goes, but looks for the spray, won't even find any damage in response. He was more preoccupied with the backline, and Sek holds it out. 7th Element, they are losing players. They are down to 1. And it's going to be very unlikely that Divine can get much further here. There is no respite. There is no sanctuary. Out in the open, the barren grounds of Miramar will be his final resting place for this match. NB, they're going to close it down, and in similar fashion, next Ruya eliminated.
Here comes Inco, though, the team that all the teams on the west side need to worry about. They're slowly starting to make their appearance. Oh, One's going backwards in the buggy. He could have kept it going, maybe. But he does decide to hop out. Here's Hale, and they are getting the elimination points. They're very split up, like you mentioned, but they managed to find points here and there, up to 4 elimination points. Still working the very edge of the zone in a very comfortable spot. They might have to make a decisive play on the next circle shift, however, and with 4 players up, they can easily do that. And Hyper, wow, and Hyper on the south with a huge 2-2 split. Is that 2 players on the west and east side of the goalie of Hyper? It is.
They have gone really bold on this one. Right next to Morph with 4 players. Are they going to be able to hold this one off? I'm not too sure if they've got the power there. They've got Koi and GK first in that position, and Morph are going to back them off seemingly for the time being. But there's nades pouring through. Is that... It's still, yeah, it's still just them there. Looks like Freak may be able to get a third-party angle as the center shack gets contested and won out by Enigma Galaxy. So potential for them to get a little bit further against 628, who did hold that one before. Morph, in the meantime, still being held out. NB on the western side. 2 full 4 teams getting held out by each of the 2-2 splits right now for N-Hyper. Somehow, they haven't figured out that there's only 2 players in the way.
Yeah, N-Hyper may not be an aggressive team, but the splits they hold is very aggressive. Holding out, like you mentioned, 2 full teams on their each respective own. But look, the sightlines are there to cover one another. If Morph come out over the top of N-Hyper, the 2 of the on the west side can cover, and vice versa. So N-Hyper just playing the positions very well, can easily change any second though if a nade hits them and everything falls apart. But it works out for now. The zone did shift. They're gonna have to group up on that west side. Enigma Galaxy was very proactive too. They didn't have to move from that original shed, but they did send 2 over and take out the center position of STE.
They certainly did. This circle is pretty brutal, to be honest, for anybody who isn't Nongshim Red Force over on that northern side. There's a lot of open ground that we saw, that approach to the shack. Super open. This east side as well, really very minimal cover. I think a lot of teams are going to struggle here. If Hale can take this compound from Nongshim Red Force, that will be their lifeline on this northern side. The teams on the west, I think they're going to take care of each other at this point. Inco may be able to get through relatively unscathed though, so that southwest side may be the second challenger to this compound.
I think Hale might actually just share that ridgeline with Nongshim. They are exposed on the east, but every team on the east is pretty much cut down here. They don't need to even worry about their exposed east side. FaZe running in the open. Surely Mormon gets caught here. Nongshim Red Force, no one looking this way, but then again, you don't expect a player to just run down the hill in the wide open. So he will get to safety in the zone, goes prone. Nongshim Red Force still with 0 elimination points. Very hard to find those confirmations from this position. It's a very safe spot, but doesn't give them a lot of opportunity to get the points. Here's Inco coming in with 4 now. This is a team we want to watch out for. N-Hyper up to 7 eliminations already, by the way.
And they have regrouped. They're Betty down first. A lovely place nade. Spray over the top to follow it up with the UMP, but it's challenged. It's backed off. Can they find the trade? Yes, they can. Squash is also down. 2 players down for either side now, as both Koi and FS both falling on the front lines. Becker holding his own, and the back line's taken out as well. GK first leads Shifan high and dry. 2 players for Inco to deal with, and it is the heal looking to come through. Shifan launching utility forwards, looking to slow Inco down. The res crawls towards for the knocked player of Inco. It looks like N-Hyper want to bring 2 back into the fold as well. Both of these 2 teams taking care of one another. Leaving these hills was never really an option without going for this fight first. The shift is all the way up north. And Enigma Galaxy, are they going to be able to get it again? I'm not sure. But take a look at this, because Inco have just removed N-Hyper from the fray.
Yeah, and look at Free coming in to get a quick point, that third party. I love what Enigma Galaxy's doing here. Instead of sending all 3 into the zone, pretty much in a shack, which cuts down the utility of numbers, they're leaving Freak out there to pick up whatever points he can, get information, and just do damage on teams that may push them later on. So good job on Enigma Galaxy to not just have everyone in one shack and stay alive. Freak doing a good job on his own, getting damage here and there, putting out suppressive fire. It's going to be tough for him to make it into this next one, though, as I don't think he has a vehicle. Inco lost another member to Enigma Galaxy, so Inco down to just 2 players.
I feel like you've got to land a couple more of those shots, Freak. Unfortunately, with the Mini 14, he's even got the ATEX on board. He's just not quite landing them on the target that he's looking for. He's really suppressing Morph, sure, but the blue zone is pushing him out. He hasn't done enough damage to give him full safety, but he rolls on down the hillside nonetheless, as Inco are going to be eliminated. In the meantime, they try and move further north, and they were shut out.
Yeah, shut out about Enigma Galaxy, actually. So the one finish from Freak on the south side does help out with that. It's just Coops here, along with his teammate Lord. Dead center zone. They could just kind of wear things out here, as everyone else is going to have to start fighting now. Nongshim Red Force still with 4, still with 0 elimination points. They're biding their time. And hopefully they'll pick up some points here. And we have to worry about Morph as well. Morph may not be in the best spot, but they have 4 players up.
Spotted Flash, just an ankle pokes through, not quite safe behind the tires there. A really good forward pick. Hale's position on these ridge lines down from the Nongshim compound. Really, really solid. This ridge line, though, is about to run out of value for Morph. They're going to have to cross it and into the open ground that I was so condemnatory of before. The ridge, really their last bastion. The more value they can extract here, the higher their potential scoring in this match.
They do have a little bit of a crossing to make, but I think it's good. Hale losing that 1 player. I think Hale actually down to... they still have 3. But with 4 players up from Morph, if they just send 1 player over, they have multiple vehicles. The cover fire should be good, and it's not too big of a distance. They could get under that ridge line and then start suppressing them with nades and smokes. So Morph has a really good shot at taking up a lot more points here and potentially even winning the match, I'd say.
Said before this one, but STE were looking good to take that top spot. Unfortunately, they're already out. Enigma Galaxy are still going. They've got more limbs this match as well. So STE, maybe. Just a little bit. Stuxan gets the nade over onto Coops. I mean, they had the door side available to them. There's no way you can't put that nade through, really. As they close on in, looking to jump in through the window. That's the first knock. That's the first flush. And they want more as they push in, but Zipian's cut through. It's Lord to stay alive for Enigma Galaxy. The challenge of 1, knows there's a reposition, doesn't have any nades, has a Molotov to jump. Binny, he's showing exactly where he is. Both of them know exactly what the other one is doing, exactly what the other one is thinking. But Lord is biding his time. No nade in front, Binny. Scare shots, but nothing more than that. Doesn't have a nade of his own either. Maybe looking to loot his teammate. Maybe blast the door off its hinges, but he's backed off the angle. He's going for it, and Binny's fouled. Lord able to hold it down for Enigma Galaxy to go even deeper into this match. 5 eliminations from what we thought was a match in tatters for this roster. Now, the time to descend has come through from Nongshim Red Force.
Duxan with that 2v1 definitely messed it up, doing a fragmented push. Lord now in another 1v1. Tiger here giving Lord a challenge, and Lord just playing on points, winning 3 1v1s in a row, and Nongshim Red Force fighting with Morph. I was saying Morph could win this match if they could take this fight. One of them does go down. Nongshim Red Force down to just 2 players. They're taking out. Morph wins the fight on the east side, but who's still up? We have 3 color. Mormon is still alive, John, and he could potentially ruin things for Lord. Lord on a tear, though. 1v3 scenario? Yes. Can Lord pull off a miracle here?
7 eliminations right now for Enigma Galaxy. 3 more needed. A 10 elimination chicken dinner, but it is such a tall order. Although, look at the util for Morph. They are really bare right now. They are going to have to push up and maybe take this challenge fairly clean. As Cleon cooks that nade, the one and only in the back pocket. He steps up, takes damage. Close range as well, but the Grows are sure, but can you win out the challenge? 1 first aid still in Lord's back pocket. The side angle for Cleon. He's taking the challenge. He might have overexposed, but there's the push, and he's on the swivel. Lord is still on for more, but he's so low on HP. He steps out for the challenge, and it is just too much. It was close, and Lord fought for all he was worth, but in the end, it was Morph to be able to cross through, to crunch Hale against the side of the compound and force their way on through. Down through the mountains they go, and a chicken dinner for Morph.
Very well done by Morph. The line was there. I called it earlier. They had 4 up on the east side. They just need to make that passing to the ridge side, which they did. They kept all the members up, lost 1 in the process, but that got them the chicken dinner at the end. Of course, though, Enigma Galaxy Lord took down a lot of the opposition on the west side, leaving just Nongshim to fight off against Morph. Morph won that one, and it was a great chicken dinner victory for the side of Morph. And I like how the desk actually even touched on them in the previous match. They've been doing really well today, and it goes to show they still got more, and they get the chicken.
They've managed to, they pushed up into 5th place, and after this match, I'm sure they're going to go a little bit higher, with STE not really having a performance late into that game. Duxan as well, I mean, they did have some impact on those Western Hills, that has to be said, but I don't think they managed to get the big bonanza of point scoring that maybe they were looking for here. Enigma Galaxy, though, I mean, to be able to extract that sort of value from that late of a game where they lost a player so early, they were playing a salvage game for quite a while. Really, really great stuff. They are definitely looking to lay claim to that top spot here in Group Red.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy was just down to utilizing shack positions on the low ground, for the more than half the game, I'd say, and they used it very well. Lord, of course, clutching it up, winning 4 1v1s in a row, because there was the Duxan, then the player from Hale pushed him, and then he caught the snake phase, Mormon, just snaking it all the way to the end game. Won that 1v1 as well. And that 1v3, I wouldn't say it got close, but it looked good the way he was playing it.
Yeah, man, without the utility as well, maybe he didn't know, but Morph were basically dry there. It could have maybe gone another way if he'd have gotten a kill off, but it wasn't to be. Right at the end, Lord was snubbed, and it is Morph to take the chicken dinner.
What a game. Goodness gracious. That's how we're starting off in Miramar. I'm going to be happy. Enigma Galaxy Lord wins 4 1v1s in a row, 7.
Yeah, that was I was not expecting it. I was hoping he would clutch it there at the end, but to be fair, Moore finally answered what I've been wondering out of them. What was happening with their placement points? Guess what? They decided to come back and be like, 7, we just got a chicken dinner. So you can't pick on that anymore from us. By the way, going back to this team, it is their last 3 matches where they have been able to perform really well. They've been able to get the Illims, as I was mentioning earlier. First match, 16th place, 2 Illims. Second match, 12th place, 6 Illims. And in the past 3 matches, they've been within the top 5 and still being able to back it up with a lot of Illims. So it's good to see for a team like this to get the chicken winner out of the way right away.
Yeah.
20 total points. That's what I'm talking about, Cameron.
I mean, 10 elims, it's never an easy thing to do, especially in a valley finish like that where it's so wide open, very similar to what we saw with the final Erangel round, just that wide open hillside space. So for Morph to get to the end game with that many people alive, especially with all the different snakes just crawling around in the grass, Lord, the king of all snakes, but still a bunch of the souls that they had to deal with there, it was very hard fought, and so they deserved every single elimination that they got.
100%. Now, one team that needed some eliminations, got 3 here, but 5 placement points, 8 total points is FaZe, Cameron, right? How you feeling about them?
I mean, I'm feeling okay. It was definitely a good salvage round by Moorman, specifically the solo player, to get basically all those points. But that's not going to be a round that's going to make me super confident that this is going to continue to be a climb out. I'm going to have to see what this final Miramar looks like to have any confidence going into... I mean, there's going to be a little bit of confidence because it is still FaZe that we're talking about, but a round like that is not going to be one that's really big momentum building. It's going to be backwards momentum stopping, perhaps. But now what can they do when they have some points on the board, that they have a little bit more confidence?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Looking at another team, though, that's... I don't know how I feel about them now. Brazil, 7, right? Intense game all the way at the bottom.
Hold on, before we even go into that, let's just appreciate Morph with that win, being able to jump up there to 3rd place. Also in Hyper. Now in Hyper, so I'm going to pose the question to you. Where are your placement points? Because you've been able to put up those eliminations, but we really haven't been able to see those placement points. And I'm actually surprised that they've been able to put up the amount of eliminations that they have, considering at the beginning of the show, I was talking about how Kindness was one of their main fraggers who was going to be able to step up for them. FS, I've been seeing him do some work, and I'm happy to see that. And now going back to what you were saying, Jokes, in regards to IG, They didn't do what I wanted them to do here in Miramar, and right now with how some of the teams at the top are currently performing, that might be it for them in regards to them making it all the way to the Grand Finals, right, from this group. I feel like they can probably get up there within the top 11, though.
Crazy. I mean, there's still 3 more days, so anything can happen, but I'm still so shocked to see them struggling so much, I'm glad to see that at least in their Brazilian brothers, Inco finally put some points on the board here, Cameron.
Yeah, they're still sort of in that middling mix right now. I think they're sitting at 8th place. The head-to-head that we saw against N-Hyper was definitely well fought there on Miramar, but I don't know. They're in the middle of that pack, 25 points. If you go down the line, 11th place, which is where that cutoff is that you want to stay there or above, is only 20. So, they're probably going to sit comfortably in the mix. And they're not as bad as IG, but this is still a bit of a slight letdown, I have to say, from expectations after we saw what they were able to do in the Americas Championship.
I wonder why. We keep constantly seeing Inco, Intense Game, and then Hyper get into it. We talked about, at least one team that was, the kryptonite of good old 6-2-8, but who is the kryptonite between each other? Is it Brazil or Hyper 7?
Ooh, I don't know. I have no idea.
Everyone's
By the way,
no one's good.
Yeah, in regards to the
kryptonite, right?
In regards to the kryptonite, was FaZe Clan. Was 6-8 was that kryptonite for FaZe Clan. Luckily for FaZe Clan, I don't think they ran into each other because 6-8 got eliminated early on. So maybe that's why FaZe Clan.
The storyline continues.
The last Miramar.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. Well, we got the final Miramar coming up, right?
Yeah.
So we did see Morph get a nice game. We are seeing a lot of southern circles here. I think that's benefiting quite a the squads that are going ahead and going down to that southern position. But do you think at this point in time, right, those teams at the bottom, Cameron, right?
Yeah.
Do you think obviously they want to put some points on the board for tomorrow. Do you think they're just going to play it tried and true, or do you think they're going to mix things up here in the last game?
Oh man, it's the final game of the day. I think you kind of want to mix it up a little bit. You don't want to just completely change your game plan, but at this point, I think your players, you got to have confidence to do this, so it's significantly easier said than done. But this is where you want to just let go of that leash, and if you see a play, just try and take it and build off of that.
Well,
Kanina Power, change your game plan.
Yeah, Kanina Power, come on, right? Where are you at? I missed the old Kanina Power of old. Hopefully we can see it happen here as we take it on over to our casters for the final time today.
We've only got one more to play. The last Miramar ready and waiting in the wings to get going as soon as possible. I mean, they closed it out there with Kanina Power. I have to echo those sentiments. Obviously, covering the European region for so long. I've seen these guys move through this season of tournament play, and they did have a couple of glimmers of hope towards the end of the stages, but they qualified as the last place seed team coming through from that European Championship. They didn't really have as big of an impact. Sorry, they did. Sorry, I'll take that back. It was De Muerte who qualified in that last seed team, but 6th place for Kanina Power, so only 1 step up. But yeah, absolutely, definitely need to see more of them because they are right at the bottom of the tables and have not performed up to the name.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how it goes. You come to this stage of, the tournament at the end of the year, the PMGC, all of these teams have shown up, to get here, and they have had massive success to make it all the way here. But once you're here, you're with all of the big dogs, and ultimately, there's always got to be some teams that just end up statistically in that last place position. And unfortunately right now it is Kanina Power, but not just them, right? Intense game. A Brazilian squad that did so well in the Americas, and their region on week 1 just absolutely crushed it. They're in 15th place, only 1 point ahead. So just goes to show, man, once you get here to this very big stage, it is not forgiving whatsoever. All the teams you're challenging, all the fights you're taking, it is just against the top-notch players of the entire world. And sometimes the first day, it just doesn't go your way.
When you're used to playing into such an aggressive lobby, into such an aggressive play style, it can really throw you for a loop, having to readjust into it. And to be fair, it was towards the later couple of days that Loops and Alpha 7 claimed those top spots. Right at the start, it was Stalwart who had a massive, massive lead.
That is true.
Getting an incredible day 1, right? Coming on through and laying the groundwork for what put them into that 3rd place. But Alpha 7 and Loops, they held it together and they came through. Not that I'm saying that being down in 15th place is going to afford you that opportunity, but could be pretty rough. Sky Only trying to duke past FS, but it's going to go for another turnaround and then look to disengage. Okay, so they're going to allow Hale to get away.
Nope.
Take that back because Koi's here.
There's the good old bait and switch. He's like, oh, they're going to let me live. Nope. Koi's there with the SKS getting that quick pickup right there. The plane path opposite of where the circle is once again. So maybe we'll see some more teams trying to elect for faster rotations because all the teams that did rotate early that last game did work out pretty well for them. Inko right next to another team. Nenebete stopping here, definitely hearing the enemy player. So he wants to take this early fight. and they think they have the numbers advantage, but FaZe is answering them right back. Now in a 3v2 situation, forcing Inko to kind of slow down their roll just a little bit. Where is Inko here? Inko has 2 here. Where's the other 2? I think they're too far away right now. And FaZe is definitely getting the numbers advantage and the angle advantage now.
Yeah, you saw in the backline Mormon looking to reposition there on the high ground off angle, and Becca going to eat the bullets, eat the damage for it, has to force himself in, but Nenebete is there. He's tearing through them with a pump action.
2!
Finds 1, finds 2. He's doing the devil's work on the inside right now because FaZe are falling apart. Just the 1 player left, and he turns the corner. It's a 3rd for Nenebete on the pump action. Incredible hold on the inside. He doesn't need armor. He doesn't need a helmet. He's got the chunk through and through. The rest of the cavalry arrive, and Vitali puts it to sleep. FaZe fall flat.
Wow. That's all I gotta say. Wow. Nenebete with the shotgun. Not just, you know, the DBS that, you know, we've seen mow people down. That's the pump shotgun. That takes some skill to use. Only 2 shots, you know, per pump right there, and he gets 3. I think FaZe just got scared after the first knocks. They definitely took that multiple 1v1s against Nenebete, and FaZe, they're a team that's been struggling today. They had a little bit of a success the previous game with Mormon, you know, snaking it all the way in, but the way they went out in the very last game of the day, that's really got to hurt their morale.
That is the fattest L that FaZe have just taken. It is incredible stuff. As I said, he didn't have any armor. He didn't have a helmet going forwards. He was just like, I'm just going to go and get this solo player. And they roll up as like, don't worry, we got you. They, dear reader, did not have him. They very much lost out on that one. That was spectacular from Nenebete. I mean,
yes,
this is what we've wanted to see, right? This is what we've been waiting for from the Inko roster, to pull out these special players. We've seen Nenebete do it before. It looks like he's just about found his foot here, but that is only mechanical play. And I say only in the most respectful of terms, because it was spectacular. But they have to rotate here, they have to play strong, and find these openings that they have been denied so far.
I think Inko's really starting to feel themselves, though. I think it was just the very last game that they finally showed a bit more signs of life, picked up more points than they have been, and now starting off with 4 elimination points. Not just any 4, right? It's a 1v3 from Nenebete that can really pump up the team, get the squad, you know, fired up. So great job for Inko. Question is, intense game. The other Brazilian squad that we have in here, can they do something similar? And they are going to be challenged right now by Nexruya, it seems. Oh, maybe not.
Sprayed down for intense game. A lot of damage found, and Nexruya, they're just going to divert. Get a little bit further around.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Diego's on the swivel and able to rip one out of the vehicle. Frozen looking to reposition for the res.
Yeah, a little bit of a communication mishap, it seems. That Jeep was driving in like they wanted to take the fight, and then it swerved off at the last second, causing them a lot of damage. And now, intense game, we know they're very aggressive, but with the way things have been going, I think they might switch it up and not look to continue this fight, just hold this position down. They're in a decent spot, not really center, but definitely in a good spot to continue the rest of the game with some smooth rotation. So they're going to hunker it down, especially with another team close by in Hyper, looking for some potential third-party action. They picked up 1 point in Hyper onto a different team, not the teams that we were just looking at. So both teams will reset.
Just looking to disengage, find their feet. Nice little hop there from Diego, finds the top floor. Nicely. Hale look to play a little bit more central over towards Minas Generalis. They've got control of the compound, playing as 3. After losing Sky only earlier. Remember to the SKS shots from Koi.
Oh, right.
From N Hyper, right on the drop. It was the first blood of the lobby. As the circle pushes out east a little bit further. The north side of Los Leones occupied by 3 players of Kanina Power. Not too sure who picked up that point. It might have been Nasa, but I'm not entirely sure exactly who was able to pick that one up, because that's the only other point I see on the tables. But Nasa kind of far away from Kanina Power, so maybe it was on the drop.
Yeah, might have been on the drop. It is definitely Nacer that picked up the point because we see 4 from Inco, and well, I mean, we know where those 4 points came from, as there's only another team on here with 4 players missing, which is FaZe. Like you mentioned, a big L for them, and then Hyper picked up that early point with the SKS off drop. So Nacer, the likely culprit of Konina's 1 missing player there, and it's gotta be rough for Konina Power, man. Coming into this match, starting it off with 3, you know, you're last place right now with 5 points. And what you really have to think about, John, every team coming in here, their goal is to aim for top 3. And by the end of day 1, you could already be changing that target to, oh, let's just make it to survival stage. And that might be where the head's at for Konina Power.
I think at this point, I feel like it's probably even better to just change your mindset to game, right? Not even think about the tournament stakes. I mean, it's kind of impossible, to be fair, to be in this situation and not think about the tournament stakes, but you just got to focus on game to game and try and have that mental fortitude that really makes global championships. This is an East shift circle, and this might play into Konina Power's favor. We saw quite a few military island circles over in the European Championship. We also saw a lot of southeast finishes near Impala, near Puerto Paraíso in the European Championships. So Konina Power have played a lot of these circles recently against a strong lobby. Let's see if they can transition that into a strong performance here. But they only have 3 players, and there's a lot of teams at their back.
Yeah, let's see if they could convert some points here with a shift like this. This is Circle 2. This is already looking like, you know, Circle 4 with how small the zone is. Some of it, you know, being in the water does attribute to that. But then you have the high grounds east of Impala, which is going to be very hard to get to play at. Inco coming in on the rotation. A lot of teams making a mad dash rotation to see who could get some open spots here early on. And Inco swerving around, Squash, and that bus definitely might go down here. And yes, he does get caught. But that's the risk you got to take for these long rotations. Position is great, but you might lose players along the way.
Good news, Konina Power getting into this position, starting to lay claim to it as well. These buildings nice and covered off, leaving 1 player up in the hills as well, giving that backstop. I like this position for Konina Power. This is a good rotation in my eyes. 7th element starting to push in from the western edge, trying to cross these open fields. It is very, very treacherous in this area to the west, the northwest of Impala, and teams most likely going to look for sanctuary inside the settlement.
And Hyper in a great spot, playing a 2-2 split once again. 2 at that compound and 2 in the city of Impala. I feel like this is the only team that maybe it's because, you know, I'm used to in Hyper who always play these splits, but really I'm looking at other teams and I don't see these like central position 2-2 splits from really anyone else. Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I'm not really seeing that from any other teams.
I don't think you're wrong. I think you're on the money with that one. Certainly the boldest splits we've seen, as evidenced by the previous match where they were holding out 2 full squads, Morph and I think it was NB on the western side. So definitely aggressive in their splits. They want to control a lot of ground.
And it's been working out. They haven't been getting the placement points, but we saw the devs talking about it earlier. They have 26 elimination points last we checked, and maybe 7 placement points, if I remember correctly. As Ralph, he is certainly done for.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's the vehicle that finishes them off. But it's Konina Power, again, to pick up another point. This is 2 points this match. They're playing on the south side. Hopefully, they'll be familiar enough with their progression forwards from the experience they've had in this area recently to be able to launch a campaign for this match. But STE on that sort of crossroads in a really, really strong spot.
Yeah, that's a dangerous position. Not for STE, but for other teams. It may not look like much, but that position with that ridgeline has full 360 coverage. They have 4 up as well. It's going to be a huge buffer zone for a lot of teams to try and break into. And with a zone shift like this, I think everyone's going to have to just condense a little bit more. No hard shifts to be had. Everyone should have a decent game plan coming into this zone.
Speaking of strong spots, we spoke about this aggressive split. The regroup for N-Hyper can come from Impala to fold them back together. I think they are going to look to find that as well. The position that they have is very, very central with Shifan being that outpost. But Konina Power spot the rotation. They find Koi, they tag him. Really, really good pickup here. on the south side to try and give them a little bit more of an opening as the ridges start to give way to gunfire.
NB Esports on the south side, maneuvering around here. The center, not super condensed, but that's just because there's so many strong positions in the center that give out so much strong buffer zones like the sight lines that nobody is able to get much more closer. So we see a lot of people compacted around the edges of the zone here. Enigma Galaxy on one of the edges, going from the west edge, forced all the way down to wrap down to the south. That's just how difficult it is to break near center zone. The compound's just too strong, pushing so many teams away. This might be more than likely Enigma Galaxy's worst game. Can they even manage to pick up a point?
It will be very tricky to make their way through here. A chance for SDE to climb that value ladder, get up towards that top spot, but more importantly, solidify themselves towards the top three, because that is what a lot of these teams towards the top will be gunning for, right? It's basically, at the moment, the race of first to fifth, although everything very much can change. We've got 4 days of games, rather, to play out, and this is only the first of those 4 courses, so there's still a lot more of the meal left. But if you can get up into the top 3 at the start of the first day, it's got to feel good. So making sure that you're isolated in that position as much as possible. STE and Enigma Galaxy might be able to just open a really, really strong lead, certainly for the mental game.
Nasser on screen here, working the west side, very split up, getting as much information as possible, trying to open up the playbook depending on whatever shifts may occur here. 3 points already, so this is a better start for Nasser, and they have 3 members up. Or not 3, 4 members up, which is good. Circle 4, stage 4, about to come out here. Let's see where it goes. It's going to be a huge zone shift for all the teams involved in this match.
And the shift goes out with Impala still in. This is a really interesting finish, actually. I mean, the ground to the west of Impala, there's a couple of ridges, there's a couple of divots, but the position that Next Ruya hold right now on the north side has a lot of control over that ground, not to mention the teams in the settlement itself.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for all the west teams to break into the eastern circle and Hyper in a fortress. Next Ruya on the north, like you mentioned, in a fortress as well. Same with STE. They have 4 up on the roadside. It is going to be difficult for any team to drive by any of those teams. So let's see how this goes. Meanwhile, on the south, Nongshim's going to head straight on into Impala, cutting through many teams and finding a nice little opening pocket deep in Impala.
They arrive at the same time as Inco, which allows them a route on through. They're going to bring one up at the back, and Becca bites the dust, unfortunately. It's not going to be good for the health. Nasa trying to leave their position out on the west side of this open ground. They're going to leave Spec behind. Victims of 7th Element. It is a really tricky progression for them. Very, very difficult to make the break here. Might be able to look for the res if the smoke was there in enough time. And on the north side, Adrian goes down as well. The Brazilian team lackluster in their performance today. Intense game, not really having a say so far. Inco have had more prevalence in these lobbies, but even they have kind of let Brazil's reputation down from that Group Green performance. Day 1, certainly a fall from grace.
Yeah, it was definitely going to be a hard performance to match. We have Duxon coming in here on the north side, the north edge, against Intense Game. Can Intense Game pull something out here? They really need the points. Going right into the compound, going up to the 2nd floor. The Duxon player is on the 1st floor, however, and he got a knock, I believe, onto the player on the outside. Confirms the point, too. Intense Game. I think they started off this fight with 4, if I'm not mistaken, but now they're caught in between Next Ruya and Duxon. And Intense Game, no matter what they do, it just is not working for them.
They lost Adrian on the approach. They lost that second just there to not checking if Zipyan was in the building, and he hops straight back in. I wonder if they're aware of it this time. Takes a lot of damage. Not too sure where that one's coming from. I think there might have been an off angle, but Cielo, in the meantime, for Intense Game, has been knocked, leaving only 1 player surviving. The drop down is there, but Zipyan is so many steps ahead of that one. He was already covering off the angle, and Zipyan breaks wide away from the blue zone, allows him to keep the building. He says, you know what, fine, you stay there. The blue zone's coming for us both. But it's going to damage us either way. I'm going to get ahead of the game and leave Diego to it.
I think both those players have been taking damage, not from each other, but from third parties in the distance. So Diego trying, oh, what an angle to hold, and oh, both shots going back and forth, and Cielo will go down. Not to Zipian though, it was actually Next Rio that picked up that point, and both players, yep, will meet the demise. Like I said, from the west side, east, I don't think anybody made it across. Nacer, yep, Nacer just went out. We had Duxon on the west, same with Intense Game. All of the teams on the west side not finding any success coming into the deadly side of the east.
Next circle shift. Is it going to go to Impala again, or is it going to give the open ground a little bit to breathe? It keeps Impala in for the most part. Next Ruya still have the outcrop that Zed Wolf is sat on right now. And they have got a lot of control of these teams on the east. So STE, work cut out for them. They're going to have to find their way through this valley of death, really, between N-Hyper and Next Ruya.
I think we might just see STE take the fight with N-Hyper. There is a line for them to take that fight. It's not going to be easy, especially with Next Ruya on the north side with the high ground. They're going to have a lot of sight lines onto everything happening in the open west. But we'll see what STE decides to do here. STE with 4 could mount up the next big fight. Meanwhile, in Impala, things are just getting scrappy out here. A lot of shots back and forth. Very hard to find confirmations with players sitting right next to compounds and in buildings.
Just trying to make their way through now. Kanina Power have been surviving through this with the 2 eliminations that they were able to find. They are going to bide their time a little bit longer. Transitioning to the compound, they have to push further north now, though. And they'll meet a roadblock. All those teams conglomerated on the south side of Impala. Sunan lighting up the hills with the M249. A lot of damage sent towards STE, though. The 7th Element are down to 2, but the nades are ringing true. And 33Z now under threat to this angle. Only the 1 knock sent back their way. It's Hero by the ramp. And the rest of the team, they're just going to fall together.
Oh, and Hyper.
They know they need to come through. And Hyper have broken from their sanctuary. They've moved out from their stronghold. We've implemented this sort of play before. Are they going to find effect here?
Let's see it. This is a great spot for N-Hyper because STE condensed way too hard. I'm not sure why they sent all 4 players to one spot to deal with 1 player of 7th Element. This gave up all control on the roadside, giving a huge opportunity for N-Hyper to third party this, which they are. But N-Hyper, they haven't found an opening just yet. And N-Hyper, they usually take things slow, and this third party definitely is a little bit more on the slow, methodical side. They're gatekeeping them out of the zone, however, and that's exactly what N-Hyper wants to do. Still 4 up for STE, and they actually get a knock onto N-Hyper. This is, I feel like, the biggest pitfall out of N-Hyper. They're just not aggressive enough as a team. They recognize these opportunities, but the execution is rarely there.
They stumble over their shoelaces on that push, and it's just not going to find the effect that they were looking for. A vital mistake, potentially. 3 players still left for them. If they can pull themselves back together and maybe regroup for the next phase, they might still have a chance here. In urban environment finishes, I mean, you can absolutely win down a player. It's in these open ground, open terrain scenarios where it can be a little bit more tricky. So we'll see if the circle does actually go all the way into Impala, or if it's going to break to the outside of it as well. A lot of difficult terrain to manage, but the west side of Impala does have a nice ridge to push up towards if you're uncontested on that west side.
Yeah, but being uncontested on the west side is going to be hard with 4 of STE up, 4 of Next Ruya up. It's going to come down to a huge clash between those 2 if the zone shifts towards the east. We'll see very shortly where it goes. And center's right on up, but the hillsides that STE are using right on the edge of that zone is not going to be in play, so they're going to have to be in the open. Same for Next Ruya, however. The high ground, the hard cover on the north, similarly not in zone. This could be a good fight between those 2 squads.
This is pretty tricky stuff. STE making their way. T24OP last to go down from 7th Element, but they are isolated. Sunan takes a knock coming on through. That's from Next Ruya, from the forward position. And I just don't think you could approach Next Ruya's spot here with Zed Wolf still on the higher ground on the rock, playing with such incredible oversight. I think you move forwards, you lose at least another player, if not more.
Let's see if they can get this revive. Oh, here comes N-Hyper once again on the third party. Will they have success this time around? Looks like one player pulling up really close. It looked like it was GK first. Koi on the off angle, taking shots at 33Z in the open, but the composure out of 33Z, taking down Koi and in Hyper. This is their biggest pitfall. I mentioned it earlier. They tried it once, being aggressive third party, not aggressive enough, slowed down too much, didn't work out. Second time around, the same exact fate, and now forced to just run away from the fight.
They play a little bit too coy in the fight, and they lose Koi in the process of it. They will not have the full confidence to roll over STE. And to be fair, who the hell has confidence to roll over STE? This team is incredible. Let's just put that out there. But you're right. It's definitely not the sort of thing that you can lack commitment in doing. You need that conviction to be in your side of the court if you want to make that work. They tried it twice. Neither time did it have the impact that they wanted it to. Kanina Power have managed to push in from this south side. They have managed to get to that ridgeline that I was talking about on the west side of Impala, but they are not uncontested. They very much have challenge in the form of Enigma Galaxy as well. Freak finding the first knock over onto Gory. Becca now cowering behind the vehicles, trying to get an answer. Lord is down and Freak is very, very low. This could be the end of Enigma Galaxy as STE are getting cut down in the open as well.
Neighbors pretty much right now between STE and Nextria. Nextria definitely in a better defilade, not eating the shots that STE is. STE down to just 33Z. One player alive left for STE. Given the way the zone shifted, I feel like STE maximized the amount of points they can in the form of eliminations. You see they are up to 8. So it won't be a terrible game for them if they were to go out now. Nextria will be the kings of the western side of the road. Kanina Power still here as well, though, on the west side of the road with 3. Enigma Galaxy did get taken out, couldn't break in through that open terrain, and we are heading into the next zone shift. Will the west side, the open terrain, get a little bit of a blessing here with a western shift? We'll see very soon.
I think if it does, Kanina Power are the first to fall, right? Because you've got a lot of teams on this south side. It's a very nadeable position for Kanina Power. You can see the terrain is covering Kanina Power from Nextruya's position right now with the crook in the road, with the way that the terrain falls down from it. They have got a lot of cover for the time being, but they're right on the edge. They don't have as much threat as they did from STE, sure. But as soon as a team like Inco wants to cross out, try and play that side of the road, the nades find them. Almost like magnets, they'll be right on top of this Kanina Power roster. Morph, though, I feel like this is a team in a prime location to have a good game here. And after their campaign so far in the second half of this first day, I feel like they deserve it as well. Hopefully they can hold their nerve.
What a molly right there. And it gets the knock. That's the opening that Inco might need. And with the new zone shift, right, it splits it right down the middle, 50-50. West side still has a lot to work with. Of course, the west side will go to the side of Nextruya in a comfortable position. Kanina Power could still use that ridge just a little more, but everyone in the east side in the city will have to push up, and Inco tries to do so off that opening, but it's the third party from Morph. Great sightlines. Inco cut down to 2.
Unfortunate. They'll have to push further north to try and move through here now. NB still holding strong on this front line. They've got worries of their own on other angles because they themselves are going to have to move a little bit further north. Do they want to try and disengage from Inco? And can they? Even if they do. 33Z, ducking, diving, bobbing, weaving, but it's not enough. Down he goes. And with it, STE out for the last match of today.
Kanina Power picking up that point. Kanina Power doing so much with just 3 from the very early game. A point here, a point there. Now they find themselves in the late game in a good spot with 4 elimination points. Morph, of course, in the best position, like you mentioned. Up to 8 elimination points. Looking for more. 4 players up for them as well.
They have great sightlines with Yor on the high ground. NB still in a fight coming on through with Nongshim. Red Force rolling on in, but the last player for NB still in action. It's Sek to look for the challenge. Maybe pop in through a window. Try and find those players that you're looking for. But this east side of Impala is so deadly. The nade on through comes in, and that is actually Hale third partying and trying to find the back line of Nongshim, Red Force, but there's still 2 players to worry about. In the meantime, NB are cleaned up, and Inco, they are right on that south side, but still in it, just about.
Oh, Kanina Power making some things happen on the west side, getting an opening and a finish. That is huge. It evens things out to a 3v3 on the west, and the circle keeps both sides of the road in zone once again. Does Canadian Power still have 3 up? I think they still do. This fight could go either way, as the east side very focused on each other in the urban fight. So the west side might be an isolated 3v3. Hale still looking in across the road, seeing if Flash can find anything here. Becca up close. No nades in hand, however, for any util knocks.
You can see Frozen broke down wide for next Ruya. I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. I feel like Canina Power couldn't have gone for that position. The only reason you do that is if you need something from the body there for Frozen, because you can keep control of these ridge lines maybe a little bit more effectively, or maybe you're just trying to stop Canina Power from going for that full side swipe with impunity. Either way, I feel like there could have been more value for Frozen staying with the rest of the team here.
I mean, Frozen went down for a revive on a knocked teammate, but your question still stands. Why was that teammate down there in the first place? They will lose that player. Here comes the finish. Inko does finally go out. Morph just holding down this fortress right now. And that is nade range of Canina Power, if they should throw some nades there. So that might come into play later on, because Morph pretty much dealt with everyone here. We have 2 of Nongshim and 3 of Hale on the northern side. Nowhere close to the Morph members. And Canina Power looking to make a play now. They isolate Frozen out there on his own. One more util should be good, but I don't think they have any left.
I don't think they necessarily want to expend it here either. Coming on through, they get a knock somewhere else. Not entirely sure who they were able to find there, but Palucci rolls forwards but gets cut down. Zebwolf was there for the response. They found Yekta on the backline, and now Becca is suffering, and it's just coming apart at the seams here for Canina Power. It looked like they had a chance, but who's this? It's a third party.
Oh, Hale!
To bite back. Canina Power eliminated, and Hale have split south to the west side of the road. They've got a lot of utility in the back pocket. Orpha rolling through. Everybody wants the third party here, but we're down to just the 3 teams. Somehow,
Nongshim!
Nongshim is still alive as well, and they're looking for 2 players to move on through.
Wow, Nongshim third party, the Morph third partying the other team, and Nongshim find an opening. And Zone, this is stage 9, it's going down to the middle. It's a 3-way fight. It could go either way with the team's positioning. Hale loses 1. Morph down to the 3 players, 3v2v2. Morph looking to confirm that point. They still got more players to contend with. Slow and Cleon. Cleon on a nice angle, takes some shots. No knocks, he's in the open.
Ooh.
Cleon will go down.
Where was the challenge from those 2 down the hill? They do get that knock answer, but there's still 2 further up that they're going to have to deal with. Hale have gone down all the way to Flash. Morph maybe looking for the res.
Oh!
XZY absolutely on the swivel. The close position from Cleon. It's spotted around the side of the road. They might want the flush, but the ridgeline is under control. This is a brilliant spot for Nongshim.
Vehicle coming into play. Nice hard cover setup there. Will the blue zone push out more first? I believe so. Nongshim playing slow and quiet might actually win this match, and they're forced into open. Shots raining out here. Taking shots left and right. They cut down 1. It's all down to Boboho. Boboho not able to even find a single knock there. And Nongshim Red Force. I counted them out, seeing 4 players of Morph up in the city, but with the way things played out, everyone's springing into third-party action. Nongshim come out ahead.
They managed to bookend the day with chicken dinners. They won Sandhawk. They're able to take it down on the second Miramar, the last match of the day. A really, really clean finish out coming on through. I don't think I would have predicted them at any stage to be able to take this one home, but fantastic stuff to be able to do so. Nice and clean right at the end. I feel like maybe a misstep right at the end for Morph as well, breaking out as far as they did. But when you give people the opportunity to take it home, they are going to take it, and the Korean roster will be all too happy. Qualifying for the Rivals Cup, they have certainly stood tall today. The first matches under their belt.
You could see on their face just Nongshim Red Force. They knew they kind of, I wouldn't say lucky, because they played that extremely well with the 2 players left, but they definitely got a little bit blessed there underneath all that chaos. Came in at the very end and swept up that chicken dinner. But it was a great game for all the teams involved. I feel like towards the very end of the match, everyone was looking to be proactive. A little bit slip-ups here and there for some teams that should have won the match, ideally looking at Morph. But hey, a lot of points were earned from all of the teams.
Morph, actually, they got a lot of eliminations in that match. I think it was something close to 14 or so, finishing second place. that could realistically put them in first place at the end of the day, which is a really, really solid rise up the rankings for them. They'll certainly be, I think they'll be in second place, almost guaranteed, but we'll have to wait and see what the overalls end up saying. But a really, really solid run. They held down the corner of Impala really well, and it's easy to just like hide behind the windowsills. But let's roll it back to this Nenebete play. I'll let the shotgun speak for itself.
1v3 by himself, one by one. Nenebete making magic work right there. Great game for all of the teams. Oh, I can't say all of the teams in day one, but great action for all of us. And we're going to close it out on a day and toss it back to the desk as they break down this last match.
Let's go. Nongstrom Red Force. Started off the day with a chicken dinner, and they get the last laugh here at the start, Cameron.
Yeah, and to be honest, they were not in the driver's seat for the majority of that. Impala, it was all Morph. They had the best position, but in their search for the most eliminations, Morph actually ran out of Impala to try and finish off the clearance of the field, which gave Nongshim the opportunity, the opening to swing on in behind them and clear them out. So a really, a great round played by Morph. Like, they still won with overall points with 20, but at the same time, they gave Nongshim just a little bit of slack, and Nongshim made sure to secure the chicken dinner there. Only 2 points behind overall.
What a comeback from Morph, huh, Seven?
Yes. I got the biggest smile on my face right now. I'm pretty sure everybody in Indonesia is going to be so happy seeing that the performance from Morph. I mean, from awful first 2 matches, yeah, they were able to get some elims here and there, but for them to be able to bounce back from it and almost get back-to-back chicken dinners here to end the day, that's gonna put them in such a great place, and I can't wait to see it when we actually end up seeing the overall. By the way, another team, you know what, just want to throw this out there, Karina Power, good to see that you ended up getting some points. 9 points, we've been wondering where you've been. Well, you know what, it's good to see that out of them. By the way, more 14 elims. Is that the most that we saw all day?
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
I think it is, right? I was over here hoping that we would see more than 20. Okay, all right. I see you, Group Red.
I mean, on the first day, 7?
I wanted that. On the first day. I wanted it on the first game. Actually, no, it was Sanhok. I wanted it on the second game.
25 elims on Sanhok. Let's go.
I will say that I think that if it's going to happen, it would be on the first day, right? Because as teams go on, they're only going to get more warmed up and better as we take a look at the overall rankings here, Cam.
Wow, so not only do Morph overtake Nigma, Nongshim Red Force overtake Nigma as well. It's still very tight at the top. Their 6-point gap between first and second is, it's okay, it's good. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible either. Like, it's there. But look how tight it is up until 4th, and then a 10-point drop-off, then a 13-point drop-off to 6th place. This top section, it's going to be a fight for top 3 if it maintains like this right now.
By the way, we're hyping on Morph. I kind of want to keep an eye on DS from South Korea. I mean, this team, they were started off really hot, right? And then on the second half of the day, it felt like they slowed down. They ended up with a 9th place finish, 4 elims, 8th place finish, 0 elims, and they just continued to spiral down. And then to end the day here, they ended up with just 2 points, and it came just from eliminations. Something we got to keep an eye on, right? Because we're gonna have those teams like Morph that they are gonna be able to step it up, and then we're gonna have some teams that do start off hot and they're gonna start slowing down. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen tomorrow now with the way some of these teams were able to close out the day.
Dude, same. So I'm gonna go ahead and kind of reference the last group Green, right? It was Stalwart that started off so strong, right, with such a huge lead. And after day 1, we thought that, hey, it's gonna be hard to even catch these guys, but they did get caught and knocked all the way down to 3rd place. So Morph, they have a nice point gap, but they definitely cannot let off the gas here coming up for tomorrow, 7.
Oh, 100%. I feel like a lot of teams, and as you were mentioning earlier, Jukes, yeah, it would have been easier for them to break that 20 elim record, right, for one match or whatever on the day 1, because I feel like a lot of teams are going to be able to adjust tomorrow, and it's going to be a little bit harder too. With Morph, continue on what you're currently doing. I mean, it worked out perfectly. Now, for some of the other teams that are towards the bottom, we kind of have to call them out. At some point, we're going to have to see some life out of them. IG, FaZe, Karina Power, we at least were able to see some good points out of Karina Power here towards the end. But tomorrow, at least for the first 3 matches, I want to see them being able to put up good points.
100%. I mean, one team in particular that can't be feeling good. It's got to be FaZe, especially after Nenebete. But we got a nice interview. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the stage with Choo Choo.
Welcome back here at this stage, here right live in Malaysia, Beta Arena PJ. With me here today, I'm Chichu, your stage host, and we have none other than our translator Jung's very tall person, as he always does. And also, we do have the IGL for Morph. It's going to be Boo Boo Hoo. Very amazing hairstyle, by the way. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? And are you satisfied with your performance here today, Boo Boo Hoo?
Oke, jadi Bobo, apakah kamu puas hati tentang performa kamu di hari pertama?
Kalau puas sih kurang, karena kita masih ada juga beberapa game yang kita buang.
So basically, I'm not really satisfied about the performance. It's because there's a few games that we throw away and we could perform better.
Why do you say throw away? What happened?
Jadi kenapa kamu ngerasa kamu ngebuang? Apa yang terjadi di beberapa match itu?
Mungkin kayak ada sesuatu yang bisa kita lakukan lebih, tapi gagal.
So basically, there's the things that we could done better, but unfortunately, it's not like success for us. So yeah.
Well, that's the thing about PUBG Mobile. It's so unpredictable, and that's the beauty of it as well. But speaking of which, you are so consistent for Morph when it comes to game number 3, 4, 5, and 6. You got top 5, and you landed your chicken as well. And what is the main reason of such consistency? Is it the circle or is it your strategy? And also, why is it not happening in the first 2 maps?
Jadi untuk Morph buat hari ini di match ketiga, 4, 5, dan 6 itu kalian sangat-sangat perform dan kalian tetap berada di top 5 lah dan hampir-hampir juga mendapatkan chicken dinner di game 6 tadi. Apakah itu karena faktor circle ataupun emang strategi kalian emang mesinnya lambat panas gitu, telat panas, ataupun apa yang terjadi di 2 match pertama itu tadi yang bisa membuatkan kalian tidak perform begitu bagus?
Mungkin di 2 match pertama tuh ya kayak kita masih coba dapatin atmosfernya, feel-nya. Terus kenapa di match 3, 4, 5 sampai 6? Mungkin ya karena ketika kita udah dapat atmosfer, ya aku yakin kami bisa kasih yang lebih gitu.
So the reason why we couldn't do better on the first 2 game is because of we don't get the feel yet. We don't feel the atmosphere yet. So and because of that, after we adjusting with the circle, we adjusting with the atmosphere, we already get our feel. Then we already confident to give our 100% or maybe 200%. So that's one of the reason why we could perform better on the other 4 games.
Now, to follow up to that, we do know since last week, the circle kind of in the same spot for the past few weeks now. Now, do you think your expectation will be tomorrow as the same as today? Or what happened if the circle suddenly changed so much tomorrow?
Oke, jadi kalau kita lihat di minggu-minggu sebelum ini dan beberapa hari sebelum ini, circle-nya itu seakan-akan di tempat yang sama. Apakah kalian ngerasa besok kalian pede dengan circle-circle itu bakal terjadi lagi? Ataupun apakah yang bakal kalian lakukan ketika mana circle itu tiba-tiba berubah nggak sesuai ekspektasi kalian?
Kalau dari circle berubah, kita udah pasti mikirnya kita nggak berharap dari circle-nya gitu. Karena ya di game yang Miramar pertama, kita juga emang benar-benar nggak punya circle gitu. Tapi kita ya coba berusaha untuk dapatin game terbaik kita lah.
Okay, so basically we don't actually hope for the circle. We just play by whatever the information that we have, especially on like let's say the first Miramar game, we don't get the circle, but we try to play with whatever we have, and yes, we could get a top 5.
Hopefully that's the case tomorrow. I do know you guys have been struggling so much since PMSL when it was really, really tough back in PMSL. Now you guys one of the best teams in PMGC Week 2. Now do you have last words for your supporters out there, especially from Indonesia?
Oke, jadi kalian bisa spesifik dari kamu sendiri, kamu ada nggak apa-apa yang mau disampaikan kepada fans-fans di luar sana, especially fans-fans dari Indonesia?
Buat yang support kita semua di Indonesia, ya kita berterima kasih dan kita akan berusaha semaksimal mungkin untuk kasih hasil yang terbaik untuk kalian dan untuk Indonesia.
So basically to our Indonesian fans, thank you so much for supporting us, and yes, we definitely gonna give our best and make Indonesian proud.
That's going to be the last word coming out from Morph GPX for today. But will they still conquer tomorrow? It will be a different team getting the throne when it comes to day 2, week 2 in the 2023 PMGC. Signing off from the stage here from all of us, and it's back to the panelists. Take it away, guys.
More. I love to hear that because you know what? It is true, right? It's hard to get started here in a new group, new teams having to deal with, but I think they made the adjustments and they did really quickly here, Cam.
Yeah, very, very much so. Like they said themselves, it's all about getting your feet on the ground and getting comfortable. These teams have scrimmed against each other. There's been some practice rounds, but nothing matches the actual experience of playing live. My big question is, though, what's going to happen when the day resets? Are they going to start a little slower again, or is this only going to continue forward? Because I can tell you, Nongshim, Nigma, STE, they're all going to be chasing at their heels.
100%, man. And so in group green, it was Brazil on top. And to start off group red, it's Indonesia 7. And do you think that they're going to be able to maintain here and hold on with how they play today?
According to what he was saying, they should be able to, right? He was talking about the mood. He was talking about they weren't feeling it on the first 2 matches. After that, they were able to get on a roll here. I'm hoping that kind of continues on tomorrow. But the big question mark is, you did mention Brazil there, and I kind of want to get a chance to talk about them a little bit more. I wonder if I was just blinded by how well the Brazilian teams did on week 1, that we were just all expecting Inco and also IG to do good here on Group Red. I'm hoping we see some kind of reaction, especially out of Inco. I feel like if we see any reaction out of any of the Brazilian teams here, either IG or Inco, I feel like Inco has the better chance, even though going back to Americas, they didn't place higher than IG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still shocked to see a tense game at the bottom, and not just at the bottom, but with only 8 points here, Cameron.
Yeah. Ah, man. I'm trying to think of like looking at week 1, how the points are going to scale up. Like, what's the cutoff for 3rd place? What's the cutoff for 11? I think week 1, last place had like 60 odd points, and so IG aren't even on track for that. I don't think, unless my math is garbage. Like, so it's not looking great for them. But hey, again, anything can happen. Hopefully they can reset after this. They can use these 6 games that we had today as an more understanding of what this lobby is going to look like. Because even, comparing to bringing up the fact that Alpha 7 and Loops did so well, Inco and IG not so great by comparison, even though during the championships in the Americas, they were a lot more closer there. Lobbies are different. Every 16 teams, when you throw them in together, it's going to act in a different way. So perhaps it is just a more stylistic adjustment that IG and Inco are going to have to do for this particular collection. You never know how they would perform if they were in a different group, whether it would be green or yellow. But either way, this tape that they got today, the experience that they got today, tomorrow is when they need to turn it around, because this isn't a situation where you want to wait for the last 2 days, the last day, to really make that final swing, especially if you're gunning for not just the middle of the pack, but just top 3.
And going off what you're saying there, Cam, something that if we do have any hope, right, for the Brazilian teams, and when we've been covering those regions, when we did America especially, we know that these teams can get the chicken dinners, and when they get those chicken dinners, they can back it up with a big amount of eliminations. If for some reason IG and Inco can come in tomorrow and start putting up those performances, it's going to be a completely different story from what we're talking about today.
Let's hope.
Well, are they going to be able to do it? We're going to find out tomorrow. But before we do that, we got to give a big shout out to the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Phone Pro, a phone created directly for esports players. If you guys want to dominate the lobby, check out the Infinix GT10 Pro. Also, of course, make sure you're following all the socials and check out the TikTok, hashtag PMGC 2023, the new TikTok. I've been keeping a look at it. So much cool content. Make sure you go ahead and hit that follow button on that as well. Well, guys, that is it for us today. What is going to happen tomorrow? I think we had a great start here to Group Red. We'll see some more action then, guys. Don't go anywhere. We will see you tomorrow.